everybody. Good morning and welcome. Johnny looks like shit today.
I'm so sorry.
It's the Steel Toe Morning Show. I'm Aaron. That's April.
Good morning.
If you didn't check out the members only show last night, and I do have a text update over here. Johnny's not doing so hot. We're hoping it's very temporary. But we'll start off the show with a little Johnny update. He got the flu. We can confirm that he did get the flu.
Okay, that's pretty good news, right? Just the flu.
I guess it's kind of good news. But when you have MS and you get something like the flu, that's really bad. Your MS causes your immune system to constantly be working, so it attacks healthy cells as well as, the bad stuff. So then when you get something bad, it makes it worse because your MS has been fighting your own immune system. So it's been compromising your defenses for the disease. So I guess his hands and his legs went out and he got taken to the hospital. And if I take a look at instead of me trying to make it up, update, have the flu, getting treatment and under observation in case my MS gets even worse. Hopefully be better soon. So that's the update from Johnny, and that's a question we'll probably, I've been doing radio for a long time. That's a question I'll probably have to answer this morning and tomorrow 9,000 times.
Yeah.
As people come in and ask. But
prayers for Johnny.
Can always tune into the 4-minute mark. Or no, the 3.5-minute mark. We'll call it the 3-minute mark. You can go to the 3-minute mark. Mods, remember that one. The 3-minute mark. If people in the chat start going, where's Johnny? Where's Johnny? Where's Johnny? Tell them to go to the 3-minute mark of this morning's show, and they'll be able to get the update. There's something nice about YouTube that you can't get on the radio.
Back it up.
You can just back it up. That'd be great. You're driving in your car. Back in the Stern days, you're listening to Stern, and instead of Stern having to tease something 900 times, you're like, okay, backtrack 35 minutes. It'll be right there.
It's simple.
Can do that here. Welcome to the show, everybody. We're going to talk to you guys for a little bit. Then we've got an extremely busy show. Again, if you watched the members only show last night, you'll know that we teased about 900 different items that we've got coming up today, whether it's Mike Calta giving out Kevin Brennan's phone number, whether it's the MLC news that Steel Toe was mentioned in. We've got audio of Kevin Brennan for all that. People are worried about the Tampa Papers. What will this do to the Tampa Papers if we have to mention this this drama show having another drama thing happen with their dramatic cast members? I have been informed by co-creator of the Tampa Papers, Stevie Lou, that if breaking news, if hot breaking news happens, the Tampa Accords can be paused.
Lucky you.
So I am willing to pause them and then extend them an extra day. There you go. So
it sounds good.
Problem solved. See, now, nobody who did that Tampa Papers thing took it seriously. We did it so that other people would take it seriously and they would look like dicks. I just didn't want Citizen M to be part of the collateral damage. I didn't want Citizen M to be one of the victims of the Tampa Accords. So I hope he's kidding when he writes, do not fucking break the Tampa Papers. Now, first of all, before I read the rest of this, that is a horrible thing to write. I don't mean horrible as in you're a bad guy for writing it. I mean like for you. That's all. Nobody should ever capitalize anything when writing about the Tampa Papers. Unless you're saying it in jest and it's a joke, it's not okay. No one made you agree to that. You don't know that.
Yeah, you don't know.
Cardiff kidnapped our kids. Oh. You guys have no idea how lethal of a potato that man is. He held a peeler to their face and everything. He says, no one made you agree to that. You came out of the blue, unprovoked, swearing up and down to us you wouldn't talk about him for 2 weeks. You bragged it'd be easy. No, I didn't. First of all, what I said was, these guys are going to do something retarded in the next 2 weeks. They can't stop themselves from doing something retarded. So you are wrong there, Citizen M. Number two, how gay would it be if I went, oh, there's something that connects to our show that's going on that's really kind of an interesting, funny thing that's going on, but oh, gee golly gosh, I went on a podcast and I I did a funny bit, and I really want to stick to the funny bit.
Oh, I have a question.
Yeah.
Yes,
they are all autistic.
Are the other gentlemen that you were in that agreement with breaking it?
Yeah, I saw Cardiff was on a show this weekend. Stevie Lou obviously said, no, it's not breaking the accords. He said there's breaking news, so it can be suspended.
How did Stevie Lou go on MLC without breaking it?
Right, exactly.
I don't know.
Exactly. So I would definitely say that you need to calm down. To paraphrase Taylor Swift, you need to calm down. R.I.P. Johnny is not dead, guys. Johnny did not die. Don't say R.I.P. Johnny.
Just pray for swift healing. That's all.
Well, Schulte says, what about the Milo and Nick Fuentes leaks? Ooh, tweet, please, if you'd like. What happened between those two homosexuals? I'm sorry, one open homosexual. Oh, wait, no, Milo says he's not gay anymore, right?
I don't know this Milo.
Didn't Milo say? I think Milo said that he's not a gay anymore. So he got cured by Christ or something like that. But Nick Fuentes, you can't tell me that's not a homosexual. I mean, he can say he's not, and I will respect that identity and all that, but that's a gay dude. That's
your opinion.
In my opinion, I've seen a lot of gay dudes. Well, let's see. No, that doesn't sound good. I've seen
continue.
how a lot of gay people behave, and Nick Fuentes behaves similarly. How's that? Ross Dog's Broken Spirit says, what about interviewing Yucko the Clown? Any chance of that happening? I don't want to. MS Willie with 199 says Meltdown is talking about April's gut hanging low. So he's desperate and has nothing. All right. Well, so pretty much the standard. All right.
Good one.
Yeah. I think somebody's projecting just a little bit. That's an obese, sloppy man.
I don't think little Buck 20 me has a gut. So
Toastmaster says, what? No way. I thought the Tampa papers were as legit as Trump University. Yeah. Coltrane saying, fuck Citizen M.
Wow.
Well, that's one
I think we can all stop motherfucking everybody.
One man's opinion, right? Fuck Citizen M. Somebody says, is it bad that I have no idea what the Tampa papers are? No, it means you're one of the normal ones.
No, that's good.
Congratulations.
I wish I didn't know what it was.
Oh, stop. Have a little fun. It's a good time for everybody. Welsh Schulte becoming a Yeehaw Club member. Thank you very much. Starting us off today. 3:30.
Thank you.
Is the goal. So the evening show audience, or the members show audience got you guys a $15 head start. There you go. Thank you very much. All right, continuing on with you guys. Buddy Travis says, I'm not going to cap, but I just rather not hear about these martards. Oh, God damn it, you guys. Once in a while is fine. Have a little fun. Everybody just relax. We'll bring you funny things on this show. It's like the Paris Climate Accord. We're in, we're out, we're back in. Yeah, everybody just relax and stop taking a show so seriously. All right? Well, Salty says, look, Aaron Ali, the Stop the Steal guy is a groomer. Milo warned Nick, and Nick ignored it. Aaron Ali. You guys are honestly, you know what? You'll have to send me a link or something like that. I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about.
Yeah, something's weird.
But it sounds interesting. It sounds juicy. It sounds really juicy, so that could be good. Nick Fuentes shot down Ashton Birdie. He's gay. Someone said.
Okay. No turning down Ashton.
Perhaps. Danger Bear Wolf Turtle says, isn't it okay now that the Tard is off MLC? Who cares? Well, look, here, guys.
I don't know that makes it okay, but they weren't real.
Right, thank you. That's what I think I'm trying to convey. None of this was real.
None of this is real.
We're being gay. Don't be gayer than we're attempting to be. It's discouraging when it gets that gay. That's Packer Backer over on Rumble kicking things off today. Says Gino is only gay when he's drunk. That's not true. I've seen Gino be gay way more often.
You have personally?
Than when he's drunk. Oh, yeah. I'm sure Gino's been gay, sober, numerous times. All right. Danger Bear Wolf D. Gulag says, stop talking about Israel.
Uh-oh.
Sorry.
We're sorry.
I have an idea, guys. Here, let's do it. Let's do a thing. I will decide what we talk about. And then you guys will decide whether it's good or not. I think those should be our jobs. I don't need 9,000 producers. I don't need 500. I just got me. I'll prep it up. Here's what I'll do. It's like going back in the kitchen and telling the chef, hey, don't put that on the menu. No. The chef will decide what goes on the menu. You guys can decide whether or not it tastes good. There you go.
Fair.
There's our jobs. Like the servers, for example, the second mics, the servers just take the food that the chef prepares, and there you go. Boom. They bring it out to your table.
We deliver it.
They deliver the food. They don't tell the chef, oh, let's not serve this.
Oh, that doesn't look good today.
Shut the fuck up. You let the chef do his job. Are we counting Gino and his Adderall addiction? No, that's Pat Dixon is the Adderall addiction. I know too much about these people. All right, guys, let's get into some stupid shit. I just wanted to do this one first because it was just kind of silly and dumb, and I thought it was kind of cute. Mersh apparently... Oh, wait, I think Zoom would work. We are Discord guys, as you know, but I guess that's just because we're incels. That's fair, Brad the Chad. I'll tell the dogs to set up Zoom. Good. I think today might be the day we get the Junkyard Dogs on finally.
That'd be cool, but why does nobody have Zoom
Why?
now?
It's like what the world ran on for 3 years.
That's what I thought. I thought everybody was forced to have Zoom over COVID.
God damn.
Come on.
I just can't believe it. Well, anyway, we might have the Junkyard Dogs on today. They did their 4th episode over the weekend, and the guy that we called out for faking the blowjob story, he is not happy with us.
I don't suppose you would be.
You can definitely tell the other guy was eager to set up the guy to be angry at us, but the guy who faked the blowjob story, is not happy.
Well, are you happy when you get caught faking a blowjob story?
I don't when I get caught faking a blowjob story, that's no good. It's never good when you're young, and these guys seem like they're really young dudes. It's never good when you're young and you get caught lying about sex stuff. That's always embarrassing.
Well, especially if girls find out about it. Now they don't want to be around you.
I got caught lying about sex stuff story.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I got caught real bad one time. I got caught like in the act.
What did you do?
So I was like 14 or 15, and this was like my first, experience with a girl. I was 15 because it was just before.
I was going to say 14.
It was just before I was able to test for my license. I was 15.
Whoa.
And I was, no, it had to be earlier than that because I think I was like a freshman. Yeah, freshman would be 15. Okay.
That seems so young.
So I'm 15, and I'm talking to this girl. She's not from my school. She's from Niagara Falls. You wouldn't know her. I'm talking to this girl, and I'm telling her fucking how, I know my shit, and blah, 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 and blue, and boo, 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 boo. Well, we get down to business. And when a guy, I think Anthony's talked about this before. When you first start fiddling around with a girl, and I'm going to use sexy terms like fiddling during this segment, so everybody just, get your drip pans ready.
You couldn't find it.
When you're fiddling around and you think that the opening is a lot higher up when you're younger than it actually is?
No, I don't know.
Yeah, guys, this is a pretty common story for dudes. When we're younger, we think that it's like in the middle. We think it's like match up. I've got mine here, you got yours here, and we can just kind of run into it.
You think our shit's where your dick comes out of your pubic region?
We think it's kind of like, it's like more in the middle than it is lower. So we go down, we get past the belly button, and we think we're about home.
Oh,
right?
my God.
So we're like, what the fuck? And the first time you go, you're like, I feel like I'm cruising towards butthole territory. And then you finally get there, and you go, oh, I get it. So the first time I ever did it, I had to, after I talked all this shit and, all these things, I ended up having to be just kind of guided a little.
God, that poor girl.
She's dead now. No, I'm kidding.
she unalived herself after that experience?
She had that experience, and she just wrote, Brooks is here, and then.
How old were you when you lost your virginity?
17.
God, you're all harlots in the city.
Oh, is that too young?
Yeah.
17's too young?
Yeah.
See, I felt like 17 was like right around the right age.
No.
16 is like, whoa, dude, slow the fuck down.
Like for some reason, every single year in your teens is an epic year. You know how it's like tiny children, every single year they get older is like a big change? It's that way in your teens too, I feel.
Oh, okay.
And 17 is just a wee bit young.
I get
so
it.
wait, how are you 14 and doing shit then?
I think I was 15.
You just did shit for 2 years and didn't have sex?
No, there was a big dry spell in there. I didn't just do stuff for 2 years.
That girl probably told all of her friends, like, yeah, this guy doesn't even know how to find it.
I got a shot at the titles early, and then I just kind of meandered in the mid card.
Oh, that's depressing.
For a long. Yeah, what do you do?
Well, that's tough. I feel like I'd rather start and then probably just never stop after that. But you know what? Good for you for trying.
It's a tough debut for the kid, but I made up.
Yeah.
Wayne Chambers says Aaron means yesterday. No, that is not.
Stop outing him
It's
that
not
way.
yesterday. Dub says the 2 holes are close, so you can carry women with 2 fingers like a case of beer. Thank you, Dub.
Oh, that's fun.
Danger Bear Wolf Turtle, I lost mine at 17 too. Buddy Travis says I was 14.
Yikes. See,
Yeah.
I always kind of figured like the earlier you go, the bigger risk you have of teen pregnancy. So
Well, yeah,
I'm like,
naturally, yeah.
Maybe let's not start this shit until almost out of the teens.
Last statue says, sounds like Carl Hamburger talking all the muff he got. I bet you Carl crushed a lot of pussy. A hole is a hole, says Grant. Oh, that's very poetic.
No matter how small.
Yes, Pip says 17 is late in the game. See? I'm telling you, 17's,
I honestly did it for like the self-preservation pregnancy thing because a friend got pregnant in high school and she was like one of them that you would have never thought. Like it was just really
Let me guess,
surprising.
super Christian, went to church a lot. Those are the girls I expect to get pregnant.
Band student with me.
Yeah, I expect those girls to get knocked
Well,
up.
when it's your friend, you didn't.
None of the cool girls get knocked up. I mean, they do.
She was one of the cool girls.
No, she wasn't. She was in band and she liked God.
That was me.
Oh.
I did that too.
Well, you weren't one of the cool girls.
I guess I wasn't in like the tightest cool
Right.
girl
Were you in the
group.
plastics?
I was one of those gay kids that was kind of friends with a bunch of different groups of people and just meandered.
Then you were definitely a mid-carder.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was definitely not like,
And your friend was a mid-carder.
all right,
Yeah.
that's fair.
That's all right. But your friend, like, that's the one that gets knocked up. The cool girls, the plastics types, they don't get knocked. Well, they get knocked up. They just get abortions.
Do you think they did? When I'm thinking
Fuck
back
yeah.
to that tight group of girls that was like the cool girl group, I would never see any of them like having abortions. I bet they were all just on birth control at 13 and they'll always say, oh, you know, because it keeps my acne at bay.
Yeah, we had a lot of really hot
And-
girls in our school who would say they were on birth control for the acne.
Yeah.
And I'm like, shut up, whore.
No, that's exactly
Yeah.
it. Like nobody does that.
I mean, don't
real.
get me wrong. One of them did legit have acne, but she was also getting
No.
lots of dick.
I think most of them, it's like parents worry, like, oh, she's had her period now. She might start fucking and have a
Start
problem.
throwing the pills down their throat.
Shove it down their throat.
Yeah, I get it. Orange Boy says April never really worked for it. They just sort of show up for the beard. They just show up for the beard.
Show up.
April never really worked. All
Like,
right,
I'm a
Orange.
beard.
Yeah, Orange Boy, I don't know what you're talking about. Fuck you, dude says I was 15. Also, the whole you can't get pregnant your first time is false. Oh, no.
Oh, dude, I'm sorry to hear that.
K Fallen the Great says, wait, does getting molested count? You know what? Let me go do some research. I'm leaning towards no. Aaron's Poopy Hand says, don't everyone fuck the babysitter that was the older cousin or just me.
Ah,
Matt Field says, I started at 14 and ended up with over 100 different women by the time I was 28. Don't recommend. I'm surprised I don't have AIDS.
so
Yeah, but do you have AIDS?
So Matt basically just told us all that he must be some kind of hot if 100 women will sleep with him.
Big Dick Matt over here.
And that guy fucks.
Freaky Deaky, who you got winning the Super Bowl, going to Vegas on Friday, and I need to put a bet down. Ooh,
Oh, lucky.
Bengals or Bills? Bengals or Bills?
Ooh, Bills.
That's
Feels
who I'm
good to
going
me.
with. My dad bleeped our babysitter too, says Vinny's mom. See, you know what? I didn't ask to be part of this conversation, but I guess in a weird way I did. So there is that. Sorry.
Is the babysitter thing common?
No.
I feel like it's not.
The babysitter thing is not common.
Yeah, I feel like it's hard to even find a hot
It's
babysitter.
a common like fantasy thing, but it's not common in practice because you got to
well,
think
that's
about
just
it.
like thinking, oh, I wish my boss would fuck me on his
Right,
desk.
the babysitter has to want to fuck you, and
Yeah.
how many middle-aged guys with kids who have a babysitter, like their babysitter wants to fuck them? You know what I mean? And how many babysitters?
That's a lot of work.
And how many babysitters do you know that are 18 or over?
That's kind of another good point. Like a lot of people you hear of like getting for a babysitter, it's like the kid's older cousin that's like 14 or 15.
The Tigger next door says 100 women don't count if they're all fat. It's a good point.
That's true. I don't know if they were fat or not.
Yeah. Shouting at Cloud says a lot of people in Texas get married at 16. My favorite band, Mike, and the Moon Pie's wife. Again, sometimes you guys type faster than you think, I believe.
Mike and the Moon Pies.
Mike and the Moon Pies.
That sounds fun.
We got Danger Bear Wolf Turtle says, in my defense, I was left unsupervised. Which one was Danger Bear Wolf Turtle?
I don't know.
Says I lost mine at 17.
I guess maybe I'm just talking like a prude because I grew up in a small town and was scared of that teen pregnancy shit. Like 17's probably fine.
Yeah, I was scared of teen pregnancy, but I always thought, like, I was a godless man. But I always thought if I threw up a little prayer when the girlfriend was late, I was covered. I was all right.
Yeah.
You know,
that's how we all feel when we're late.
Yeah, you have yourself some sex. She says, oh, no, I haven't got my period on time. And you go, here, go in the bathroom, take this test. And you just go, and then you do one of these, and you're like, all right, I think we're good here. Do Lutherans, do Protestants do that?
Nope.
You guys don't do this?
No, we don't do Father,
Son, and the Holy Ghost.
Holy Spirit, or Holy Ghost.
I'm old school. I like
Holy
Ghost.
Spirit.
Yeah, I like Holy Ghost.
Fuck that.
You guys don't do the cross thing?
No.
God, Catholics really are the real Christians, aren't they? You guys just had a guy.
I'm not going to say that.
You guys got
been a Christian my whole life.
Some little midget got all cunty and protested. Start my own thing. Shut up, Martin Luther. Fucking Judas. Sorry, I just don't like the guy.
Oh my God,
he took all the good people with him and left us with the child molesters.
Wow, then it seems like a religion to not be part of.
Well, maybe he should have stuck around and ran all the... I mean, St. Patrick ran all the rats or snakes out of Ireland, right?
Imagine how fickle you guys as Catholics must be if one guy leaves and you all start doing butt stuff.
Could have been St. Martin Luther. Instead, he bailed. He quit. He could have run all the pedophiles out of Catholicism like St. Patrick ran all the snakes out of Ireland. And did he? No, he got all cunty and put a Dear John letter on the door of the church.
So are you...
Oh, it's not you, it's me. Oh.
Are you excusing Catholics doing weird butt stuff?
No, I'm saying they should have...
On, like, that guy leaving?
I'm saying... Right, they were so hurt by Martin Luther and his 99 Thesis that they started butt-fucking children.
I don't think that's an okay excuse.
I believe it's not an okay excuse, but Martin Luther accelerated that process.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
No.
He's a molestation enabler.
I think we're trying to make excuses for our childhood.
Yeah, how much fun is this thing to do?
Is it here? I think the only time I did that in my life is when I dated Catholic boys. And, like, we'd be sitting down to dinner with their family, and then I got to quick try to jumble out whatever prayer they had at mealtime.
Oh, that's right. You went to small town. People prayed.
Oh, God. I used to pray before every single time I ate.
Did they pray, like, at the restaurant?
I don't think we ever did at restaurants.
Oh, okay. I thought you said
restaurant. But every
restaurant.
time we're at home.
Okay.
No, every time I was at, like, my boyfriend's house for dinner.
I had a friend like that. His family would pray. It always made me uncomfortable. It's like, can we just eat? They'd wait till like the food was out and then they'd do it. And I'm like, come on, it's right there.
And Catholics,
what the fuck are we doing?
Catholics and Lutherans
Catholics
have, like,
don't pray.
Yes, they do.
You don't go to a Catholic's house and they're praying, are they?
At mealtime, yes.
Oh, fuck.
Like, they have different mealtime prayers, though. So for me, it was really hard to try to catch on to the Catholic one first because they don't, like, tell you what it is before they do it. They just kind of assume you're going to jump in.
Okay.
It's really hard.
Rusty Grammar says Catholicism isn't Christianity. What? How dare you? Buddy Travis says, who was worried about teen pregnancy? Just put it in her butt. The man raises a good point.
What if we don't like that?
Learn to love it. Citizen M, calm down. Grant says, is that why they shot Martin Luther? Different guy. There's a Martin Luther and a Martin Luther King. Philip Sears says, every woman I had sex with represented the 3 Bs, big, black, and barren.
I only fuck women with hysterectomies.
Not a bad way to go if you're looking to, stay pure, as it were.
I guess.
Shouting at Cloud says, we need to pray for Aaron. Connor Fullerton says, what about Henry VIII and his Church of England troll? Yeah, so Henry VIII kept, like, annulling all his marriages and divorcing bitches, like, all the time.
Well.
And then he cut off a lot of their heads. And so
Never mind.
He asked the Pope for an annulment on one of his marriages, and the Pope was like, dude, you need to fucking chill. This is, by the way, these are quotes that I'm putting up.
Okay.
Good, Citizen M. I'm glad you're kidding. That's good to know. But the Pope said, bro, you need to fucking slow your roll. And then King Henry's like, how about you suck my dick and give me a fucking annulment? The Pope's like, dude, you can't talk to me like that. I'm the Pope, you limey piece of shit.
I don't like the Pope.
And then the King Henry VIII was like, well, then fuck you, I'll start my own church. He goes, you can't do that. I go, I literally just did. And then he started his own church, the Church of England, which is now the Anglican Church, all because he wanted to put his dirty dick in some other chick and make it legit.
So a whole religion started because he needed an annulment?
Really makes you think that religion's kind of a
sham,
horseshit. Yeah,
a little bit. I don't know.
You can just start one.
I don't like being faced with that thought. Like, you've done that to me several times over the years now, where it's like you've shaken me to a point of like, I don't like feeling like my entire life that way is screwed up. I never want to go as far as saying it's a lie or whatever, because that's not, like, you're supposed to have faith, right?
Think about this.
I don't like it when you do that.
You got the Pope who lost Martin Luther, and then the Pope who lost Henry VIII. It's two of the worst popes in history. Then you have the Nazi Pope who protected all the pedophiles. He's got to be up there, too.
I would say that's the worst one.
Oh, I don't know. Losing the Lutherans.
No. Let us go and have our own thing.
Best one, Pope Urban II started the Crusades, started fighting back against Islam. Hiya! It was karate.
His name Keith?
Yes, it was Pope Keith Urban II. He kept telling all the Crusaders, "You look good in my shirt," the ones with the cross on it.
And he told the kids they look good in his robes, right?
It's not a Keith Urban song, but thank you for killing the bit. Pragmatic Baxter says Church of England started so some dude could get a bunch of chicks. Catholicism is a molester's heaven. Cults are weird. Yes, that is, you know what? That's a very good summation of the whole thing.
How many, so Henry VIII, right? How many wives did he have?
6. How many wives?
Why get married? Stop getting married.
He was a romantic. He kept going. 6 wives. Wow, look at me.
Well,
Anne Boleyn, Catherine Howard led them to their deaths on the executioner's block at the Tower of London. Talk about not being good at sucking dick. You were so terrible in the sack that he chopped your fucking head off.
So wait, is that the what the movie The Other Boleyn Girl's about?
Could be.
Have you ever seen that?
Never seen.
Oh, I've seen that a couple times.
I don't.
That guy
know.
was really fucked up.
Piffy Puff says no notification. What the fuck? Shadow ban. Well, then here's what we do, boys and girls. We hit the like button. We hit the share button. We subscribe to the channel, and we try to outduel that shadow ban thing. How's that? Also, 3:30 away from this morning's goal. If you'd like to throw in, we've got the PayPal link in the chat. PayPal and Streamlabs, as well as Steel Toe Media Inc. on Venmo. Those are the 3 best ways to contribute to our listener-supported show. That goal keeps us on the air. If we hit it every day, we do a half hour of overtime. Super chats and memberships count as well. 3:30 away from today's goal. Here's the rhythm that keeps us going. Let's get under 300 by the top of the hour. Let's get over 100 likes by the top of the hour. Boom. We're in business. Okay, we're done. Let's get into our first story. We talked about this on the Members Only show. Mersh riled up right-wing Twitter Saturday and Sunday simply over a tweet of Jack Posobiec. Now, if you guys don't know who Jack Posobiec is, Jack Posobiec is one of these right-wing guys, kind of like Charlie Kirk, who they kind of use the politics and cultural shit as a way to be, they're kind of like mini Crowders where they're like, hey, if you subscribe to my thing or if you pay me for my thing, we fight the culture wars and we push back against the left. I'm sorry, but if I'm one of these suckers who's been giving people money because I think they're going to win the culture wars and defeat the left, I should ask for a refund at this point, shouldn't I?
A little bit, yeah.
Crowder, Shapiro. Who are the ones who say if you give them money, they fight the left? Crowder, Shapiro, Posobiec, Charlie Kirk. There's a bunch of them. And if you they're like the church. If you just give them more money, they're going to figure all this shit out for you. Whereas
They'll
show.
fight the fights.
Yeah, whereas a show like this one, or to their credit, MLC, you are told very much up front what you're getting for your money. Hey, we're doing a show. You want to throw us a couple bucks, keep us going? There you go. Boom. But like Posobiec, Kirk, Crowder, Shapiro, all these guys, it's, hey, we need this money so that we can make sure the lefties don't encroach on our freedoms in our America. And meanwhile, in that time, you've got freaky ass drag people reading to your kids at their schools and doing strip teases for them. You've got teachers hiding the fact that your kid is talking about being trans, hiding that from you and giving them what they consider gender affirming care, even though they're not a professional and don't know what that should entail. So Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec, Steven Crowder, Ben Shapiro, in my opinion, owe everybody refunds.
Yeah. No, I agree.
Because they've
Don't
lost.
be making promises like that.
Right. They've taken all these people's money and they haven't done the thing they said they were going to do, which is hold all those nasty, scary lefties away from, getting to your kids and all that. So I don't know. I think all those groups need to be sending back refund checks.
I agree to that, but then of course they can't go on because they'd have no money.
Perhaps.
Do we need it?
Dave Rubin pulls that bullshit, says Citizen M. Yeah, he does the whole I was a liberal, now I'm a righty kind of a thing. I get it. K. Fallen the Great says Minnesota's going to pass a bill today to take your kids away if you don't agree to mutilate them. There's those weird kind of gray area bills where, like, yeah, if you don't get your kid gender-affirming care, CPS can take your kids away. I know. It almost feels like it's over, right? Hey, but don't worry. Nobody drank Bud Light this weekend.
Right. I could not give a shit less about Bud Light.
We won the battle of Bud Light, right? But, where'd my kids go? Oh, well, you wouldn't chop their dick off, so we took them away from you so we could.
Do enough people know about that bill? What's this bill called?
It's called the We'll Take Your Kids Nuts and Balls bill. They should have thought of a catchier name, but,
I know people that needed their kids taken away because they're filthy drug addicts and their kids weren't being taken care of, but you'll take kids away from good parents.
Yeah, but I bet you they get their kids gender-affirming care, so they're not all bad. Sorry, it's so silly. Casey with $10. Wow. Thank you very much to Casey. 320.
Thank you.
Away from today's goal. Let's get that under 300 by the end of this hour. Hit the like button, hit share, all of that stuff. There's all the links in the chat if you'd like to contribute to our stupid show. So Mersh decided to tweet at Jack Posobiec, who I guess was in the Navy or Scientology, one of the two. I don't know that much about Jack Posobiec, but he put this picture up on Twitter, and isn't that adorable?
It's a cute picture.
It's a cute picture of Jack and his kid. Now, if you're a big political guy and people think that you're a Nazi and this horrible dude, two things I don't do. One, to dispel the Nazi thing, I don't pose in uniform.
That's a little,
right, it's a little on
the nose.
And number two, if I have a bunch of rabid people who hate my guts and want to, get me, I don't put pictures of my family on the internet.
Probably not.
I don't do that because you never know when lurking around the corner is a giant piece of shit like, say, Mersh.
To make fun of your cute kid.
To make fun of your cute little baby. So, Mersh had, last I checked, 1.5 million views on this tweet we're about to show you.
Wow.
And once he sent it, Boomer Twitter went bananas at Mersh. I mean, this tweet...
He whacked a bee's nest or what?
Oh, my God. Did he turn replies off or no? I'm not sure. It doesn't tell me how many replies. I'll have to go back to the actual, I guess, tweet to see how many replies it has. But it's got 1.4 million views. Mersh tweeted, if there was a legal way to physically snatch food out of this child's mouth, I would do it. Now, may I ask, and I understand that this was maybe sent, it was sent at 4:27 a.m.
Oh, you know what? That tells
Saturday.
us everything we need to know.
Right. I also believe that Mersh was fighting with Zero Dark Tony at this time.
Really?
Over Mr. Beast. So it kind of tells you Mersh was he was up and he was bored. Well, Mersh sends this tweet at 4:27 a.m. And I will say, look, I certainly wouldn't tweet anything like that. I think that's kind of a dickhead tweet.
Not necessarily.
But it's not like he's not threatening the baby physically or anything like that. He's saying he wants to snatch. If there was a legal way to physically snatch food out of the child's mouth, I would do it. Now, Jack Posobiec even responded to this tweet and said, I'd like to see you try to the extent of like, basically threatening, like I'll physically, I'll harm you.
I'll accost
if you try to do something like that. As if Mersh was actually going to go up to your baby and like, as you're going, here comes the airplane, Mersh is going to knock the spoon out of your hand.
Most people don't care about other people's kids. They're not going to go see them.
So Mersh doesn't like Jack Posobiec, and he thought he would, make fun of his little picture here.
Sure.
Well, it was about the last 2 days for Mersh have just been reading responses to the Jack Posobiec tweet, and they are pretty bad. Well, so people just started writing back to him, for example, if we just pick some random ones. No need for that. People may not like Jack's politics, and people can disagree with what he says, but never make it personal like that. Children are strictly off limits. Now, I agree with that.
I do, too.
Clearly,
I do believe kids are off limits.
This is a point where Mersh and I disagree. Mersh and I disagree on whether or not children should be made the subject of criticism. Well, I guess Mersh then posted a picture of Jack Posobiec holding up this sign at Trump International Hotel, advocating doing something horrible to Melania, which, by the way, I don't get that. I thought Jack Posobiec was like a Trump guy, but oh well. You need to be on an FBI watch list. Kitty Diddler, one person wrote.
God.
Poso might want to get a DNA test. That's funny. Now I see why he tweeted about it. This man wanted his folks to fight his battle for him. Such a caring father. I don't know what any of that. So it all just kind of devolved into
madness.
Just madness and yelling at people and retweets and quote tweets and all that shit. So it was funny to watch. It was funny to watch Mersh, jump right into Boomer Twitter and just start having it out with him. Start having it out. I'm guessing that Jack Posobiec will not be on ROTC anytime soon.
Probably not.
No. D. Gulag says, LOL, Mersh is a jerk. I mean, yeah, but admittedly so, right?
I think he knew why he was doing that, though.
Yeah. I don't think Mersh tweeted that thinking, you know what, I'm the good guy.
I know. I would take the food out of your baby's mouth.
Yeah, I think that was a heel move from Jump Street.
Maybe it was Clarence.
I could have, you know what? I would have blamed it on one of the bad luck boys.
They stole his account for a little bit.
That's what he should have done. KJ Fury with $5 says, good morning, peace and strength from Long Island.
Ooh.
That seems like a contradiction, but thank you very much.
Good morning.
Guys, we are only 3:15 away from this morning's goal. If you'd like to knock that down, there's the links in the chat. Let's get it under 300 by the top of the hour. RGZ Max says, stop treating people like crap when they're trying to help out. You do that to everybody. What the fuck is that in regards to?
That is interesting. What is going on?
What the hell does that mean, RGZ Mac? Love you, buddy.
Is the chat going crazy? Someone just said the chat needs to chill.
Oh, is the chat getting upset about something?
Did we miss something?
We were doing a story. We're not looking at you guys when we're doing a story. I don't really understand. Oh, RGZ Mac and Zen Rhino are fighting. All right, you two shut the fuck up. We're doing a show. Stop talking to each other. Don't talk to each other. This is like when Dad finds out the kids are upstairs fighting and he's trying to watch the game. We're going to separate you two. You go that way. You go that way. Yeah, I guess RGZ Mac was trying to tell me that the notifications don't work. Zen Rhino said, show's on at the same time. You don't need to complain about the notifications not working. I don't mind. Zen, let me just say this, buddy. I love you. I don't care if people tell me. I don't mind if people tell me their notifications aren't working. I don't mind hearing it. Everybody just, look, guys, it's early in the morning. We've got plenty of time to turn this attitude around. Let's take those frowns. Let's turn them upside down. Let's have a good time.
You know what it is?
What?
It's Monday.
Oh.
There's a lot of cranky Monday people out there.
Cranky Monday people. You know who's not one of them? Citizen M. He says, I love Aaron and April, and I'm always just kidding. It wasn't me this time. Exactly.
Well, good.
Zen Rhino says, I pointed out that the show starts every day and you don't need the notification. I hear you, Zen. Absolutely. You're okay. Hey, look, this is one of those times where Zen's okay and RGZ Mac is okay. You're both okay. This is amazing. This is those times where, like, both people end up, like, leaving the show for a day. When I go to them and I go, guys, you're both fine. They, well, fuck you. I'm leaving. It's like, no. None of you did anything that can't be forgiven. Don't worry about it. You're fine.
We'll get through it.
See, Zen Rhino goes, RGZ is a total dick sucker, and he's going to jack off to you scolding me. Fuck him. Fuck him every day.
Oh, my goodness.
Well, now, wait a minute. Here you go. RGZ Mac doesn't like you. You don't like RGZ Mac. I have an idea. Let's just both enjoy the show and not speak to each other.
You screwed up RGZ's name, I believe, so now he's going to be mad at
It's
you.
RGZ Mac.
I thought you said RGZZ or ZC or something weird like that.
Hey, April, I have a question, and I want you to answer this question honestly.
What?
Who gives a fuck?
I don't.
Exactly. RGZ Mac says, dude, your mod is an asshole. I was just saying, why talk shit when somebody's letting you know your notifications are not getting through? Hey, I agree with you, buddy. It's okay to send me the notifications, and I understand what Zen did. Everyone, Philip Sears.
Hey.
Pistols at dawn.
Do you want to know something weird?
What's that?
For the first time, I think, in months, I did not get a notification.
Shut the fuck up. Nobody cares. It's on at the same time every day.
I have no idea when this show starts.
Zen, get her. Get her, buddy.
What if I didn't? I just came down at the wrong time every day.
Zen, get her. You got her, dude. Somebody decided to change their name to April's Gut.
Very fun.
A non-existent
The
item.
non-existent item.
I think he's making fun of the gut people. Zen Rhino says, of course he's lying. He didn't just say it's okay to let you know he called me stupid. Fuck that loser.
Why are we so bitchy today? Everybody.
We really got off to a bitchy start.
What the hell?
I woke up and I was like, we have so much funny stuff to talk about today. I'm very excited about it.
Yeah.
I did not know that this would be.
Well, you have to give your listeners an attitude adjustment first. You have to be Daddy Aaron.
Hung Solo says, went shopping Saturday with my wife. I only wanted to Robin Williams' Three Little Freaking Monsters, Shitty Parents and Little Monsters. See, that seemed personal. RGZ Max says, go back and read the crappy stuff Zen Rhino says about everybody that says something nice. RGZ Mac, look.
No. I think you should back it up and go read them.
RGZ, let me tell you why I can't do that. I would be in the chat all day, and we would have the most boring fucking show on YouTube, and we'd have to rename it Misery Loves Company. We have to do an actual morning show that entertains people on their way to work. Oh. Somebody sounds like they have a case of the Mondays, says Malevolent Bystander. I like that because that phrase just makes people so mad because it's so corny.
Somebody has a case of the Mondays.
See, look,
that's how
I'm trying to diffuse this whole thing. I'm trying to tell everyone you guys are all okay with me. I'm fine. It's okay. I swear to God, it happens like this all the time. I try to tell Zen and RGZ, I'm like, you guys are both okay. Don't worry about it. And I end up getting yelled at.
Dude, you're putting oxygen on it.
RGZ Max says, I'm not the one that said it, you dumbass. Somebody else said it, and then Rhino yelled at them.
Now they are mad at you now.
What did I do?
You didn't understand them.
I'm doing a show. Do people think that I'm multitasking and I'm doing stories and then reading the chat? Guys, if I read the chat while I'm talking about something, I can't focus.
Actually, when we're doing a story, we can't even see the chat. It's not visible.
Guys, I can't read the chat while I'm doing a show for you. I can't. See, like I'm trying to catch up now. It's impossible.
Everybody is sad about R.I.P. Johnny.
Yeah, guys, if you need to know about Johnny, go back to the 3-minute mark of today's show.
Johnny's having a sincere case of the Mondays.
Yeah, Johnny's got the flu,
him.
and it's made his MS worse, and he can't do it right now. Yeah, I agree with Darren Orson. The sexual tension in here is palpable.
Well, maybe we should fuck then.
RGZ says, I'm not talking to you, Aaron. I'm talking about the people that are talking in the chat. Ignore them.
Oh, my God.
Ignore them. People are saying on Zen's side. Oh, it's all April's fault, obviously.
Naturally.
Alan Chihuahua says, read this now. Yeah, we need it. I have a drop for you guys. It's got to be in here somewhere. There you go.
Calm down. Have some dip.
Oh.
RGC Max says, God, this is really getting gay every morning. Then everyone, we can decide to stop.
Can we stop this madness?
Zen Rhino says, fuck that fat loser.
How about, here's a new rule. You two clearly don't like each other. That's fine. You two, no more associating with each other. You can exist in the same chat without talking to each other.
I have to stop liking this shit sometimes.
You're both cool here.
I like Not a Fed's idea. Let's start over. Just the chat. I don't mind the show.
Good morning. This is Aaron. I'm April.
Yeah.
This is
Johnny's got the flu. We'll be fine today.
Prayers for Johnny.
Black Ornament says, been lurking, but Zen Rhino always takes everything way too seriously. Max autist. Then I have an idea. Let's all just... How about the two of you just take a little break? RGZ Mac, quit talking shit to people that are trying to help the show out. That is what a shitty mod does.
Oh, he's talking to you now.
No. He's saying to Zen that he's being a shitty mod. Don't you try to do the woman thing and start shit up.
He is talking to you. He said stop trying to talk shitty to people that are trying to help the show out. That's what a shitty mod does.
He's saying that about Zen.
Right.
Try to keep up. He's not saying that about me. He's talking to Zen.
The first half was to you.
No, it's not. April says, your mod is just a dick. All I did was ask him why he's talking shit to everybody. That was letting you know notification. I know. I said it's fine for you to tell. Guys, everyone. Look. Did Buddy Travis just time out RGZ? All right, RGZ Mac is okay. Mods, stop. I'm seriously going to have to limit mods after today. Because
how about we just eliminate all of
them
and start over?
Buddy Travis, we're not timeouting RGZ Mac. I like him. Whatever you did, undo it. I like him. I was having fun with this whole thing. Everyone just relax. All right, you know what? I'm moving. Sorry, guys. I wanted to have some fun with everybody. I got to go to the next story. I thought we were going to have some fun with this. But now I got mods that are being retarded over the whole thing. All right. Let's do a fun show. Let's knock out that goal today. Let's do a half hour of overtime. You know what? I'm going to go talk to Rumble.
Wow.
Rumble, hit the thumbs up button and all that stuff. Toastmaster says somebody has a case of the Mondays. YT overrated. Says she wanted to argue for the sake of arguing. And we're good.
Okay.
All right. Everyone, undo, Buddy Travis, undo whatever you did to RGZ Mac. I don't know what you did, but knock it off. He's a good enough guy. I don't think he did. Hashtag RGZ Mac did nothing wrong.
It just says
he must have time deleted. Yeah, he must have time outed him. Buddy, don't do that. He says, I was just playing. Don't play unless I tell you to play. How's that? Because I got an RGZ Mac who's probably pissed at me. He's a member. He's a good dude. Don't fuck with him.
He's fine. I think they're both fine. Everyone just needs 3 deep fucking breaths wherever you are, and let's start the shit over.
We've got a good show. You've got 9,000 different hater channels watching this show. Don't give them dissension to talk about, all right? Don't give them, material, if you will. Just fucking relax and be men. How's that? Especially since I'm going to be pivoting into a very funny story, and I need you guys to fucking chill. Really, just 2 people. I need 2 of you to fucking chill.
I think we're fine.
The rest of you enjoying yourselves. Your feeling is absolutely capital.
This is our fault. If we hadn't gone back and read what RGZ Mac was trying to say originally, we would have never known about this.
Here's why I hate the internet. I hate streaming on the internet, and I hate chats. Is because people go, oh, why don't people include their audiences on their shows more? And you're like, well, this is why. Because people get really cunty. That's why. 2 people start fighting, and then it ruins the whole thing. So just everyone stop, and then maybe we'll come back to you later this morning. You fucked it up for everyone else now. Investigative journalist James O Keefe, who, by the way, is back. James O Keefe, of course, started Project Veritas and then got kicked out of it. For the same reason we got kicked off of YouTube for a week.
Right, I get scared saying that word now.
Yeah, James O Keefe made that Project Veritas video where he found that Pfizer executive or officer, whatever you call it, and he interviewed him about some claims about the vaccine and some things he said that turned out to not be true and this, that, and the other thing. And said that they were like working on manipulating other viruses so they could come up with cures and all this shit. James O Keefe confronted him about it. The guy, started a scene, called the police and all this other shit. I mean, it got wild. And then it was like the most successful video Project Veritas has ever had.
It was juicy.
Then people started getting banned on YouTube for talking about it and playing it, and we were one of them. And then all of a sudden, James O Keefe out of nowhere, once this story starts going all over the place and Pfizer and Moderna are pissed about it, all of a sudden then all these stories about how terrible of a guy James O Keefe has always been Stories we've never heard before. Stories that have never been uttered by any human person. All of a sudden, James O Keefe is a monster to work for. He's a terrible boss, this and that. And they kick him out of the thing he founded.
How do you do that, by the way?
Well, it's like Steve Jobs with Apple. Once you get donors and you get a board and you get people who give you lots of money, those people then get a say in how the thing is run. So James O Keefe has to leave Project Veritas, but he gets a shitload of investors back together again, and now he started something new. And his first target in his new report is Dylan Mulvaney.
Wow, it's starting hot, huh?
Yeah, James O Keefe went to the Four Seasons in L.A. and wanted to confront Dylan Mulvaney about not the Bud Light thing. James O Keefe did not give a shit about the Bud Light thing.
Okay.
But instead, since Dylan Mulvaney is such a big trans, pro-woman activist or whatever, he wanted to know what Dylan Mulvaney thought about jailhouse footage showing women inmates testifying on being with male R-worders, because YouTube is full of children, claiming to be transgender. So you've got these women in American prisons going, look, they basically let these guys say they identify as female, and then these males get in our prison and they
essay
us, basically. And so he wanted to talk to Dylan Mulvaney because obviously this is an impossible PR situation for Mulvaney to be in, because you can either defend women, which, you're so one of the girls, right? Mm-hmm. You can either defend women and piss off trans people, or you can defend trans people and make it look like you don't care about the women who are being hurt.
Not much of an easy way out of this one, I guess.
There's no heat. We're not indestructible. Baby, better get that straight. I think you've still got a dick. Measures in inches to just about 8. Dylan's indestructible. Sorry. Hey, April, who sang No Easy Way Out?
Oh, I know his name. I do. Oh God, the guy with the long hair.
Baddest man on the planet.
I know.
Robert motherfucking Tepper.
Tepper. That's it. Tepper.
All right. So James O Keefe goes in to talk to Dylan Mulvaney about all the women who are having problems with the trans women in the prisons. And surprise, surprise, it's not a bubble bath with Bud Light in it. So Dylan Mulvaney doesn't want to talk about it.
What?
Wants to be an advocate, wants to be all of these things, doesn't want to talk about actual issues with James O Keefe.
We don't have time for this or what?
Ain't nobody got time for that. That's digital blackface.
I'm James O Keefe with OMG News outside the Four Seasons Hotel in
O'Keefe Media Group.
Oh.
OMG.
I just kind of don't like OMG.
I like it.
Sounds too childish.
Fuck that. I like it. He's going to get a lot of Zoomers with that name.
Beverly Hills. Dylan Mulvaney is inside the women's restroom right now, so I'm going to ask him for comment about our story regarding women being raped in prison by men claiming to be transgender. Here.
Once Dylan Mulvaney's done taking a big runny shit, we're going to talk to it about, what it thinks about prison R-wording.
Sounds all manly and grunty.
Yeah. It's in the women's bathroom. It's like, on top of spaghetti, all covered with cheese.
Here we go. Dylan, this is James O Keefe, OMG. Women are being raped in a prison in Washington State by men claiming to be transgender. There's footage of them talking about the rape. Do you have a comment on the story here of the women being raped?
Wait a minute. I think by the end of the movie, we're going to find out James O Keefe has been dead the whole time.
Oh,
it's going to be a Sixth Sense reveal.
Oh, sick.
Yes. So basically, James O Keefe is trying to do the Ricky Gervais in The Office thing. It was like, I think there's been a rape up there. Oh, no. And Dylan Mulvaney doesn't want to talk about it.
Yeah, it does seem like that. Does she just kind of know who that is? And are you given like a sheet full of people's faces and be like, don't talk to these people?
Right.
Is that it?
And Mersh is right on top.
Mersh and James O Keefe.
By the men claiming to be transgender. James O Keefe, OMG News. What do you think about the women who are being raped by the men who are transgender? Do you have a comment about that?
Please don't come in the elevator.
What do you think about, what is your comment to the women who are being raped by men claiming to be transgender, Dylan? So we're here with Dylan. here.
I mean, look, it's the lobby of a hotel. You're allowed to do that. And not only that, this is what I hate about this whole PSYOP bullshit is that you don't, if you're going to like talk big shit and say that you're the advocate and you're the supreme voice on this issue, then when you're out in public, people can ask you about it all you want. It's not harassment. It's not. If he would have went to the elevator when she said, don't get in the elevator, I would have said, okay, now he's harassing her.
Okay, but yeah, you can put your foot in front of the door though, right?
But when you claim to be this person who's all in for women and I'm a women's rights and I'm a woman too and I'm a real woman, it shouldn't be difficult for a real woman to say, that's fucked up. We have to do more to protect women.
Right. You should be able to just at least briefly say, I think it's horrible. Nobody should be being assaulted that way. We should look into this and do some things to fix it.
Exactly.
Women should be mad about this if they're looking at Dylan Mulvaney as like a hero.
I think they are. I mean, women are mad about it, but women won't fucking do anything about it because they're afraid of looking mean. So congratulations. You've sealed your own fate. You've made yourselves irrelevant.
Haven't had much Bud Light recently, but we're very interested in the women's prison. Dylan? Okay. She went into the women's restroom.
What the hell are you doing? This is a women's bathroom.
Trying to show them the footage. No comment here at the Four Seasons Hotel in Beverly Hills? All right. I wonder where she's going. He's going.
Oh, don't do anything gay with the Bud Light.
O'Keefe beer? O'Keefe beer? No O'Keefe beer? Do you guys have O'Keefe beer? You don't carry O'Keefe beer? No one will get a shipment in?
Well, that ended gay.
I don't get.
That ended super gay. No, I have no problem with that.
No, I don't either. And I have the question, like, where did this Dylan person come from and why are we staying at the Four Seasons?
I know, staying nice, right?
That is the, like, upper echelon. That's where the celebrities go.
That's because somebody's paying for everything for this person. Like, this is
Who is doing this?
This is like a Soros. I'm not saying Soros himself, but this is like a Soros thing.
Soros-esque, you're saying?
Oh, man. All right. RGZ Mac, just calm down, buddy. Everybody's fine. We're just just don't wreck the show with horse shit. You guys both stop fighting with each other and calm it. You know what is embarrassing about this? These are fucking adults. Guys, you're grown fucking men. Stop bitching in a chat room. Okay? Let's be men about this. You think about that. I'm 36 years old, and I'm just thinking about this right now. One man said, I didn't get a notification for the video. That is a totally okay thing to say. Another person said, shut up, stop bitching about it. And then I go, both of you are fine, just relax. And they're both like, I'm not going to do this anymore. And I'm not. Guys, here's what you need to learn in life. Ready? Just stop. Just stop. And carry on with the rest of your day.
You're just supposed to enjoy the show.
Don Lemonade says, I don't like seeing that thing move in the public. It's weird. I like to pretend it only exists on Instagram. I get that.
I get that too. It does. It hits home a little too hard when you see them actually existing.
It is weird, right? Like it's almost like watching a movie character.
I think it's
or a TV character.
I don't know what it's like from a man's perspective, but for a woman watching somebody like Dylan Mulvaney get all of these sponsorships and stuff that any of us normal like biological women would totally love. I'd love to be sponsored by a beer or a Nike and stuff like that. That'd be awesome.
You don't have a dick though.
And then to watch this person just be pushed and do all these celebrity things and get all of this money and fame and all that shit is really weird.
Let's not forget they're an actor.
It doesn't feel good.
That's an actor too. Like Dylan Mulvaney's background is in acting.
They're out womening.
They're kicking your guys' ass.
It's very strange.
Hey, but don't worry. You told us to sit on the sidelines, so we are here watching it. We are here watching. We tried to handle this issue. We've been handling it for decades, but you guys always said we were mean.
Where my voice falls on deaf ears with women is that you're right. Women were totally fine with this forever and ever. Amen.
And we were mean for pointing out that this is kind of fucked up and this is going to cause problems.
Now they're beating us at sports. They're getting sponsorships. They're hotter than us.
Beating you up in the octagon. All kinds of shit.
Yeah.
All right, guys. 315 away from today's goal. We did not make it under 300. by the top of the hour. Let's get some movement on that. Let's knock out today's goal. Move that shit over this way. Are we over? Did we get over the 100 likes? Let's do that. PayPal, Streamlabs, the links are in the chat. Let's make it a successful start to the week. Streamlabs, PayPal, Steel Toe Media Inc. on Venmo, Super Chats, and memberships. Let's do that. If you feel like chipping in a few bucks, every little bit helps. Let's do it together as a team. And also, like number. Hit the refresh button. Let me know where we're at on that. I think we were over 122. Oh, shit. Well, all right. Well, let's everybody keep hitting the like button.
There you go.
And let's get over that by 8 o'clock. Let's get to 300 by 8 o'clock. Who knows? Thank you guys very much over on Rumble. Hit the thumbs up as well. Paper Street Soap Company says, let's start our own fight here on Rumble.
Oh, no.
There you go.
No fighting.
Rumble can start getting into it now. Rumble definitely the less active but more mature chat at the moment. We talked about the rat problem in New York last week.
Oh, they're everywhere.
Yeah, we talked about how the city of New York, to address their rat problem that they have, biggest cats.
Oh,
these
they're
rats.
huge.
Gigantic rats. They've got...
They'd eat Gordy.
Yeah, the Dominicans are skinning them and cooking them on the street and actually serving them to people.
In
We've
New
seen
York.
That. Yeah, they're serving up the rats. They've got them on like a little spit.
Rotisserie rats.
Rotisserie rats. We've seen these.
Oh.
So Eric Adams, the mayor of New York City, appointed what's called a rat czar, whose only job is going to be getting this rat thing under control. They're paying them $165,000 a year, and they already have a pest control department that's supposed to be taking care of this issue, who also makes hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. So we're just adding another layer of bureaucracy onto a problem that could be solved by an army of hillbillies from Florida.
We said Ted Nugent rounds up all of his friends. Let's get her done.
Yeah,
right?
Get Dusty the Wild Man
Dusty Crumb
from Florida. What is he? The Python Wrangler. Get him in there. Give him like a team of 7 guys, like Simon Phoenix. Let him go down there, clean the thing out. You'll be fine.
What eats rats, Aaron?
Cats eat rats.
No, okay, cats are the size of these rats. So what would eat a rat?
What eats a rat?
Dusty Crumb catches pythons.
Oh, pythons.
Release the pythons into the sewer.
April, this sounds like...
we'll eat the rats, and then he can get the pythons.
Right. This sounds like a politician solution that's going to fail miserably.
God, it'd be so funny, though.
Mongoose eat pythons. Well, then we got to get a lion to get the mongoose.
Yes.
And pretty soon, New York City's the Serengeti.
Okay, eventually, though, we'd clean up crime along with it because they'd all be eaten.
Somebody in the chat saying that we should just feed the rats to the homeless, that could work. Well, 2 birds with 1 stone then.
I actually said that we should use the homeless to go get the rats. They could do something productive.
Send them down there, sure. The crusading animal activists of PETA are now throwing their hat in the ring.
Oh, my God.
On a solution to the rat problem. They've got it figured out.
Yeah.
All hands on deck, right? You can't just go, oh, my God, it's PETA. How about, PETA wants to try and solve the problem. Let them help. Would you like to hear them out, or are you just going to make faces at them?
Are they rounding them up for adoption?
Well, now there's an idea, but no. The crusading animal activists of PETA are blaming the city's rampant rat explosion on, quote, disgusting human behavior, insisting thinning the herd shouldn't include rodents' gruesome, painful deaths. I have to give PETA this. Even the shitty animals they care about.
They're consistent,
They're consistent, yes. The group's concerns about rat control included a call to Mayor Adams' office last week. I'm sure he's not busy. I don't think any of us want to see the city filled with rats the way it is right now. And that includes PETA and other people who care about animals, said the group's director. The rats you see on the streets are still sensitive, intelligent animals, and they deserve better than to be killed in gruesome, painful ways. Byrne, a 13-year-old Brooklyn resident, argued residents only have themselves to blame for the rat proliferation, noting they shouldn't be referred to as pests because they're animals there through no fault of their own. You know what?
Oh,
this bitch has a point.
Well, yeah, we know that there's so many rats because people are human garbage and they put their garbage out everywhere and feed them.
Days in advance.
Give them place to breed and stuff like that.
She believes it's much easier for the city to demonize rats in this cartoonish manner than it is to tell New Yorkers to get their act together and stop treating the city like a garbage dump.
That's not untrue.
It's not wrong.
I guess.
PETA's got a point. This is why I said you can't just scoff at him right away. Maybe PETA's got a point.
That's why a lot of places have so many homeless people, too. There's so much garbage and like old food out there that you can just eat on the streets.
If killing is the goal, more rats will come to fill the void and the cycle will continue, said Ingrid Newkirk, the president of PETA. Fearing city officials' tough talk on rats means being kind to these small mammals who feel pain and fear every bit as much as any dog, cat, or the rat czar herself is apparently not a consideration. Newkirk said she told the mayor's office that diligent trash collecting and street and sidewalk cleaning is what the city should focus on, not poisoning rats. I'll tell you this. You can shit on PETA all you want. They are right. You can't have one without the other. You're not going to solve this rat problem unless you stop getting people to live like monsters. Like, PETA's talking about putting your garbage out the same day that it's picked up.
Yes.
Rather than overnight and shit like that.
They're right. If they don't have enough food to eat, they can't sustain their population.
I mean, think about it. If you just go down there and you just start killing rats, that's not going to take away their food source. It's not going to take away the thing they need to breed more.
And they've already got nests full of babies all over the place. You're going to find them too and poison all them?
I mean, I'm going to say that when it comes to the rat problem, you have to kill them and you have to take away their food source. You're going to have to so you have to find a way to get PETA, if we can get the PETA people to be on board and hide the fact that we're murdering the rats from the PETA people, and then we can get the Dusty Crumbs on board and teach them how to shower and bathe regularly. I think we're going to be able to find the solution to this problem.
Yes, you're right. I think somehow we need to find a way to, like, what are you saying, mass slaughter the first round of rats and then clean up the streets? Is that it? And keep cleaning up the streets?
Right. We got to fix the cleanliness of the streets thing.
I'm telling
while
you.
We're eradicating the rats. Eradicating.
We're eradicating?
Eradicating.
We talked about this last week, too. Like, if big cities would just clean the fuck up, like, homeless people couldn't be allowed to, like, sit in the middle of the street, too. This might help both the rat and homeless population.
Could
if
help
we had
them
to keep
both.
the streets clean.
It's a possibility. So PETA's all in, but they don't want to kill them. They want to take away the trash.
I do think you need to kill the first round. There will always be a second round of rats. It just won't be as big.
I mean, could we at least get... Here's what I'm asking for. Shit down to shoe level. That's it. Let's get the amount of rats to a manageable... May we say that we can get to a manageable figure? That would be nice. Then we can try to... I mean, the fact that you have to teach grown men, it's kind of like our chat. The fact that you need to teach grown men how to behave like adults is kind of discouraging. Like, part of the solution to this rat thing is, hey, don't leave bags of garbage out on the street for a day and a half at a time. I mean, that's going to be a problem.
Right. Clean up your garbage. Don't litter so much. I don't know.
We need like a John Taffer type, but for pest control.
We need John Taffer screaming in the streets, clean this shit up or I'm leaving.
Yeah. To which, like, everybody around John Taffer would be like, bro, we can just leave. This place sucks. Let's just go back to Las Vegas where we belong.
That sucks. No, even that place is going to be garbage.
Yeah, not the place he lives, though.
No.
He lives in the nice place.
Right.
Guys, we are 3:15 away from today's goal. Let's start knocking that down a little bit. Let's start getting that number down. Let's hit the goal today. Do a half hour of overtime. Keep Steel Toe on the air. We do appreciate the audience members that support this program, and we do appreciate the people who go above and beyond to keep this show on the air. We cannot live without listener contributions. There is the Streamlabs, the PayPal, and the Venmo right there in the chat. You can see it. It's also pinned to the top of the chat. Click it real quick, throw in a couple of bucks. We appreciate it. Otherwise, super chats and memberships count as well. Rumble rants count as well. Thank you to all of you over on YouTube and Rumble who contribute to this show. We cannot survive without you fine people. Let's go into a school story. This one from Gwinnett County, Georgia. A principal is in trouble after they're being accused of breaking the leg of a 9-year-old.
Ooh, we can't be breaking legs, can we?
We always get these stories where we say, oh, we're too soft on kids now. Oh, kids get away with murder. All these kids beating up their teacher over a Nintendo Switch. all of these kids are just doing whatever they want in school, and they just kind of contain them, and then once they hurt somebody, then they actually do something.
Not enough spankings.
No, yeah, all kinds of, why can't these teachers put hands on the kids? We're going to play the flip side to those complaints and show you maybe why the teachers can't put their hands on the kids. Let's go to Gwinnett County, Georgia for this next story.
County want the school administrator disciplined. They say the principal is responsible for breaking her son's leg during a fight. 11 Alive's Karis Belger joins us live right now from W.J. Cooper Elementary School. So, Karis, what are the parents talking about that tonight?
Well, the boy's mother, Dr. Lisa Shell, tells me that she specifically chose the school because she thought her son, who has ADHD and autism spectrum disorder, would have the best education.
Oh, no, you broke an autistic kid's leg? That's worse than breaking some shithead kid's leg.
Well, and it'll be interesting to see, is this a white kid or not?
Oh, yeah, that's going to be a problem.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, and what did that principal look like?
And what do you do? Like, how do you break an elementary school kid's leg?
I don't know.
What do you just like
Stomp
sit
on
there and
it?
stomp on it? You're like, you're going to learn your fucking lesson.
I think you have to stomp on it.
Pull down his shirt. He goes, you see this? It means not welcome. Say goodnight.
Opportunities, but after this incident, she says she's regretting her choice.
Really?
I hope so. Uh-oh.
Doctor-
Oh, that's a black foot.
That's a black kid.
Oh, that
Aw.
kid's either got terrible frostbite like in Mr. Deeds, or that
Terrible frostbite?
or that teacher totally just broke a black kid's leg, which is, let's be honest, in today's media, that is way worse than breaking a white kid's leg.
It's a hate crime.
That is definitely a hate crime.
Lisa Shell says
Nice
she
house.
feels guilty about what happened to her son.
The school goes and tells their lawyer what happened. They're like, yeah, one of our administrators is responsible for a kid breaking his leg. And the lawyer's going, be a white kid, be a white kid, be a white kid, be a white kid.
Oh, come on.
People that I trusted with my son.
Haha, a lot of you just lost $200 in a bet you were trying to make.
I was going to say, this is so wholesome, actually.
Way to be racist, guys. Good job. You failed. You lost all your money. Nice job.
Look what you've done.
Way to go, chasing the dragon.
She's a
and
doctor,
I work
too.
with.
Yeah.
These are my coworkers.
Her 9-year-old's leg was broken in the behavior recovery room at W.J. Cooper Elementary, where she also works. She says the principal
Ooh.
is the one responsible.
He didn't say anything until we were actually walking out the door. And I'm like, why are you still limping? And he said, because Mr. Willis stomped on my leg.
She shared
He did. He
shit.
stomped. Damn.
And the kid was walking on it.
That's really, that's
a
really
tough kid.
personal. Don't walk on your broken leg.
Fucking Cactus Jack over here.
I'd sit there until somebody brought me a chair or carried me.
Walking around on his
Oh.
on his fractured leg. Nice work,
God.
kid.
shared this video of her son. She says she took after the incident.
What happened when you went for the door?
That's why he pinned me.
Dr. Shell's son now has a broken tibia. He needs crutches and this scooter to get around. An email from Principal Willis
I mean, sweet scooter, though.
Willis.
says Lisa's son, quote, physically attacked a classmate before being taken to a behavior recovery room before hitting, kicking, and biting the principal. Her son is currently...
Okay, so
Oh,
this
so
is...
The kid's not innocent either.
We're starting to see the full... They do this all the time, though. They wait until there's 20 seconds left in the story. So they set up a minute... We're at a minute 32 right now. They set up a minute and a half where this poor kid... You're thinking some sweaty tooth madman of a principal just went, you fucking kids, I've had it. And you stomped on his leg. When in reality, what probably happened is this kid was punching and kicking and spitting and biting.
Biting, yeah.
And there may have been a scuffle. The principal maybe fell on him. The principal maybe was trying to control him and he got his leg or something. I mean, if you're putting up a struggle and you're punching and you're fighting and you're pushing,
No, you don't have...
someone's going to need to restrain you and that could result in an injury.
That doesn't... No, you can't accidentally stomp on somebody's leg. That's
well, now
very
he said,
intentional.
now the kid said the principal stomped on his leg. We don't know
Okay.
if that's actually
All right.
true. I mean, this kid apparently hit a
That's
classmate, then started hitting and swinging on the principal.
Well, then I don't like these parents. I don't like the parents just sitting here saying, oh, my poor kid then. Well, teach your kid not to fucking
Well,
bite people.
Their lawyer probably talked to them and said, no, just, make sure we play ourselves up as the victim as much as possible.
Currently suspended from Cooper Elementary, but she says she doesn't even know if she wants him to go back.
So her kid is complaining about his broken leg. Meanwhile, the kid is suspended for what he did at school.
And what about the kids that were bit and stuff like that?
Right. This
is a whole sob story.
Yeah, this story just got a lot more interesting than how they portrayed it. Hey, here's a kid who got his leg broken by his principal. Oh my God, that's terrible. What happened? Well, after he beat the shit out of one of his classmates. Wait, what? Yeah, don't worry about it. Don't worry. We sent him to the behavioral office. Oh, okay, and that's where the principal stomped on his leg? Well, no, he started swinging on the principal and trying to fight him and spit at him and scratched him. And then a scuffle ensued, and the kid's leg ended up getting broken. See, like, as you fill in the blanks, the kid becomes less and less sympathetic.
Right, and they are just going to leave all of that out, aren't they?
Not only did they almost leave it out, but like they soften the blow for you ahead of time. They're like, remember, he's autistic and he has behavioral issues.
Sickness.
And aside from what happened to her son now, Dr. Shell tells me she is concerned about what may happen with her employment at Cooper Elementary as well.
All right, Karis.
Oh, you're fine. You didn't hit
her
anybody.
Employment?
Yeah, she works there.
I understand that, but like she wasn't involved.
Right. Well, if she decides she's going to sue the school, they might not want her working there anymore.
That I get. Otherwise, like maybe like just people not wanting your kid there because he's a problem, but nobody wants to talk about that part.
RGZ Mac, calm the fuck down. I've had it. I'm tired of finishing a story, going to talk to my audience, and you're yelling and bitching about something that I got your back on. Enough. Last warning. There. I go and we do a story and we have a lot of fun. And then I go, hey, let's go talk to everybody. And the first thing I see is RGZ Mac fucking bitching about something that we were nice to you about. Stop being a fucking autist and enjoy the show. All right, on we go. Is that going to work? We'll see.
That dad voice better work.
Buddy Travis, one more time, and I want you to... Rusty Grammar, you too. You guys, he's going back to the Twitch days. You guys get the contract. If he fucking doesn't apologize...
Who's apologizing to who here?
RGZ Mac is apologizing to me and the chat for interrupting after we said it's okay. He says, why are you sorry, idiot? What the fuck are you talking about? Apologize for being a cunt after we got your back, and then fucking be a grown... Guys, be a grown man, all right? I am tired of doing an internet show for this precise reason. It makes me sad to see grown men behave like this.
It is true.
It makes me, like, honestly, I think about it sometimes, and I get sad that grown men are the way they are. I think about shows...
Oh, yeah.
That just watch other shows and all that. And I go, these are grown. Like, this is a sad existence. Like, as April and I finish our show and go live a world and a life that has nothing to do with any of this. And then I think about people that just do this. And I honestly, it bums me out sometimes because it's just a waste of an American male.
You're right. Point. People like this in the chat, or you're right. People like those shows that sit and say all those lies about us. Like, you're a grown ass man who should have their own life saying about another grown ass man.
So RGZ Mac, he says, I'm talking to somebody in the chat. Then stop it. Then don't. Guys, nobody talk back to him. Honestly, we're putting him in the corner so he can chill the fuck out. Do not respond to this man.
We used to have a no crosstalk rule. We haven't enforced that for a long time, but you're supposed to be interacting with the show.
Fucking host. Chill, dude. I don't, like, honestly, we're 3:15 away. We got a long way to go. I want to have I've got a lot of cool shit to do today. This is the kind of thing that makes me just not, like, it makes me want to find another platform because it's just cancerous and gay. Patrick Bay with $5 says that boy's got a touch of the angrytism. Somebody says just ban him. I want to hang on to him. He's a member, so I'm going to... Yes, the RGZ Max says I'm not talking to you.
You're a member, you're a fan, just stop and enjoy the show. That's it.
RGZ Max says I'm not even talking to you. Then fucking shut up. If you're not talking to me, shut the fuck up. How's that? He says block me. I don't want to. All this yelling, if you were a nobody and I didn't like you, you would have been gone already. I'm trying to save your stupid ass. Oh my God. I have fucking had it with doing this show. I really have. Why are you yelling at your chat? Yelling at one guy. Somebody says just break his leg. All right.
Just stomp him.
RGZ Mac, take yourself a little time out. Here we go. We're going to give Zen Rhino. We're going to give RGZ Mac. RGZ, you notice how Zen Rhino kind of went away for a little bit and chilled? That's what you're supposed to do when that shit happens. There you go.
It's not fun for us to go to the chat unless you guys are interacting with us.
Exactly.
Like, and us is us too, whoever's on screen.
And I know the audience of this show are going to go, oh, why don't they talk to us anymore? They don't do the chat anymore. So I'm trying to save the chat so they don't get to that point. Anyway, 3-10 away, guys. Let's knock the fucking goal out today, and let's let this first hour fucking die because I had a bunch of good shit planned, and then that cunt had to go and ruin it. 3-10 away from today's goal. Streamlabs, PayPal, Steel Toe Media Inc. on Venmo. If you want to contribute to the show, super chats and memberships count as well. Let's knock that fucking thing down so that doesn't become a second stressor in today's show. Thanks, boys and girls.
Thanks, guys.
Paper Street Soap Company says, even I'm hiding behind the couch right now.
I know. You started pulling out your dad voice, and the whole chat pissed themselves.
Well, it's like... This is why internet shows are not real shows. Because we're all just playing make-believe on the internet. Like, it's not a real show. And I want our show to be as close to a real show as possible. But shit like that happens and you realize, Cowpote's right. We're all in the minor leagues.
We have bigger aspirations for this show.
I don't want to be a show that just sits there and reads super chats all day or comments on stupid shit. All right? I want to do stuff that's funny to us and entertains an audience that's at work and busting their ass and needs to kill time a little bit.
And I will say most of you that are usually in the chat are usually pretty fun.
99.99% of you are fucking amazing. You're incredible. You're great. But sometimes it just takes two people and they just keep going. And so they show up every 3 seconds. And you go
derail the whole thing.
And you go, oh, that was a fun story. Let's see what the audience thinks. And every 4 comments is those two fighting with each other. Knock it the fuck off. Knock out that goal. Let's do overtime today, and let's salvage a decent show out of all this shit. And RGZ Mac, I'm timeouting you to try and save your stupid ass. I want you to learn from this, and when you come back, if you give us any fucking static or complain about Zen Rhino or anything else, you're fucking gone. And I like you. You're a member. You support the show. I appreciate it. I can't do it.
I've never had a problem with these people. I just wish they'd just enjoy the show.
Somebody else become a member right now so I feel less bad if I have to replace RGC Mac. All right, guys, this is why I want to stop with all the childish bullshit because I have a lot of really fun shit I want to do today. The Junkyard Dogs made their 4th episode.
Ooh.
And the Junkyard Dogs have addressed the Steel Toe Morning Show's thoughts on their podcast. Now, I like the Junkyard Dogs.
They're fun, right?
They're just a bunch of dumb... They seem like they're 18, 19 years old.
Yeah, young for sure.
They're doing a podcast in their rooms or garage or whatever, and they're just sitting there and they want to do like a wacky, shocking show.
Mm-hmm.
Like probably the kind of show I would have done if I was 18.
Absolutely.
You're going to say fuck a lot and talk about pussy man and sex and we're going to push the envelope and shit. And it's like from a broadcast quality standpoint, it's awful in a delightful way. And that's why we would talk about it and listen to it, is because of how delightfully bad it was. Well, the Junkyard Dogs did their latest episode, and Chris or Mike, again, I can't remember.
I think Mike.
One of the Junkyard Dogs really didn't like the fact that we pointed out that his story about the blowjob from the black lady in the last episode was probably a lie.
It seemed a bit exaggerated.
It seemed remarkably exaggerated. He basically described a scene he saw in a porno movie.
Right. It's unlikely.
And then said, oh, yeah, that's what I did. Me and my friend went on a double date at a coffee shop. And then I didn't know the girl. It was the friend of the girl my buddy was going to date. And she was black. And he went out into their car from the coffee shop to make out. So I said, we should go into our car and make out. And then she sucked my dick. And then I came all over her tits and blah, blah. I'm like, this didn't fucking, like, it so didn't happen.
Where? Have you ever left a coffee shop to go make out in a car?
No.
I haven't.
No.
I don't think people do that.
And then he's like, oh, yeah. And then we went to the back seat. I'm like, wait, so the two of you got in the front seat like you were going to drive somewhere. Then you made out. Then you decided to go to the back seat. Then she just started sucking your dick. You're like, oh, I don't know where to come. So I just pulled out and came on her tits. And
because her tits are just out?
And her tits are just out, of course. in the parking lot. By the way, all of
Probably
this
during the daytime.
all of this during the daytime in a parking lot at a coffee shop.
Yeah, none of you coffee shops aren't open at night, so.
So the junkyard. So we pointed out that perhaps there's a good chance that story is complete horseshit.
A few additions on it, you're saying?
They did not like that. Most of the Junkyard Dogs, I feel like the Steel Toe Show. You know, Brad the Chad said that they all want to come on. Hopefully today we can make that work. But this Mike does not. And I would like to talk to Mike about this personally. And I would like to settle whatever issues this young man who's half my age has with my calling out the lying. Even Brad the Chad called him out.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
And said, or the British guy, one of the two, and said that this story sounds like a load of horse shit. So Mike got mad at me from Junkyard Dogs. Guys, we're going to start this about 6 minutes and 8 seconds into the episode. Junkyard Dogs number 4, called Brad Turns 18. I encourage you to go subscribe to the Junkyard Dogs. Go listen to their show.
Love them.
Love them. They're wonderful boys. 6 minutes and 8 seconds. I'm asking you guys to bear with me because they're new to this, and it might take them a minute to get to it.
That fucking drama stuff, Brad. I think we should cut to it. Cut to the
Sure,
chase.
man.
We don't want to leave the viewers
hanging.
But
you know, go ahead.
So the guy with the American accent, he's the guy who's mad at us because we said that he lied about the blowjob.
Right.
I just want to preface all of this for our innocent listeners. I want you to tell them how everything happened, how they stumbled.
Okay, yeah,
upon
I can
our
tell the full
podcast.
story from when they first clicked on one of our videos.
Yeah. Go
So
ahead.
so we got posted to r/cringe. Well, I mean it's it's the probably the foremost of cringe on the internet. Sorry, that made no sense. I smoked a pretty fat J before this podcast. I mean, this podcast was a little bit hit or miss.
See what I mean?
I smoked a pretty fat J, man.
Everything on this show is like, oh man, I smoked a pretty fat J before I started doing my show. We need to have like a guitar riff.
We have one.
Here. I had a fat J before I did the Junkyard Dogs, man. I don't know.
I fucked a girl in the parking lot on the way here.
Oh, man, I'm trying to focus on the show we're doing, but weed, am I right? Oh, boy.
Oh.
Yay! Go me. I have a small pea. Oh.
I miss that.
All right, Junkyard Dogs, episode 4. Sorry, guys. Remember, this guy smoked a fat J, so you don't know what's coming out of his mouth.
It's a little spacey.
I hope Jay's all right. Sorry.
Today we weren't sure if we were going to film or not. My brain's a little fried.
Yeah, well, the first day.
By the way, that got exactly what it deserved.
That was brilliant by the other guy.
My brain's a little fried.
Yeah, okay.
So anyway, we're doing I got to go back and listen to that again. I could listen to the guys, no offense. I could listen. Do you see now why I was mad at RGZ Mac? I could listen to he was interrupting my Junkyard Dogs, and I could listen to this all day.
I understand.
This podcast was a little bit hit or miss today. We weren't sure if we were going to film or not. My brain's a little fried.
Yeah, well, the first take is always the best one, Brad. There's a lot of but yeah, anyways.
Well, I started my first day at a new job today. Anyway.
He couldn't be less interested.
These guys fucking rule.
This is great.
I started my first day at a new job today. No, like, oh, how's that going? Where's your new job?
What
and
is
this
it?
and that. Yeah, it's just all right. Well, anyway, that would be like if you were doing a newscast and you went 13 dead in a blast at a nuke plant in China. Anyway,
Anyways.
weather time.
Well, congratulations.
Yeah.
Let's just get to the story, man.
So yeah, we got posted r/cringe. This pedophile looking guy kind of looks like Al McWiggin from Toy Story 2, the guy who kidnapped.
I don't look like Wayne Knight's character from Toy Story 2.
I think we have to double check that later.
I resent that. I do not look like, well, maybe a little bit.
What was
Okay.
the name?
Just look Wayne Knight, Toy Story 2.
Yeah, we're gonna check
I don't
up on
look
this.
like him. How dare you? The Junkyard Dogs hurt my feelings. All right. So shots fired there by Mike or Chris or whatever the lying guy from the blowjob is saying.
I will say this. You were not pedophile looking.
Thank you. I appreciate
I would not
that.
be with such a thing.
Woody. Anyway, this pedophile guy finds our video, and this guy's fucking big time. This guy is fucking...
Wait, how big time is he?
I
just want to ask that because I genuinely don't know that.
Man.
That's right. Well, 9470, guys. So get on it and start hitting that subscribe button and get us up to 10,000 so you don't make liars out of the Junkyard Dogs.
They've got 10K. They're the hottest radio show.
But
they're the Rolling Stones.
How about the
of
views?
podcasts.
How about the views, though?
They get, dude, that when they live stream, they consistently have like 200, 300 viewers, and they're getting...
Liar! Anywhere from 450 to 600, you son of a bitch. And then you throw the 200 some odd and Rumble in there. You're talking about anywhere from 700 to 900 at a time. You lying sack of shit.
They're trying to compliment you.
Sorry.
Maybe they're only watching the evening shows, which are also going up.
300 on the evening shows, but then another, 60 or 70 on Rumble during the evening show. Sons of bitches, shortchanging our success.
Did you hear the upward inflection, though, in which he was using?
You know what? We're streamers on YouTube who beg for money and fight with RGZ Mac. They're right. We're not that big time.
Big donations,
that's good.
man. Like big
that's
donations. Good. I saw one guy drop $100. You know,
that is quite
that's
a lot of money,
man. That's a payday. So anyway,
they are children.
Anyway, this pedo guy, he's watching our video.
That's funny. Anyway, this pedo guy.
I would appreciate it if they'd stop calling you that.
That is funny. They're like, oh man, he gets big donations, $100, and then they're like,
hey, they're watching.
And then anyway, this pedo guy. I want to hear that again. That was funny.
Oh, that's a payday. So anyway, anyway, this pedo guy, he's watching our video, and he thinks to himself, I like these Junkyard Dog guys. These guys are pretty rock and roll, I don't think they're cringy at all.
By the way, that's exactly what I said. These guys are rock and roll. And
that's a good way to put it.
I know rock and roll. Fuck, I wanted to put the Junkyard Dogs on Thursday nights on the Steel Toe channel.
Did you?
He sticks around and he watches up till episode 3, and I guess they just something snapped, and they were just like, this Mike guy, he's a fucking liar, he's...
They just snapped.
I have to give the British sounding guy this.
Yeah.
He's pretty much nailed it.
Yeah,
I mean, in terms of the synopsis and everything else.
He's getting it. I have a hard time keeping track of who's who.
I'll say this, the Junkyard Dogs are maybe built for YouTube. They might be able to get into this shit a little bit.
I think they're great.
Yeah.
He's not telling the truth. He's not being truthful here. He did not have sex. That episode 3 story, complete... you're a fraudulent guy, Mike.
Fraudulent.
It's fraudulent.
I'm a Oh, I thought you said Freudian.
No. I'm trying to get big words out tonight, but I'm really struggling.
Remember, he smoked a fat J.
Yeah, he did.
So if you smoke a fat J, you can't say your words, kid.
Now he's Freudian, was it?
Fraudulent.
Fraudian,
which is a cross between fraudulent and Freudian. Remember that.
Okay.
The Junkyard Dogs.
All right, well, that's a good wrap up, man. Short, concise, straight to the point. Well,
I mean, it's been 3 minutes, but sure, short, concise. Go ahead.
I genuinely, Banjo, our third host, and Brad saw everything. They saw the reaction. They listened to the whole thing. They participated. All this time, I was just away. I was in my job, I was doing some work. I came back to the chat saying, Mike, there are some big time guys, and Banjo's acting all fucking excited, typing in all caps in the chat. Guys, we fucking made it. These guys are big time. They said they like us, and we're gonna come on their podcast. And then Brad tried to go on their podcast.
Let me explain. This was very strange. I woke up the next day, and their live stream is called Talking to the Junkyard Dogs, and I was like, whoa, who are these Junkyard Dogs that they're talking to? Because that certainly isn't me, Michael, and the B to the A to the Joe. Hell no, that's not us.
That's Banjo. Is the B to the A to the Joe?
Was it? Is that what
yeah. Well, they're cool. They're hip. I got to explain some of this
I think we
stuff.
forgot the N, you guys. They actually spelled it wrong.
So I tuned in, but apparently they were talking about us. They just didn't speak to us. They only, or maybe they spoke to Banjo. I don't know. But anyway, I managed.
That's false.
We spoke to Brad the Chad, motherfucker.
Advertisement.
Anyway, they were planning to keep it to the end of their stream, and it just didn't work out. It didn't work out for the Junkyard Dogs' big debut on the Steel Toe Morning Show. But anyway, Mike has some serious grievances with these guys to settle.
All right, we can't do fraudulent and we can't do grievances.
I like their way better sometimes.
Grievances.
And fraudulent.
Yeah.
Can't even say
Yeah,
that.
man.
I'd be pretty pissed if I was him as well.
I genuinely, I had a bad feeling about these fuckers since the start. I mean, look, I just knew that they made a live stream called Talking to the Junkyard Dogs, even though none of our hosts was present. You know,
we're present.
We're present.
Hey, they smoked a big fat J.
I'm starting to feel bad for that J guy.
Yeah.
That's straight up offensive, right? That's like, you know, naming our episode Talking to Howard Stern, and we're just not talking to him.
I had a copyright.
Wait,
the nerve of these guys.
Time the fuck out. I love these guys.
Come on.
Us naming our show the Talking to the Junkyard Dog is the same thing as putting Howard Stern in the title. I'm going to put up a dog shit video in a couple of days.
Okay.
Like us just talking about a news story, like something simple, nothing. And I'm going to call it Talking to Howard Stern.
Oh.
And then I'm going to do another shitty one, and I'm going to call it Talking to the Junkyard Dogs. And we're going to see the difference in viewership.
Well, now you're letting people in on the bit.
I was going to do that until I fucked it all up.
Now we're totally not.
I got to appreciate these guys' delusion, though. Like, I don't dislike these guys at all. I think this is funny as hell. And this is how internet beef is supposed to go. This is funny. They're comparing themselves to Howard Stern. They've got a serious problem with me. I want to hear this fucking guy address the blowjob. Because the thing he's the thing he's mad at me about is I called out his fake blowjob. I want to hear this guy defend that a horrible fucking blowjob story.
I'm ready.
Strike, like I was filing a copyright thing because they put Junkyard Dogs in the title.
Yeah, they're using our name.
I got a little
Look,
too stoned.
I think one of our most valuable assets is our name.
Right.
Seriously.
I'm your most valuable asset.
You're giving them a platform.
I'm your most valuable asset, pal. Me and r/cringe are your most favorable assets.
Our show is basically syndicating them.
Right. You're on the steel toe now.
Our name is probably better than the... I mean, look, take the Joe Rogan podcast. What kind of fucking boring name is that? How narcissistic...
Right. What
The
a
Joe
terrible
Rogan.
fucking name. The name of the most popular podcaster on earth.
I guess, are these two trying to like manifest that level of fame? Because
got to respect
they're
it.
speaking it into existence.
I'm never going to get through this if I keep pausing, but god damn, these guys are gold.
Do you have to be to put your full name
and then
in
to
the
consider
title of
an
your
experience.
podcast?
The
You know?
Joe Rogan experience.
Experience.
We're
Come
shitting
on,
on
you
Joe.
This fucking bold guy, 5'4",
Come,
you know,
Joe.
an
What do you
ex-martial
mean?
artist.
There's
Who the
no
fuck cares
experience to
about
be had
these?
with you.
There's no experience at all. But we're called the Junkyard Dogs, you know? And I think they used our name to get views.
Well, let's
you know?
not act like we didn't take the name from a big black guy in the WWE.
Attaboy, there you go. Respect to the JYD. Respect to the JYD. I love these guys. If they're doing a bit, it's a funny bit. If they're really that delusional, it's adorable and funny, and I like it.
I'd lean on that
There's
one.
there's no approach these guys could be taking right now that would make me not like them.
Right, they're pretty fun.
Let's not act like...
No, we didn't know that. We didn't know that.
No, that's right. We didn't know that. We do need to watch out for Vince McMahon, so let's not ever mention the WWE again.
Well, he retired a year ago, actually, so we're good.
The Junkyard
joke's on you.
Dog has been dead for decades. Oh, they mean Vince McMahon. I was going to say
Right.
the JYD's been dead since like the early 2000s.
And Vince McMahon is back, by the way.
He is back, motherfucker.
With
and
a
he just-
mustache.
with a creepy ass Walt Disney mustache.
Are you going to call you a pedo? I don't think so.
But, yeah, let me talk about that fucking pedo guy, the four-eyed, fuck that called me a liar.
Al McQuiggan.
He really doesn't like us saying he lied about the blowjob.
Hey, look, that was all you, buddy. This is their first intro to me,
Look.
I think.
As far as the pedo accusations, is that actionable? Sure, but I'm not going to do that to those guys.
You're not going to sue the Junkyard Dogs?
No, I'm not going to sue the Junkyard
For
Dogs.
defamation?
No, not at all. The Al McQuiggan comparison, the what was it? The pedo four-eyed Al McQuiggan guy, asshole. I'm going to let that slide, and I'll tell you why. I've accused this man of a very serious man crime. and that is lying about a blowjob.
You're breaking bro code.
Right, and then I'm accusing him of lying about the whole thing, which means he invented a black woman to suck his dick, which I don't know what kind of subconscious thing that says, that he needs it to be a black woman to suck on his dick.
Overcompensating for some certain feelings.
What's the deal?
I genuinely, his name is Albert?
No, that's the pedophile from Toy Story 2.
Wait a minute, now you're going to get sued by Al McWiggin. He wasn't a pedophile in that movie. He was just into toys a lot.
Maybe a little broadcasting tip. Stop being so actionable with everything you say. Somebody's not going to like it.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I just don't understand why that story would seem so unbelievable. You know, it's a normal story.
No,
you know,
not.
I never said she was a supermodel. I never said I just stumbled into pussy and I just fucked it. I mean, the story was quite underwhelming because I didn't even get to fucking. You know, it was just a blowjob, a couple of makeouts, you know, playing.
Right. Like, our whole thing about your story was, why would you lie about something so banal? Like, that, we still know you were lying. Like, the blowjob didn't happen. I don't think it happened at all, but it certainly didn't happen the way you said it did.
Dude.
One of our problems was, why would he lie about a blowjob?
Right, that seems so silly.
Right.
But I love coffee shops, but I've never gotten a dude to come to a coffee shop with me, by the way. Guys don't do that. And
then come.
I certainly didn't give a blowjob in the parking lot in the daylight after my coffee.
Yes,
right. But you did preface the story as a sex story, and then later you broke the news that there was no shagging to be had. But Michael,
well, I mean, define sex,
in your defense,
because
I agree.
blowjobs.
The story is very
define sex.
Unbelievable. You have to be a real incel to be
it's a normal story, dude.
To call BS on. What did you even say you did? You just made out. It's not that big of a deal.
You're an incel.
No, he didn't say they made out. He said she sucked his dick in the car, and he's like, I didn't know where to come, so I just blew it all over her tits. Like, oh, and we were in the front seat, but then we switched to the back seat. And then he was adding all these little details that make you know it's a lie. Just whenever someone gets too descriptive in their story, he's full of shit. Here's how you tell that story if it really happened. Oh, man, I was at the coffee shop with my buddy, and this girl wanted to go make out in my car. She ended up sucking my dick.
See, but even that to me is unbelievable.
But at least it's a story where it's like so concise.
And concise, yeah.
You know it's true, probably true. If you get into like, oh, I got in the passenger side and she got in the driver's side, and then we started making out, and after that, then we said we should move to the back seat. He's trying to write a Robert Frost poem about a blowjob from a black lady.
I was just going to say Robert Frost, you freak.
Right, and then I doth came where her breasts live.
He just called you an incel, by the way, for calling BS on that story.
Show you an incel.
Well, I got a blowjob and I fingered
I don't
her,
mean to play. I'm a virgin,
more than
man.
a makeout.
You're the man, dude. You're the fucking man. If I did, I would blow in my pants before I even got to the car with the chick.
You know what? I like this guy and his honesty. This guy I like.
I want women to watch out for that guy, though. Like, women don't enjoy hearing that a guy would blow in his pants before he gets down to the fun stuff.
Maybe the no fun girls, but this guy, he's the guy you want to hang out with. No. He's a good time.
No.
Plus, he's not going to do anything bad to you because he's going to already have jizz in his pants.
I hope he doesn't think that's hot to us because, believe it or not, we want you to, make it through the fun stuff and then blow.
See, man? I mean, look, I realized that the title was My Cat Sex. It was fingering and a blowjob, It's
fingering.
very bordering, on. And I consider these to be very sexual acts.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, I just don't get it.
Boys, never forget how I made you do this.
Hold on. I will say, I was just trying to do the math on this. Like, this sounds like teenage shit. They are truly only 18.
They're 18 years old.
I was doing... You get excited thinking about like, oh God, we got fingered or something. That happens when you're 18.
Yeah, I
for
fingered
sure. So
a
maybe
girl.
they're on par. It's just...
Congratulations on your fingering. I do mean that in all sincerity.
I mean, that guy looks like an incel. He's probably... That's why he's calling me a liar.
Married man.
He's pissed that
He's
somebody...
a married man. I'll put a photo of him at...
Look, I don't care. His wife is probably ugly as fuck. Look at me, dude. I think...
Sir, this is my wife. You can decide whether or not she's ugly or not.
I told you, they've never seen me before. This is an introduction. They'll get around to it.
He's jealous of me. I think that guy, Albert, let's just call him Albert.
You're Albert.
I want to get my dick sucked in a coffee shop parking lot by a black lady. You got me. The Junkyard Dogs are too invasive with their commentary. They cut to the quick, and it hurts me, okay? By the way, thank you to the Junkyard Dogs. You made me feel much better about RGZ Mac.
I'm going to have to restock on shoe polish, but I can, in fact, make that happen for you.
I make her sing Mammy and then suck my dick.
In a parking lot of a coffee shop.
Let's just fucking call him Albert. I think Albie, all right, is jealous because a less popular man is getting puss. Okay.
Oh, stop it!
I know. I'm starting to feel gross.
Oh, don't.
I gotta tell you, he's kind of an Ed Till young man cow mix.
Oh, Jesus.
I think he might be onto something.
Guys.
He gets puss, Aaron.
This guy gets puss.
Are you jealous?
Remarkably so. I've never had my dick fake sucked by a black lady in a coffee shop parking lot.
I'll set it up.
This guy's getting puss. By the way, fingering a girl does not count as getting puss.
Yeah, that is weird. Stop saying that like it's an own or something.
Yeah, that's fingering a girl. That's totally different.
That's a girl who wishes she was getting dick, but she'll settle for your finger.
Exactly.
I'm getting pussy, I'm out there, and you're in your fucking little room with your shitty fucking rectangular glasses, you know, just you're a fucking incel, dude. You're a fucking incel.
Why does he talk like that?
You know, I would like to say though, Steel Toe Morning Show, I appreciate all the kind words about the podcast.
I like this. Is that Brad the Chad?
That must be Brad. He's trying to save this for the Junkyard Dogs. So he's like, no, being on this guy's show is good for us. Like, you know,
Thank
it's
you,
a little
buddy.
exposure. But
Yeah, thank you, buddy. That was very. I love how that guy's like, fuck that guy. He's an incel. I fucking hate him. He's a piece of shit. And then Brad goes, I just want to say, I really appreciate all the coverage. And
you're right. He tries to save this for them because his co-host here is ruining it.
I wrote to Brad the Chad last night when I listened to this for the show, and I said, I just heard the episode is fucking funny. When you guys want to come on, let me know.
Mike is pretty upset.
What did they say? What did they say?
I mean, I know it's pretty ironic, man, but he said, like, you got to really, you got to acknowledge these guys' consistency. I know, how funny, you know, we were a bit late to record this podcast, and we usually are.
Yeah, very,
But no,
very
he said,
late.
these guys are consistent. He said, these guys are hilarious. He said, I cannot wait for the next episode of Junkyard Dogs.
That's true.
So, I mean,
Well, he's going to be disappointed. He's going to be...
Mike,
Wow.
not at all, Mike.
We've been sitting here laughing our tits off.
I have enjoyed this thoroughly. This was a wonderful experience. I am definitely excited for this episode and the next one.
Are you saying you're not taking offense to his name calling?
You're
not.
I gotta say, it's kind of like when people bring up Melton. I'm like, small fish, guys, not a big
Well,
deal.
technically not small in stature.
Right, very
But,
large man.
you know,
I'm sure the Junkyard Dogs are in much better shape, but like
esoterically,
harmless
extra small fish.
Yeah, harmless little guy like me, Thanos, Melton, normal human, not really a problem.
Subhuman.
Junkyard Dogs, however, understand that this is funny and this is not like when I talk about RGZ Mac and I'm like, ew, how sad to think that this person doesn't realize they're a grown man and this is how they're behaving. I think of like that subreddit and that kind of crowd. But like the Junkyard Dogs, they're at least having fun.
I'd rather be talking about mac and cheese than RGZ.
RGZ Mac and Cheese.
Very, very disappointed. This episode is a little bit underwhelming.
No, this
No, it's a good
this is a
episode.
bit of a shitty episode, guys.
This is
You
your
gotta
best
understand,
episode.
you know, I just turned 18. My brain's fucking fried. I just had my first day at a new job. It's just me and the Mikester. Mike's enraged at these.
The Mikester.
The Mikester.
The Mikester ain't happy. Mikester is ready to fucking get it.
Now, which one of them had smoked a fat J before the show?
The British guy.
Okay.
British guy smoked a fat J. That was
So
Brad, who
Brad.
just got a new job.
I
and
get it.
Mike is mad that we questioned his blowjob.
Assholes, these Hollywood assholes calling him out on the big screen. The fucking Junkyard Studio's a mess. Banjo, we don't know where Banjo is. We don't know where Banjo is.
We don't know where
Find
he is.
Banjo.
For all we know, he's probably drunk behind a fucking bike store. Look, man, I don't like these Hollywood big guys. Look, I told Brad behind the scenes, I don't do well in spotlights, you know?
I like
told
these
him,
guys.
let's just say I'm too dark for the limelight, right?
Oh, shit, so is your girlfriend.
Oh, man.
Sorry.
Jesus Christ.
Sorry. That was too easy.
Low-hanging fruit. What the fuck?
Who, Mike? Oh, sorry.
I've
He's
heard things from that chick.
Mike's not a scandal. Standalone fruit.
Type of guy that's more behind the scenes, you know what I mean?
Right. Getting
But
his dick
I just
sucked.
don't like these Hollywood guys playing with us, bullying us.
I like
You know,
these
we're
guys.
the
They're being
underdogs here, Brad. We're the fucking underdogs.
I love
Yeah,
this.
man, but this could be big for us, man. It's all about
Oh,
connections.
Brad. Look at the big brains
I'm down,
on
yeah.
Brad.
Look, if they're hearing us right now, we're down to go on your shitty little podcast.
Whoa, now wait a minute.
Which one is it? Do we have 10,000 subscribers or are we shitty and little?
We were making friends, and all of a sudden you go getting fucking fresh.
Are we Hollywood or is he an incel?
Wow, that really hurt. That last one really dug deep.
It'll be okay.
That hurt a little bit.
We're gonna get you over the Junkyard Dogs.
Why
today.
did we need to go to that? We were all making friends. We were wrapping this up, making it nice, and then you had to go and shit on me.
You two were about to share a remarkably fictional blowjob story.
I would love to have a fake blowjob with Mike in a coffee shop. I'll say this, Mike. I feel like you've maybe been hurt a little bit and you're lashing out, but I think over time we're going to be fine.
Hurt by a toothy
Good
broad.
conversation, mainly because Radio Mike and Brad the Chat are there.
Right.
Yeah. And Banjo, of course.
Radio
maybe
Mike.
Banjo. We'll see. No, but we do know where Banjo is. Banjo's doing good. Banjo's going to watch this episode probably. And yeah, guys, so...
Banjo's in a hospital bed somewhere going, no, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm not going to listen
Johnny?
to this shit.
Oh.
No, Banjo.
I think we should get to Song of the Week. I really think we should get to Song of the Week. And now I haven't actually heard Song of the Week yet. Mike.
Okay, so they're done with... Okay, so that was their steel toe segment. And then they went into Song of the Week. You know what? This is not a joke. I like that they have, like, segments.
I think they're great.
I like those guys.
I think they're really fun.
Mad Joe with $2.99 says $10 a month. Australian is a lot. Exile RGB Mac. I don't know. I haven't heard anything from him.
RGB Mac.
$2.99 from Mad Joe. He says ban RGZ Mac and I will join. It looks like Grinch Girl may have already gotten rid of him.
It looked like we were messaging the chat pretty heavily.
Yeah, it looks like he was getting in there pretty heavy. So I missed a lot while we were talking about the Junkyard. I fucking love those guys.
They're great. And like
people want the link to that one. Hold on 1 second here.
go subscribe to them.
Here you go. Here, subscribe. Oops. Oh, we got to change that goal to a bunch of shit came in. We got to say a lot of thank yous. Let me
I don't like having to ban people like RGZ Mac. I think that's
I don't.
sad.
I hate banning anybody. I really do. I want to give everybody as much of a chance as possible, even if they're a troll. Like, I want to give them 2 or 3 messages to be like, dude, you're going to love this program. You're going to enjoy it.
In life in general, and I think I'm naive for this, but I tell you this too, I just wish people could fucking behave.
Yeah, just
like have some fun, just behave.
Like I said,
that's fine.
just have a good time, buddies. All right, so there's the link to the JYD. Go subscribe to the Junkyard Dogs and let them know Steel Toe sent you. Rob Manugan says they have real edgy takes. They really do.
Kind of.
It's dangerous guys. Rexstart parody account calling us Hollywood Steel Toe now. Oh. The Steel Toe petty show, says the Optic Nerve. I think he meant pedo.
The toes. We do toe stuff.
Mika Mills says, so you like going after small podcasts. That's what it is. Oh, Mika, we're having some fun.
How is that going after a small podcast?
Mika, you're always no fun, too. You got to stick around here and learn to have a little fun. That word fun, you got to start leaning into. Hats Off says, you guys better be glad Aaron is a forgiving God. Damn right. Oh, no, Optic Nerve meant pedo. There you go.
I like petty better. Goes more with her name.
I like it better because they called me a pedo, so I think it works better.
You like that?
That way. Well, for the goof.
I don't like being known as somebody. Or no, I don't like being with somebody known for that.
Well, I mean, look, you picked the wrong profession then. All right, guys, we got to say some thank yous. John Jamingo, thank you very much, buddy. John with $20 over on Venmo. He says, can I be a mod? I won't fight with chatters. We can definitely look into something like that after the program. So there's 20. That's going to knock us down to 290. And then we've got 10 coming in from Brittany. Brittany says $10 to make up for RGZ. Oh, thank you.
Oh, thanks.
Daniel with 20. Bobby with 10. And David with 5. So we're going to knock another 40 off. So that's 60 in total.
Thanks, guys.
That we knock off the chat. We are 250. Oh, and the 5. Okay, 250 because the 5 from Mad Joe. So 250 away from today's goal. Thank you very much, guys. Let's see. What do you think we can knock it out under 200 by the top of the hour? It's a possibility. Cool. Let's see. I will go back to Twitter here, and I will see if the Junkyard Dogs got back to me.
It does really make me smile how hard Brad is trying to save this because he's like, no, we should be going on that show.
Right.
It will help.
Right. Yeah, I don't see. Oh, shit. I don't see anything new from Brad. Here, I'll tell the dogs to set up Zoom. I'm sending you a link. Drop in when you want. All right, I'm going to get the Zoom set up here. And the Junkyard Dogs have an open invitation to join the show this morning. Hold on. We'll start the virtual camera.
I thought it was cute, too, how in that episode 4, they're like, oh, the studio here is a mess and stuff, and we can't see anything.
Right.
It's like that's completely unnecessary.
Yeah, tell everybody that...
Tell everyone it's the state-of-the-art studio. You have the real Howard Stern studio.
You guys have the nicest shit anyone's ever seen. All right, let me just send this to Brad the Chad real quick. There you go. Jump in whenever and just start talking. There we go. That way we'll be able to know that he's there. And we can talk to Brad the Chad from the Junkyard Dogs. Oh, this could get really fun today.
Yes, I'm excited for this.
I'm really excited to hopefully talk to the Junkyard Dogs. All right, boys and girls, thank you very much for your support. We're off to a much better start today. 250 away from today's goal. Keep chipping them in, and we'll be able to call it a successful start to the week. 200 likes. Are we there? We're not at the 8 o'clock. We're not at 8 o'clock yet. Did we get to 200? We still got 4 minutes. Everybody hit the like button.
Somebody said 197. Keep
197.
Smoosh it.
Everybody hit the like button. We're at 199. Want to get to 200 by 8 o'clock. So it looks like we're going to get there. 3 minutes until the top of the hour. There's the links to Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Superchats, and memberships, all to knock that goal down. Everyone hit like. It still says 199. 204. There we go. And we did it. So let's get to 300 by 9 o'clock. Red Fox Mad with 199 says everyone should be more like the Junkyard Dogs. I agree.
They're pretty fun.
Those kids are pretty goddamn cool. Sage Retard is now a monthly supporter. How do you do that?
Wow.
Oh, just $5 a month.
Is that new?
Hey, that's a new feature over on Rumble.
Look at them making updates.
Oh, wow. Rumble's doing great.
Upgrades.
YT Overrated said Garbage Mice podcast is funnier. Sounds like something he watched from a porno. See, that's what we thought, too.
Right.
Thank you, Rumble.
Right, because nobody has sexual encounters in a coffee shop parking lot.
I mean, gay people.
Look, I wish I could. I wish I could get Aaron to do such a thing, but...
$245 away from today's goal. KF with $2 says check Rumble. Just did. Thank you very much, buddy.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. All right. Yes, 8 Central Time, David Dominici. I'm sorry. We're in the Midwest here, so we got...
yes, we're those flyover people.
Yeah, we're the flyover people. All right, we got to get to Mike Calta giving out Kevin Brennan's phone number, so I got to get through the rest of these first hour stories. In Florida, a Collier teacher is under investigation. You know, we always talk about Florida being this state where, like, you can have either, like, awesome, super-based, freedom-loving people who moved away from shitholes to seek freedom.
Yes.
Or you can find people who kind of go too far in that direction and, like, complete hillbilly scumbags.
Yeah.
Well, a Collier teacher went full hillbilly scumbag
in
a recent class.
Being from a small rednecky town, I kind of hold a special little place in my heart for people like this.
Well, let's see how you feel about this gentleman.
April is an official celebrated month here in the state of Florida named Confederate History Month.
Okay.
What?
Well, you know.
So far, not so good?
No.
Okay.
I'm not a Confederate guy.
No?
Parents are calling this video Confederacy propaganda, and it was played in front of an entire school. Thanks for watching NBC2 Tonight. I'm Peter Bush. Collier County Public Schools say a teacher at Manatee Middle School put the video together to celebrate Confederate History Month, but they did so without permission. Tonight, NBC2's...
Oh, wait. You mean the guy put together a whole PowerPoint on Confederacy Awareness Month, and he didn't run it by the rest of the school, and they didn't okay it? Oh, that just shocks me.
Right to hell, right?
I thought he would have run this up the flagpole, and they all would have went, yeah, sure.
Can you imagine sitting at home making a Confederacy PowerPoint, just thinking, oh, this is good?
Now, you see, people keep making it about slavery, but in reality, it was a It was a lack of resources going to the South with all the industry being in the North. And like he just starts making like Confederate forgiveness propaganda.
You're saying they were disenfranchised.
You know, Lincoln said that if he could keep the Union together without freeing a single slave, he would do it. So,
naturally.
Gage Golding is local outside Manatee Middle, where parents want this teacher fired.
Well, you see, parents aren't upset with history being taught to their children. Actually, they encourage it. But to them, this video is the farthest thing from historically correct.
We see this guy a lot.
Every year, our state celebrates and memorializes that valiant, brave fight and the countless sacrifices made by our men and women during what is known as the Civil War.
A teacher here at
Wait, did he afterwards go, or otherwise known as the War of Northern Aggression?
Yeah, he had to check himself on that one.
Yeah. Look, you have to teach kids about the Confederacy.
Yeah, it was a big part of American history.
You just don't have to go, we celebrate all the traitors who took up arms against the United States.
We don't need to call them brave and all that. Ugh.
Manatee Middle created this video, airing it during the morning announcements on Tuesday.
If you didn't know, April is an official celebrated month here in the state of Florida named Confederate History Month.
The teacher bills the video as a look into the state's recognition of Confederate History Month. Parents say it's pro-Confederate propaganda.
It was like very biased seeming.
To me, it looked like straight out of a Confederate sympathizer playbook.
The Confederacy, as far as
I've read that playbook. Really boring.
Oh, it wasn't good?
A lot of draw plays, not very creative.
I'm concerned, has always been a stain on American history.
At one point in the video, the teacher suggests a different name for the Civil War.
But may be more correctly titled the War to Prevent Southern Independence.
Oh, okay. Wow, that is sugarcoating it.
More correctly titled, Lincoln's a Nazi.
Wow.
I'm waiting for like some guy dressed up like fucking Skinner, like in a camo hat and like face paint going, I just think that this is a goddamn travesty and this level of intolerance towards history shouldn't be understood or appreciated.
I want him to be waving a Confederate flag.
No, I want him to be waving an American flag and against the Confederacy. I think it would be perfect.
Fine.
It is the Civil War. It has always been called the Civil War.
Now, the problem here isn't talking about slavery, the Civil War, or our nation's darkest days. The issue is with what
COVID?
COVID was pretty bad, huh?
Sorry.
Parents say the teacher made up and put in the video.
They spoke about celebrating the Confederacy in the state of Florida.
Annie O'Donnell says it's important for kids, her kids, to know our nation's history, but definitely not this way.
Does anyone think that this news station just got a drone?
Right, they're showing off all the rooftops now.
I saw a bunch of drone footage for this story that was completely unnecessary.
Mm-hmm. I would find it difficult to imagine that the students here are going to be able to trust this particular teacher again.
Now, the district wouldn't say who this teacher is. However, a spokesperson
It was actually, we have the teacher's name here.
Yes.
Bob E. Lee is actually his name. Another teacher showed this to students. His name was Frank Jackson. They say he's. They say in class he's really stout and he doesn't budge. They call him Stonewall Jackson.
Oh man,
and
it's a strong name.
Tell me that they still have a job while the school investigates. I'm reporting local tonight outside of Manatee Middle in Naples. Gage Golding, NBC2.
The state of Florida does recognize April as Confederate History Month.
Well,
in Florida, the birthdays of Robert E. Lee and Jefferson Davis, along with the Confederate Memorial Day, are all considered state legal holidays.
Wow.
So you get the day off for Robert E. Lee's birthday.
My month houses all the fun ones, huh?
Yeah. Get a
honored.
Boy, if you work for the government in Florida, you get a shitload of time off in April.
Want to move?
I mean, well.
Collier County Public Schools says Confederate History Month lessons are not part of the district's curriculum.
Bunch of woke lefties, der.
Wait, why wouldn't lessons about the Confederacy be part of the program?
Well, because the Confederacy teaching is part of the Civil War stuff.
Right.
So.
I don't know. You don't have to promote it to talk about it. Or is talking about it promotion? I don't know.
Johnny K with $5 says, we want overtime. Oh, thank you, Johnny. Get well soon. Guys, if you're wondering what's going on with Johnny and his health and all that, it's at the 3-minute mark of today's show. Johnny got the flu. It's made the MS act up quite a bit, so Johnny's going to take some time off and get better.
Rest up, buddy.
2:40. Away from knocking out today's goal, Rostog's Broken Spirit says Johnny just donated $5 from his deathbed. So we're halfway through today's show. Let's knock that goal down quite a bit. I'd say by 9 o'clock, let's get inside of 200. And I would say by the time we rattle the cans and play the music, let's get this under 150. So if you feel like contributing to the show, there is the Streamlabs and the PayPal link, and at Steel Toe Media Inc. on Venmo. We've also got the Super Chats and the memberships if you'd like to contribute to our program. All right, let's open up the 7 o'clock hour stories. And it's going to start with Mike Calta, formerly Cowhead. I think he was a man-cow guy. Cowhead
Nobody
was.
wants to be that, right?
And then he kind of broke away from Man-Cow, started his own show, started beating Man-Cow in the ratings, and they had a whole radio fight and a war and all that deal. Well, over the weekend, Shuli and Chad Zumach were in Florida. Well, Chad lives there.
Right.
They were doing a show in Florida.
Okay.
Shuli needed an opener.
Ooh.
And so he picked
Big Shot Chad.
Big Shot Chad. So Shuli goes on Cowhead's show. It's Mike Calta now. Goes on Mike Calta's show to talk about the program.
Mm-hmm.
Shuli also is friends with Kevin Brennan. Mike Calta hates Kevin Brennan's fucking guts because Kevin Brennan gave out Mike Calta's phone number a couple of years ago on the internet. So Mike Calta decided that revenge is good if it's slow. A nice, slow, long-term revenge angle. What's about to transpire here drove Kevin Brennan into such a paranoid madness that he thought he turned into the warden from Shawshank, where he goes, "This is a conspiracy, and everyone's in on it." And he just started throwing rocks. Now, we're going to play two things. Mike Calta decided he was going to give Kevin Brennan's phone number out.
Okay.
On Mike Calta's show because Kevin's got about 1,000 viewers. He'd have more, but he puts his show, takes it off YouTube, puts it up on Patreon. He'd probably have kind of what we do, 40,000 a month, something like that, 200,000 views a month.
Yeah.
Right now he doesn't do that because he's got 800 some patrons, and if he puts his show just on YouTube, he'll lose those thousands of dollars of Patreon money. So he's got to kind of do a balancing act between the Super Chats and the Patreon. I get that. I respect that.
Whatever.
He's got a good thing going. Well, if he gives his phone number out to his audience, Mike Calta's not going to get that many calls. He's just not going to. The audience isn't big enough. Mike Calta, however, is the #1 talk show host, I think, in Orlando, and it's a market of 2 million people. So if you're #1 in a market of 10 million people, you got to have a 10 to 15 share.
Yep.
So that means if, I think the stats say 85 to 90% of people listen to radio, that means that you've got 1.75 million people. If you've got 10% of that, he's got hundreds of thousands of listeners.
It's a lot.
Mike Calta does. Maybe 200,000 listeners. If you give your phone number out, probably hundreds, if not thousands of people are now going to call that phone number that you just put out there. And by the way, you are wrong, Von Kaiser. That is actually not a lot of people.
What's a lot?
Wow, 750,000 is a lot.
So, Mike Calta goes on. Now, I want you to listen to how Shuli reacts to Mike Calta giving away Brennan's number. And then I want you to see how Shuli reacts to Kevin when Kevin calls him live on the air to ask him about Mike Calta giving out his phone number.
Yeah.
Because I agree with Citizen M on this one. Shuli comes off as a little rat-like in this whole thing. Shuli comes off as kind of fence sitter.
Sure.
You know,
nobody likes a fence sitter.
Nobody
most
likes a
situations.
fence sitter. No. So let's watch the Mike Calta show as he gives out Kevin Brennan's phone number.
So I don't listen to this show, but evidently Kevin Brennan talks about me a lot and gave out my phone number on the show. And
I think that happened a long time ago,
it did.
right?
So I'm sitting in my living room.
And then he got a taste of his own medicine. Somebody gave out his number.
Well, yeah, I'm sitting in my living room and my phone rings. I don't recognize the number. I don't answer. It happens a lot. Then 5 minutes later, it rings again, different number. And I'm like, Then it rings again, and I go, hello, Dallas, Texas. Hey, man, why won't you take Kevin Brennan's call? I go, Kevin Brennan didn't call me. And he's like, oh, well, he just gave out your number on his show. And I was like, oh, okay, cool. And I hang up, no more calls. And I waited, and I text Kevin and I said, it's been an hour. And 3 people called. Literally, I sat there and I didn't rush to I just sat there and I waited 3 calls in an hour. So then I changed my outgoing message and said, hey, you reached Mike Calta, but if you're looking for Kevin Brennan, call him at 917, and I gave out his phone number. And then it fired back at him. And then I text him and I said, listen, you got a problem. Let's handle this like men. And he doesn't answer.
All right.
Then I text him a screenshot of his wife's cell phone number. And I said, let me just let you know, you're messing with the wrong guy. I live for this stuff. This is what got me where I am today. This is a hobby to me. I live to do this. I will play.
Kevin, you talk about people who aren't, people always say you're not built for this. Kevin's not really built for this. Kevin's really a one-way rage kind of guy. Mm-hmm. Kevin doesn't do wars very well. Kevin doesn't do battles very well. Kevin just likes to scream and yell about people and then forget about them.
Right. But the shots have to be coming from him. Right.
So he doesn't like to do these long, protracted battles. He wants to scream and yell about Gino, scream and yell about Anthony, and then done. Which is fine. That's an okay way to be. But Mike Calta is one of those guys who came up under Bubba. Like, these guys, they don't let shit go.
Yeah.
This is good. And you pick on a Mike Calta. A Mike Calta is way bigger than any of us.
Yes, sir.
Way bigger than any of us. Yeah. I mean, say what you want about radio. If you're a success on radio, that's way bigger than being a pretty decent-sized channel on YouTube. The two aren't even comparable. So here's Mike Calta talking to Shuli and continuing the Kevin Brennan feud.
Dirty, and I will make your life miserable. And then he won't even acknowledge me anymore. Then I sent him a message on Instagram a couple of weeks ago, and I said, I just wanted you to let you know, a lot of time has passed. Things have gone. I still hate you, and I'm going to punch you in the face if you ever come to Tampa. And he doesn't respond. And I'm like, oh, this guy's no fun.
I mean, Kevin, why are you ghosting the guy?
I mean, if we're going to start it.
I mean, people don't realize, like, legit radio guys from the radio days are like prisoners. You cannot turn your back on them. They will shank you in the showers the second you look away.
Okay, so Shuli's having fun with Mike Calta.
Yes,
he's,
he is.
talking. He's like, hey, you can't turn your back on these, like, Mike Calta types. They'll shank you. They'll get you, so on and so forth.
They remember.
Kevin, don't fuck with guys like this. So Shuli's having fun with it. Shuli's not protesting. Like, I like Kevin. He's my friend. Like, I wish you guys would bury it, whatever. Shuli's not that kind of guy. Shuli lives for this shit.
Yes, he does.
He thrives on this stuff. So he's never going to tell you, oh, that's my friend, man. Why don't you guys just, squash it or whatever. Like Bobby Kelly told Anthony, bury the shit with Burr. Shuli's never going to tell you that. Keep that shit cooking.
How embarrassing is that only 3 people called me?
It's bad.
If I were to give out Kevin's number right now, do you think more than 3 people would call?
This sounds like a bet. What's the over-under?
Oh, see? Like that doesn't sound like Shuli going, don't give out his number.
Nope. That doesn't that sounds like perfect fence sitting.
That doesn't sound like fence sitting. That sounds like egging someone on to do something.
Fine.
To me. I mean, I don't know.
Fine.
I would say, okay, so just to give you some background so you know, this is the #1 show in Tampa, has been for some time. I've been in this market for almost 30 years.
Shit.
And we do pretty good.
So you're saying
like 2 million people in our listening audience. So
let's make the over-under 12, guys. What do you say?
12 people?
Shuli's like, yeah, you give out his number. 12. Let's see if more than 12 call.
Okay.
Maybe it's my ego, but I'm going to say over. I'm going to say over.
When you gave Spanish's number out, how many calls did you get?
They're still calling him 7 years later.
That's a fact, actually.
7 years later, he's still getting phone. Oh, wait, Carmen, kill that music. Kill the music. If I'm going to give out Kevin Brennan's phone number, I want it to be silent. Silent before we wrap. Everybody get a pen and write this down. And don't make me look stupid, because if Kevin Brennan only gets, you say 12, you meant 12,000. Because I say 12,000.
Okay, 12,000.
That sounds like Shuli going, I'm on board. All right, let's give out the phone number.
He's interested, yep.
Now, we're going to play Kevin Brennan's response to this in a little bit. And you tell me if the tune has changed just a little. One reason I had to kind of back away from these guys, unless it became like kind of newsworthy and juicy and not like cover this shit once a day or once a week. is because you kind of got to look behind the curtain and go, oh, this is all lights and clockwork. Like, there's no humanity in any of this. There's no, like, genuine humanity. This is all just like, I'm going to go perform here, and then when it conflicts with this thing, I'm going to go perform here. And there's going, like, every time you've seen me on an interview, and the reason, like, people who hate this show or like, are jealous of this show, the reason they get mad is because I'm always the same guy on every interview.
Yep.
I say the same thing on every interview.
They get the same errand.
You don't hear like, oh, I encourage this guy to do this thing. And then when someone goes, hey, I don't like that he did that to me, I go, oh, yeah, I thought it was bad too. No, I'm the same guy on this show as I am on the next show. That's why people hated the Ray DeVito interview so much, is OBS is back. So anyway, as we were saying, Mike Calta has Shuli on here. And he's about to give away Kevin Brennan's phone number. And Shuli seems to be kind of egging the bit along. Mm-hmm. Here we go.
917-804.
See, now, they should have bleeped this.
Yeah.
I don't want to give out.
There.
All right. 917-8.
Oh, they
this
did.
This is the guy who gave out my phone number, and I got 3 phone calls. Please don't embarrass me. Call Kevin and tell him that I hate him. 917-804-8. Up and be like, hey, Kevin, Mike Calta hates you. Fill up his voicemail. Do whatever you have to do. Don't say anything about his kid. We'll save that for another time. 917-8. Kevin Brennan. You don't have to know who he is. Just call him up and tell him I hate him. Shuli, I like you a lot.
Thank you, pal.
I will never give out your phone number.
Thank you, buddy.
I don't even care if you do a show with Kevin or anything like that. Last time BT was here, he said, I got Shuli in a couple weeks. I said, I refuse to have Shuli on because of his association with Kevin. And then he texts me. He goes, so no go on Shuli? I go, oh, no, of course we'll have Shuli. I was just joking. I don't even really hate Kevin. I don't even care. But if you want to call Kevin, 917-804.
Some more steak.
Go see Shuli at
There you go. So they're all laughing. They're having a good time. Shuli's like, thanks for having me on, buddy. He didn't say, hey, man, you don't think that's a little...
Yeah, he certainly didn't announce it.
Yeah, you don't think that's a bit rich or anything or whatever?
And look, here at Steel Toe, we don't like giving out personal information like that. I don't think that's cool.
I don't think it's good to give out... I don't think it's good... Oh, whoa. If that's the real number, Gino's cunt, I'm going to delete that one. Because, look, I don't believe in giving out phone numbers. I don't think it's good to give out phone numbers. I don't think you should. I think it's bad, no matter what. It's like, that's the guy's phone number. That's his personal thing.
That's private, you guys.
And
that's
also,
not part of this.
You can't control what your fans are going to do or say. So let's say one of your fans is like really psychotic, like really out there.
What's up, man? Brad the chat.
Oh shit!
The Steel Toe Morning Show.
Brad, can you give me like 5 minutes to wrap this up, and we'll be right with you.
Absolutely, man.
All right. Just mute your mic or whatever, Brad, and we'll be with you in a little bit. So we got to get to Kevin's response on this, and then the Junkyard Dogs are going to be on. So we got Kevin, then the Junkyard Dog.
What a good day.
So Kevin obviously finds out about the phone number thing because Mike Calta has a shitload of a huge audience.
He's getting phone calls.
Now hundreds of people are calling Kevin Brennan. He's upset about it. He's allowed to be upset about it.
Yes, he is.
Kevin's allowed to be upset that his phone number got given away. I don't think that he should have had his phone number given away.
But I also don't think he should have given out Mike's phone number.
Shouldn't have given away Mike Calta's phone number either. So fair is fair.
Right.
Well. This made Kevin very paranoid as to who is responsible for giving out his phone number.
Okay.
Kevin thinks Chad had something to do with it.
Because Chad recently quit.
And then no, this was before Chad quit. This was on Thursday, so
okay.
This is Friday's MLC. Chad, I believe, quit on a Friday night or a Saturday.
Fine.
Which, by the way, he's going to be on MLC today. Kevin then calls Shuli, and I'm actually on Kevin's side on this one. He's like, hey, thanks a lot, dickhead. You're sitting there in studio while this guy gives out my fucking phone number. You can't say anything. Yeah. Now, in fairness, this is the same criticism and Anthony Cumia and others have put against Bob Levy.
Yes, because
this guy's doing terrible shit to us, and you don't say, like, that's my pal, that's my buddy. And Bob's like, well, we're doing a show. What am I supposed to do? You
can
something?
Denounce shitty stuff being done to your friends.
You can do that. But Kevin is now kind of doing the same thing. He's telling Shuli. So Kevin doesn't think Bob should get off the fence when, Kevin or Chad does something shitty to someone in MLC. But Kevin wants Shuli to do something when somebody's doing something shitty to Kevin in front of Shuli. Well, come on, guys. It's almost like I'm tired of being right. I get why Gino does it. I'm tired of being right. I told these guys, you put this poison out there, the poison comes right back at you.
Sure
if
does.
all you do is poison in pro wrestling, all you're going to get back is poison in pro wrestling. And we're going to play a Kevin Brennan clip later today during overtime if we get there, where, all these guys made fun of us because we said, I don't want to do this drama shit all the time. I want to have fun. And they thought that word was so gay, fun. They hated fun so much. Now all these guys are making videos talking about how they're not having fun and they want to have more fun. Fuck, I'm getting tired of leading these old...
Wow.
I'm leading 60-year-old men on a leash trying to teach them how to fucking do this.
It's disgusting almost.
So let's watch Kevin Brennan talking to Shuli on Misery Loves Company. Now, we just watched the Mike Calta clip. Shuli seemed all in with the bit, kind of egged it on a little bit. And I'm not saying that he made it possible. Mike Calta was going to do that regardless.
Yeah.
But let's watch Kevin Brennan talk to Shuli.
Shuli, so what happened? Was Chad involved in my number given out?
No, Chad wasn't on the radio. Chad wasn't with me. He had nothing to do with the interview.
You can hear the beeping. People are still calling him from Mike Calta's show.
Right. Mm-hmm.
And so why did he give out my number? Was there a reason?
Why did Mike Calta give out your number?
Yeah.
Probably because you gave out his number a long time ago.
Yes.
Yeah, like a year ago. So then now he's a year later.
Oh,
just out of the blue. There was
Shuli's really hesitant too. She's like, because you're playing both sides.
Yeah.
You're playing both sides. You don't want to shit on anyone.
You're trying to stay cool with everybody.
He was very confident and he was very laughy and jovial on Mike Calta's show. And now talking to Kevin, he seems a little off guard. Guys, be the same person you are in front of everybody. You don't have to worry about this shit.
I will say, though, if you're Kevin, you shouldn't be surprised by this. When you gave out the number first, I don't think that's cool, and I don't think it's cool. Your number's out there now, but I don't be surprised when somebody does it back to me.
I feel bad for Kevin, and I don't feel bad for Kevin. I don't feel bad for Kevin because he's the one who always says, well, Bob can sit on the fence. He doesn't have to join in or anything like that. But now Kevin's about to criticize Shuli for not jumping in and doing anything. Mm-hmm. Well, wait a minute. I thought the rule was you don't have to. So, I understand Shuli. I understand Kevin. I understand Mike Calta. I understand everyone in this. And this is the beautiful part about these people doing pro wrestling and drama for a podcast is that you all have a point, but there's also no defending you.
No.
Because you've all done similar type of shit.
You've all done nasty shit.
Exactly. And now you're all sitting there talking about how you want to have more fun. Steel toe. Ahead of everybody by a couple of months.
It's not so funny when it's not fun for you anymore, huh?
Guys, we're your meteorologists. Instead of being so mad at us and hating us all the time, I know that I'm a lot younger than you guys and that our subs came along a lot earlier than they did for you guys. But listen to me. I'm your meteorologist. I'm warning you. I'm looking at the radar and I'm saying, guys, this shit's coming. And then it comes and you guys still get mad at me. I don't understand it.
No context?
No, I guess he's still pissed for you giving out his number.
A year later.
Kevin.
A year's not that long.
You hated people for decades.
Yeah.
What are you talking about? A year later, he's still pissed about it, I guess. Take it up with him.
You know what? I apologize to Shuli. I don't think Shuli's on the fence here.
I think that's a good take, too.
I think Shuli's on Kelta's side.
Why is Kevin not just calling Mike and asking him, why the hell did you do that?
Kevin doesn't like the confrontation. Kevin likes, like I said, Kevin likes talking shit about people. Kevin doesn't like confrontation. You have to understand, Kevin's been beaten up by comics before for talking shit. Mm-hmm. Kevin's been seriously threatened by comics for talking shit.
Stop talking shit.
That is the ultimate thing about Kevin Brennan. He loves talking shit.
He doesn't like the receipts.
But he can't defend himself. He can't protect himself. So he's got to stay home. Notice Kevin doesn't do a lot of gigs anymore. He doesn't do clubs.
Kevin doesn't do clubs.
Kevin doesn't do clubs anymore because there's a lot of people who won't work with the fucking guy.
Well,
and You found something that works.
I mean, does that have anything to do with how we talk about people? You know?
Right.
Come on.
You can't do this, Kevin. You can't say, I'm misery loves company, I'm the bridge burner guy, I'm talking shit, and then go, why doesn't this guy like me? Why does this guy want to give out my phone number? Yeah, I gave out his, but like a year ago. Like, you can't act like the world's being unfair to you. We saw what the drama shit gets you, and we said, we're going to back off this a little bit because this ain't where we want to be. You don't have the courage to go, yeah, I really should back off of this because I'm making myself miserable.
Maybe I won't give out somebody's phone number in the future.
Yeah.
You know?
He's the one who gave it out. I had no idea that was happening.
See, now that's kind of a lie because that was being set up for a good 2 minutes.
Yeah,
giving out the phone
that was
number.
pretty obvious.
And then what? And then you just sat there and let him do it?
It's his. I didn't think he was going to do it. He did it at the end of the show.
Still, phone
What
still
am I
going
supposed to
on.
do? Just run around the studio pulling mics out of the wall?
Okay. On one hand, I agree with Shuli. On the other hand, we heard the show.
Mm-hmm.
Shuli wasn't going like Shuli was not a captive prisoner forced to go along with the bit.
Yep, right.
Shuli was slyly egging it on.
And Mike wound up to give out the number 3 times.
Yes.
And like not after the first time you can say like, hey, that's not cool. I get he shouldn't have done it to you, but that's not cool.
Like at the very least, if I'm on a show and somebody does that, I go, whoa, dude, what the fuck are you like? What are you doing?
Mm-hmm.
You can't give away the guy's number, and then he gives it away again. And I'd be like,
Doesn't it make you as bad as the first offender?
Yeah, Mike Calta's though, he's a radio guy. He doesn't give a shit.
There was part of it where I assumed since you were a radio guy that you were actually kind of enjoying.
No. I'm on
that.
Mike Calta's side in this. Don't get me wrong. I don't think you should give out phone numbers. But he does have a grievance where he says my phone number was given out.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of an all's fair in love and war thing. I still wouldn't do it because I'm one of those weirdos who likes to maintain some kind of fictional high ground.
You have
where,
some
hey,
morals.
I don't do that shit. I kind of pride myself on that. But Kevin plays with fire, and then somebody sets him on fire, and he goes, oh, what did I do? What did I do to anybody?
I feel like that's a very womanly thing to do too, and especially with his like lack of enjoying the confrontation.
Yeah.
Like he won't call Mike and be like, what the fuck? He'll call Shuli instead and be like, why didn't you stop it?
Yeah. He's like Frank in Scarface, who's like, I didn't do nothing to nobody, Tony, I swear.
I'm sorry for laughing, Jules. He's doing this because you did this.
A year ago.
Well,
that's not that long.
Whatever ago. It was done. I don't know that there's a shelf life on these things. You're still pissed at Gino for giving out your number. That was a while ago.
It's a good point.
Yeah, very good point.
It's something I think you got to take up with him, pal.
No, you know what? I apologize for calling Shuli a fence sitter. He's not sitting on the fence on this one.
Yeah.
He's on Mike Calta's side.
Right. I don't think Shuli did a bad job.
He stood up to Kevin on this one. Okay, maybe I remember it differently when I heard it the first time, but hearing it the second time, Shuli did stand up to Kevin on this and said, what the fuck you want me to do? The only thing is, he's like, what do you want me to do, rip the mics out of the wall? Well, you encouraged it.
I don't know.
And it's definitely not Chad's fault.
Yeah, but Jules David on the chat is saying
Kevin.
Stop going to the chat for facts.
You're 62. Stop being an old fucking boomer. First of all, that's not Jules David.
No, it's not. Like, don't trust people in the chat. Like, you don't know these people.
Stop going to the people in the chat for your intel, Kevin.
Oh my goodness.
Dad was in on the bit.
Wow. Well, I know a lot of people on the internet are super honest.
Right, obviously.
When I tell you things.
Thank you,
I
Shuli.
was in studio. I had no communication with Chad the night before. And even if we did, if Chad sat there and said, hey, let's give Kevin Brennan's number out on, why would he do that? He's making more money than he's made maybe forever working with you. So it makes no sense whatsoever.
And then that night, Chad quit MLC, which we'll talk about in overtime if we get there.
I don't mind Shuli there. If I were Shuli, I think the only thing I would have changed is when I was in Mike's studio, I'd have been like, hey, that's not cool.
Yeah.
That's it.
I think Shuli handled that a lot better than I thought.
Yeah.
Luck of the Bind says, Fictional High Ground is my next band name. You're welcome. Happy Plague Doctor says, bring on Brad the Chad. Let's do that.
Oh,
Let's
boy.
do it.
I hope they're all here.
2:30.
Brad the Chat here, baby, representing the Junkyard Dogs today.
All right, let's put him up. Oh, that's not the right thing. There we go. Pop him. Hey, where's your video? Show yourself, my friend.
Oh, I didn't realize, man.
There we go. Brad the Chat, everybody. There he is from the Junkyard Dogs podcast.
Represent today.
What's going on, buddy?
Yeah, just visiting my mother right now. I'm in sunny Athens, Greece, having a blast.
Holy shit, that's very nice.
I'm a little jealous.
Now, where are you from? Where are you from originally?
Well, I'm UK based, but I was originally born in the US.
Oh, really?
Wow. Okay.
So now let's.
Junkyard, man. I come from the goddamn junkyard.
With your fucking 80s hair metal hair. Cool. Let's talk about the Junkyard Dogs podcast. You guys are all what, like around between 18, 20 years old? How old are you guys?
Right. So Banjo, he's kind of the leader of the pack, you could say. He's the older guy. He's about 26, 27. Okay. Radio Mike, he's completely anonymous to us. We really know not a whole lot about this guy. Visually, he could look any sort of way. We're not sure how old he is.
Okay.
We just know that he lies about blowjobs with black women.
Right.
Yes.
And he's very upset, accusing him of lying. A lot of drama in the junkyard right now.
I saw that.
Some scrapping.
What's that?
You almost tore apart the junkyard. Mike was steaming. There was steam out of this dog's ears.
I want to say this. I had no intention of destroying the Junkyard Dogs. I have to say, I love this show. Every time it comes out, I listen to at least 15 to 20 minutes of it.
Very fun.
I thought the last episode was fucking hilarious. I loved the steel toe talk. I thought it was great. But as far as Mike goes, you're right. We did upset Mike a lot. But weren't you the one who, during that episode that we were talking about, also said that his story sounded a little fucked up?
Mike is a goddamn liar, man. I'm totally with you.
Look at that.
Who has to repeat that many times? The story is true, man. The story's true, I swear.
There you go.
Right? That was our whole thing. We were like, you don't say true story that many times unless you're lying. And you don't. And just like the way he described it, it was so like a scene in a porno. And you're just like, that doesn't happen in the real world.
So unrealistic.
Well, listen to me, Al McWiggin. And this is the nickname that we've sort of coined for you over at Junkyard Dogs.
I heard
what
that.
Kind of you getting, Al? What kind of pussy are you getting? I mean, what position are you in to accuse my co-host of being a liar? Sure,
right here.
Perhaps.
Right here.
Oh, okay. Well, that tells me this guy's a goddamn incel.
Yeah, I heard Mike's rant. It was very funny to me, especially since my wife is on the show with me multiple days a week.
Right.
So I kind of got a kick out of Mike's little rant, and the Al, I can't remember the guy's name. The Toy Story guy.
Wayne Knight.
Yeah, Wayne Knight's character in Toy Story 2. I thought it was very funny. So now, wait a minute. Mike's very upset that I said the blowjob story was not true, that it was fake. You said it's not true and fake. So where do the other Junkyard Dogs line up on Mike's blowjob story?
There hasn't been a lot of communications with Banjo recently. He's off in some RV somewhere. Have you heard of IP2?
Yes, I have. Yeah.
Maybe it's Andy Dick.
He's a newly coined IP2 streamer, and right now he's in the IP2 RV, getting up to some shenanigans. I saw a clip where he was getting there was people fighting on top of him. There's a lot going on in Banjo's world right now, but we're not too involved with it. We'll have to speak to him maybe on the next episode of Junkyard Dogs.
Well, now wait a minute. Now IP2 is kind of a big community. If you're going to grow your show, Brad the Chad. You got to understand the value of promotion, and if he's on IP2, he's got to be promoting the Junkyard Dogs while he's out there.
Oh hell yeah!
You're goddamn right. He better do that.
You make him.
You better talk to him.
Yeah, well, his YouTube channel is Stony1337. Me and Banjo, we do our own solo content. We're degenerates, man. I mean, outside of the junkyard, we got our own stuff going on.
All right. Well, I tell you what you guys release an episode, every Sunday or so?
We try to do it weekly. Yeah, it says on our YouTube banner uploads every Tuesday, but it's
okay.
But you guys get them out there every week.
Oh, we can't hear him.
Uh-oh. We lost you for
We
a
lost
second.
your audio.
Can you hear me now?
No, there you're good. Now you're good. So
man.
When are we going to be able to get Mike on to settle this whole thing?
That's a good question. You know, I've spoken. I've added him in the Junkyard Studio chat. He hasn't responded yet, but he has a lot to get off his chest.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, you've proved yourself not a pedophile with having this beautiful dame sat to you, but we theorize perhaps you were a pedo. You know, you've got the look, man, with that weird daddy-o stash. I don't know.
I appreciate that. I appreciate you guys walking the pedo part back. That's very professional of you.
I don't want to be seen with such a thing.
Yes, let Mike know that we are amenable to having him on the program and talking about this whole thing. And if he can produce the woman who sucked his dick, we will take back everything we said about his blowjob thing being a lie.
That's an idea. I'm gonna have to talk to him about that.
Have her on the show. Yeah.
Well, he doesn't even have to put her on the show. Like, just if. Well, no, we'd have to see her. We got to see that she exists. He can't just have some girl say something.
He physically, you know, has some atoms. You have to see these atoms.
Right. I got to see. And if their name is Adam, then even better.
Yes.
But the Junkyard Dogs podcast, subscribe on YouTube. Go watch their show.
Talk to Brad Dad as well. You know, I've got my own solo content going on there.
Okay.
A lot going in the YouTube scene, in the Junkyard. You know, we've got Brad the Chad, we've got Stony1337, and obviously the main attraction, Junkyard Dogs.
Yes.
What's up?
There's
a lot going on.
The Junkyard Dogs, Brad the Chad, subscribe to all of them. Brad, thank you very much for joining us, buddy. We appreciate you stopping by.
Thank you.
And I'll speak to Mike, and hopefully, you know, you guys can settle this whole thing, because, you know, I feel really bad, man. He's I've never seen him this way.
Well,
so
you tell him he's more than welcome to stop by.
Hell yeah.
Thank you very much, man. Thank you for having me on. Rock and roll, dude.
Thank you, buddy.
Morning show.
Enjoy.
Nice.
Yes, enjoy Greece. There you go.
Have
The
a good
Junkyard Dogs. Brad the Chad. As far as I'm concerned, the main Junkyard Dog.
The main.
Yeah. He's the guy.
I like him. He's fun.
Oh, I like Brad. I wish the audio connection was better. You know, maybe we do stream. There's that thing where if the host talks, the audio cuts for everybody else. I kind of hate that.
Mm-hmm.
But what do you do? I think when we there must be something wrong with Rumble today. I think when our what do you call it? When our OBS went down, we lost like 100+ people over on Rumble. So I'm thinking Rumble might be a shot cause today. Or when the OBS closed, people went over to YouTube to see what the fuck was going on. But either way, we lost a shit ton of people over on Rumble when OBS went down. Guys, we are 235 away from today's goal. 235 away from today's goal. Streamlabs, PayPal, Steel Toe Media Inc. on Venmo, Super Chats, memberships. All of it counts. Let's get it under 200 by 9 o'clock. Otherwise, we're going to be in a tough spot goal-wise today.
That'd be cool.
That is what keeps this show on the air and keeps it going. So if you feel like contributing, those are the ways to do it. If you want to become a Steel Toe VIP, $250 in 1 week. Gets you all 3 of our Steel Toe t-shirts, our Steel Toe hoodie, which, if anything in this world has a 100% approval rating, it's that hoodie.
It's the hoodie.
2 of the 5.5-inch vinyl stickers, 2 free tickets to every live event we do. We also pick out 1 VIP every month, and we send you $100 just for fun. That's, again, when we release a new piece of merch every year, you get to claim a free item of it as well. So that is 235 away from today's goal. And those are the links in the chat and pinned to the top of the chat to help us knock that down. Start working together, and in the next 25 minutes, let's see if we can get that son of a bitch under 200. The dirty, ugly part of doing this show.
Gross.
Having to be the disgusting e-beggars that we are. All right. In overtime, we've got Kevin Brennan reacting to Chad saying he's done with MLC. Now, I think they're going to be working together still. I don't think. I think it's going to be today, and they're going to do huge numbers.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to they do that pro wrestling shit. You can't believe a word these guys say, which is not good long term for a show. If
they're setting up their short term stories.
Yeah, if you can't believe or trust the hosts, but yeah, it's just a bunch of 13-year-old girls pulling each other's pigtails.
It's kind of like, God, it's kind of like a soap opera with young girls. You're right. It's absolutely a soap opera with young girls.
With really ugly old men.
Very transparent stories, and the acting isn't very difficult.
Tigger next door says the VIP is worth it because Aaron comes to your house and cleans it every weekend with his toothbrush.
What?
Ryan the Garbage Man says, I was at Wisconsin Dells this weekend rocking the merch.
Hey,
What a
nice.
shitty weekend to be in Wisconsin Dells.
Yeah, I don't know if I ever care to go to the Dells, especially when it's snowing.
Oh, shit. I don't care to go when it's freezing.
Is it outside?
We had 3 80-degree days. 3 80-degree days in a row last week. And then this weekend, we got about 5 inches of snow.
Oh, my God. And the flooding here, the snow
Yeah.
is not helping.
Not going to help. Let's talk about a substitute teacher in Nevada fired. But, there are certain stories, certain headlines that will make me a moth to a flame. And if you say school employee fired over racial incident, I'm in.
Oh, it looks like a big old bonfire to you, right?
I'm clicking. I'm diving in.
I'm here.
I'm excited.
All right.
Aaron, can you give us a brief synopsis of what happened with this giving out of someone's phone number? We just did it. Rewind the thing.
Yeah, we
Perfect.
did. We had a whole thing on it.
We just did about 20 minutes on it. You'll be happy to know that you can just go back right before the Brad the Chad interview.
I promise you're taken care of.
All right. So a substitute teacher got fired after a racial incident at a school. All right, let's place our bets. Did anyone say the N-word?
Yes.
I think so too. That's always the easiest A to B line to draw.
I'm feeling the N-word on this one.
Really?
Yeah.
You're saying, I guess what you're saying is,
Hey, it's okay, the N-word.
Yes.
And this is just one of several developing stories we are tracking this evening.
right, the top story is the racial incident. The next one, 3 kids were murdered and buried in a swamp. But first, the important shit. Somebody said a word.
CCSD employee fired tonight after a photo showed him writing a racial slur on a whiteboard in front of a class. The district tells Fox.
Boys, kids just love breaking out that phone, don't they?
Is it going to be the N or is it going to be something else?
Maybe the C-O-O. Maybe that one.
A.
No,
they'd be
they
saying
wouldn't go-
anti-Semitic then.
They would, yeah, they'd say anti-Semitic if it was K. I'm going N. I gotta say they're gonna go N. They're gonna go old school on this one.
We're feeling NZ on this
Yeah.
one.
That employee was a substitute teacher and will never be allowed to work in CCSD again.
Ever?
Bummer.
Oh, man.
Maybe that was his plan. He's like, I got to stop getting called in for this shit.
And stay out of the Woolsworth. Yeah, I'm pretty sure once you write N on the whiteboard, they pretty much consider you gone, especially considering that subs candy and play movies.
Really, I guess if you want to get fired from anything, just do that.
Just write the N-word? Yeah.
Somewhere where somebody can see it.
That's a good get out of work free card.
Oh my God. Plus you get the benefits because you were fired.
You get your
That's
unemployment.
perfect.
Yeah.
As Kim Passoff is live outside Sylvester Junior High where it all happened.
Yeah, so a picture of that substitute teacher in the classroom standing next to a whiteboard with that racial slur written on it has been widely shared on social media.
Yes, but did you have to have a black kid by the hair and putting his face against the whiteboard screaming, read it?
You didn't have to do that.
I hate when there's news people and I don't know if they're hot or not.
I think she is. I think she'd be. I was shittily thinking to myself, she probably works at a club on the weekends, right?
She looks top heavy.
Really?
Like she
Oh,
could
she
be
got some biggins.
Big old tits.
But we are not showing it here on TV because of its offensive nature.
Come on.
Tonight from-
What?
Just blur it out.
Wow. I actually don't agree with the news that you can sit there and tell me how bad something was, but then not show me.
Oh, I'm a total hypocrite.
Show me.
Like when they show it, I shit on the news because I'm like, oh,
Well, I do that too.
You claim
But-
that it's so offensive, but yet you show it 1,000 times.
But then don't report on it then.
But then when they don't show it, I'm like, oh, how could you do? Like, you can't win with me.
Well, me either. I am the same way.
Parents to state leaders, many are questioning how could something like this happen?
wasn't surprised. Well, you see, you take your hand,
Right.
you take the cap off the marker, and you just write how you're feeling that day. And then,
Could we get this woman a better camera?
yeah, I mean,
A better green screen? I don't know,
that's kind of
something.
shitty.
That I was seeing this.
Akiko Cooks is co-founder of 1865 No Racism in Schools, a group fighting racial injustice in Clark County schools for years.
You should have your bra out when you talk about these social issues. It really gives you extra credibility.
I think so too. You shouldn't have like a blazer on or something
No.
on top of that.
Don't bother dressing professional when you want to fight the oppressor. You should definitely just kind of dress for the beach, I think.
Yeah, but now she's going to say that you're whitewashing her too.
Because I am. But in fairness, they did kind of throw this woman a softball, didn't they?
Yes.
I mean, they just kind of gave her one of those
know.
hanging curveballs that she could turn on and just...
How'd that feel?
Out of the park.
These are the students' classrooms, and if they don't feel safe, then it's not equitable education. It's not quality education.
She says what happened at Silvestri Junior High cannot be tolerated no matter the circumstances.
Well, yeah, but that's not something we need to be taught. We knew that you can't write the N-word on the whiteboard.
I think all of us collectively would agree that's not good.
Yeah, when
right?
they someone does something like this, it happens the same way every time. Somebody does something like this, and then they get fired for it. And everyone immediately is like, they have to go. They're fired. They're never working here again. And then these people protesting go, we need to make sure this never happens again. And it's like, we just did.
We know. They're fired now.
Right? We just took care of it, guys. I don't know. I know these groups. I know what they really want is attention. That's their true motive. But you also want to ask them, oh, okay, outside of attention, practically, what more do you think we can do? We can't know if someone's going to we can't proactively know if someone's going to write the N-word on the whiteboard. So the best we can do is when they do it, we boot their ass out and we go erase the whiteboard.
Right. You can't predict specifically, but I can tell you that you can predict this will happen again, and you just keep firing people that are like this. That's it.
Him being so comfortable and emboldened to actually write that on a whiteboard for students to see. And it sends a very direct message that it's actually okay for students to be derogatory and to be racially insensitive.
From CC.
Right. You know where else they get that idea about that word? Music.
Right. They don't listen to it in their music, I'm sure.
Right.
I'm sure that they don't text it to each other or call each other that in the hallways, the locker rooms, on the bus. I'm sure it never happens. In the home, movies.
So, yeah, I'm sorry, but I don't think that substitute teacher writing that word on the whiteboard is going to be the main reason why that word stays alive.
I don't think that was their first time.
No. And also, we're not getting the context of the story. Not that I want to defend this teacher, because if you write that word on a whiteboard, you're a fucking idiot. But could it have been a Civil War lesson? Could it have been a lesson on language and, offensive words and stuff like that?
I still don't.
Or did they just get mad at a kid and just write it? I mean, it does make a difference.
So-and-so is a...
Oh, man. I hear that Kramer is very sorry about his outburst as a substitute teacher.
Yeah, I bet.
CSD trustee Lisa Guzman to Nevada Attorney General Aaron Ford, many taking to social media to denounce the sub's actions and praise the students who took action.
And it makes me think about how we have to actually send things viral to get a response. Because
act like you don't fucking love that part, please.
Right.
Act like that's not your favorite part of the job. Oh, and then we have to share it all over, and we have to make sure. By the time it went viral, the teacher was already fired. You guys didn't pressure the school into firing this person. They saw the picture, and they went, yeah, they're gone.
That's it. I don't need an explanation.
Those students not taking a picture of it, would their voices actually have been heard?
Cook says
yes, because if a couple of black kids go to the office and go, a teacher wrote the N-word on the whiteboard, that school is so terrified that something legal might happen that teacher is gone before the end of the day.
And they will just believe you.
Yeah.
That guy could have erased it or anything. They're just going to believe you. It's over.
It is crucial for students to record incidents if they feel something is wrong, as they did outside Durango High School
Yeah, my Durango.
earlier this year.
The way what happened at Durango, that hit us.
Yeah.
I think you have to.
Sorry.
It was very hard because people were able to see it.
Silvestri's principal sent a letter to parents.
Suffering fuckatash.
Oh, no.
Sorry. Still fast.
Everyone just collectively screams that when the N-word's on the whiteboard.
Saying the school administration is diligently investigating, but Cooks believes the district needs to do more.
Those students deserve an apology. I think that it's important that the community actually hear it from the district.
That's the thing about these groups. The minute they sense that they're not going to get any more attention and that this story's dying, they just ask for more shit.
Isn't the hearing from the district the fact that the guy got fired?
He's gone.
That was the district's decision.
Yeah.
That is them saying, nope, that's not okay. He's out of here.
Not going to work here no more.
That we will not tolerate this in our schools.
They agree with you. They fired the guy.
And 1865 No Racism in School says that they work as advocates, providing a voice for both parents and students. You could reach out to them on their Twitter page. We do have a link to that on our website, fox5vegas.com. Reporting.
All right.
Is there anyone that thinks racism is good? You know what I mean?
Oh, sure. Yeah, lots of people.
No, I would argue that people that enjoy being a racist know that it's not good, and that's why they do it. I don't think anyone says it's good.
$5 from Robert Darth Mode said, I heard there was a blackout at Silvestri Junior High last week. After about an hour, they let him back in. Fucking hell. 2:30 away from today's goal. Let's knock it down, guys. Let's get her moving so we don't have to rattle the cans so hard today. 2:30 away from today's goal. Half hour of overtime if we get there. Spelled the N-word on a whiteboard. The irony.
Oh, God. It's gross, actually.
Yeah. We've decided to start tolerating this in schools, says no one ever.
Exactly.
Right.
That's it.
It's always like, we need to make sure that this never happens again. Like, we did. We fired the teacher. Well, you need to apologize to the students. Yeah, we did. We're very sorry. Well, you need to explain this to me. Like, no, we don't. We took care of it.
The firing is explaining, I think.
Right?
They would not have fired him if they thought it was cool.
Do you not understand the concept of what a termination means? Do you think it's a good thing and we're rewarding them?
That's what the firing is for.
Yeah, that's what the firing is for. So, all right. Well,
explanation enough.
So a substitute teacher lost their job, but at the same time, once that substitute teacher lost its job, an activist group lost all their attention. So they gotta.
Damn it.
They gotta keep that. They gotta keep the fire stoked.
Oh God! You know what makes me kind of sick is that activist groups like that kind of, in a weird way, they need things like that substitute teacher writing on that whiteboard. Like they need moments like that.
Well, yeah.
Otherwise, they don't get talked about.
That's the whole thing about. Like, they talk about this, like when you win the revolution, the whole point of a revolution is to dissolve yourself.
Yep.
And the problem with, we've been saying this since the days of Al Sharpton and Jesse Jackson, that like every time that things get better, they can't acknowledge things are getting better because that's the less they're needed.
Right.
So you need to keep coming up. That's why the goalposts for racism keep moving forward. They keep moving the goalposts and going, well, now it's posting a meme. That's racism now. And then it's,
math is racist.
Yeah, it's to the point where they get so circular and they come back to the start and they go, well, now we need to bring back segregation. It's like, guys, that's racist. Nuh-uh.
Voter ID is racist.
Camo Girl with $4.99 says, how is the mouth feeling, Aaron, since the teeth got removed? Good. I'm just going to wait. I got to wait a couple months. They won't do it right away. I'm going to have something put here, either an implant or some damn thing, because I don't like that area being exposed.
That
if
empty.
you will. Yeah, but other than that, I feel great. No
more toothaches.
I feel capital, if you will. 225 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very much. Let's make sure we knock that thing down. Hey, in the next 8 minutes, can we get that under 200? I would really appreciate it. It would really help set me at ease, and hopefully we'd be marching towards knocking out our goal today and doing a half hour of overtime. That goal, of course, ensures that Steel Toe can stay on the air, pay the bills, etc., etc. 225 away from today's goal. There's the Streamlabs. There's the PayPal. There's the Venmo. Super chats and memberships count as well. Rob says it'll never end if money is involved. Exactly. Right. Exactly. Yep. Let's do this one. Squatters. We've watched documentaries on squatters.
Nasty.
It's like once you get someone squatting on your property, it takes, if you're lucky, it takes months.
It takes an act of God.
Yeah, it's really difficult. So basically what they have to do is get into your home, establish a domicile there, and get like one piece of mail or something like that. In a lot of states, it's one piece of mail and you're there. And now you can't leave because the people who own it can't go to the police because it's not a criminal matter. It's a civil matter. So now you have to go through the city and try to get an order, and then someone has to enforce that order, and it takes forever.
You have to establish like proof that they're squatting.
Yeah. I mean, squatters are your worst nightmare if you own property. Well, in Jacksonville, they had one that was there for 40 days. Luckily, that's
really short.
That's a short amount of time, but they did a fuckload of damage in that 40 days. Here's the story.
Our team paid another visit to a Jacksonville home where the owners say a pair of squatters had moved in and had refused to leave. And this is what the homeowners found after they were able to get into the house for the first time since the court ordered the two women living in the house to get out. News4Jax reporter.
Now, why? Same thing with foreclosures. When people lose houses, a lot of times they'll trash them and rip stuff out of the walls and stuff. I'm just like, why? If I can't have it, nobody can?
They're feeling like that's getting one over on the people kicking them out.
Great.
That's their childish way of like, haha, like I got you one last time.
Yeah.
Alicia Hatcher's joining us live. So Alicia, that is a huge mess now that these owners have to clean up.
Tarek, the squatters did significant damage to this home behind me, and now the homeowners are filing charges against them.
I hope so.
Yeah, but what are you going to get out of them?
I don't know.
They don't really seem like the wealthy type.
I was going to say, like, you could technically have a bunch of money, I suppose, because you don't pay your rent or anything.
Maybe.
I don't know.
Holes in the walls, ripped out cabinets, dishwasher damage, and even a stolen washer and dryer. Patty Peoples and Don Terra are dealing with the outcomes of having their Hogan Creek's home occupied illegally.
We called our attorney to see what our rights were, and he indicated that this had progressed now to grand theft and a criminal matter.
The owners say...
Okay, so that's the only way they were able to get them out so quick is because shit was so bad that they can actually prove they stole your property, so now it's criminal.
The squatters weren't doing squatter life correctly anymore.
Right, exactly.
They believe the squatting began in March, a short time after a tenant moved out.
I had sent a handyman over here to repair some minor items, and when he went up to the house, he saw that there was a pit bull mother with...
Well, you're starting to get the picture now.
With 10 to 14 small puppies on the sunroom porch.
Ew.
And at that point, I came over to investigate what was going on.
That is when Peoples realized someone was living in the home.
I own this house. You have to leave, according to the police.
Two women.
I can't believe that those two women own pit bulls.
And those pit bulls are deadly weapons, I'll have you know. You could do self-defense here.
You shocked the shit out of me.
In the home claimed they had a lease. According to the police report, one of the women said they found the property on Zillow and signed a rental lease. Tuesday morning, the squatters were evicted from the home. Now, the owners are filing criminal charges.
This has been a 40-plus day process that we have been unable to take repossession of a home that we own by squatters who broke in and inhabited our home and then destroyed it.
And then, just acted like pieces of shit when they had to leave and just broke the walls and fucked shit up and ripped things out of the wall and stole stuff.
What a life to live, you know?
What a waste, right? Like, you only get one time around.
Exactly.
And you use it this way.
And then what are you doing for money? Breeding and selling pit bulls?
That sounds like a good idea.
Does it?
They've got 12 pit bull dogs. That'll keep them going for a little bit.
Ugh.
We spoke to an attorney not associated to this case about the situation. Curtis Fallgatter says the squatters committed a number of crimes. And what crimes are those?
Well, there's a couple. One, of course, is the malicious mischief. Anything that involves damage more than $1,000 is a felony. Below that's a misdemeanor, but based on what you're telling me, it sounds like there's more than $1,000 worth of damage. That's a felony. You got video proof of it.
He says the other crime is an act of theft.
They actually stole the housing accommodations of that property. That is specifically prohibited under the theft statute under Florida law.
Fallgatter says situations like this are rare.
Well, I hope so.
I hope so too, but I was a little surprised to hear that. I actually kind of figured that happens more often than rare.
I mean, first of all, it takes a lot of balls and a lack of dignity. So it kind of cuts out a lot of people right away.
And based on the video we saw, those two seem to fit the bill.
Whoa.
They were yelling and screaming.
Oh, okay. Close says, for people to have any property rights at all, squatting must be completely illegal. Right. I don't know why we're still at a point where there's not laws on the books against this shit.
Ironically, squatter rights are like there's more of them than the owner's rights.
Yeah, like
which is sick.
I get you have to protect renters, but I mean, unless you have a piece of paper like showing that you have a lease and that these people leased it to you, they should be able to throw you out whenever the fuck they want
to. Hold on, they said they had signed a lease, which is obviously not true. But even if you sign a lease, there should be records of rent being paid, in my opinion. Otherwise, you're a squatter.
We watched a documentary on that squatting stuff, like Worst Roommate Ever or whatever it's
Terrifying.
called. It's horrible. And like it like if you catch a bad one, it ruins your life, it ruins your credit, it ruins your bank account.
You're on the streets now.
Oh, it wrecks. And meanwhile, that person's living in your property.
Right.
While you're on the streets. Holy shit. Guy Sartell says, can I stay at your place this weekend? No.
Can you imagine getting Guy Sartell stuck living here squatting?
Of course not. Yeah, I would hate to have Guy Sartell stuck here. 225 away from today's goal. Come on, guys. Let's get moving on that. We are definitely well behind. 225 away from today's goal. Streamlabs, PayPal, Steel Toe Media, Inc. Cho Diff, we got it. It sounds really retarded and stupid. We got it, buddy. Thanks. I don't want to get rid of you because I'm sure you'll be a big fan of this show and like what we're doing. Just stop being a spurg. Oh my God. I hope this person never becomes a squatter for multiple reasons.
Those poor little legs might break.
Oh my God. Boy. This woman, I'm sorry to assume gender. This woman is starting a petition so that airlines will be forced to let obese people occupy as many extra seats as they want, completely free of charge.
Ooh, see, I was going to be on her side if she said that she's paying for it.
No, they already let you do that. If you have to buy 2 or 3 seats, they'll sell you 2 or 3 seats.
Right, big fucking deal. That's fine. But
they
free
don't
of
care.
charge, like, no offense. Like, I can't just occupy a seat next to me with my shit. Like, I can't put my bags in it for free.
The whole thing of buying a seat from an airline is you're not paying admission for a person. You're paying for a physical seat on the plane.
Right, yep.
So if you can't fit in that one seat and you need a second one, you need to buy a second seat. The airline isn't victimizing you for making you pay for a second seat. You did this to yourself. You got really gigantic, and now you have to pay for extra seats on the plane.
Yeah, that's true. It's not.
Yeah. Nobody's doing it to you.
Like, weirdly, like, airplane seats are kind of dehumanized. It's just like, no, I need to sell that spot.
Right.
Okay.
Morbidly obese plus-size influencer who goes by J-Bay has started a change.org petition demanding the FAA and airlines give fat flyers as many free extra seats as they need to accommodate their girth. J-Bay, who looks to be about $4 billion, says the free seats are for protection and would fight discrimination against obese travelers.
But do you see how airlines would go out of business if they did this?
Oh my, that's a 3-seater, isn't it?
I'd say 2.
The caption says, "Slay, Queen."
I mean, you sat next to somebody similar one time.
I sat next to someone who was bordering needing 2 seats.
She was touching you, right?
Oh, God, I hated it.
Aaron had never wanted to sit so close to me on a plane.
Oh, my God. I was over on part of your seat, for sure.
Yeah.
Because she was taking part of mine.
Right.
When we get on a plane and like it's just us 2 in a row and like we're getting close to takeoff, I'm like, yes, this is fucking awesome. This is great. I love this. Maybe I'll even move over a little. I don't know. But then, like, with 2 minutes left, and they're like, oh, we're just about ready to take off. Some asshole comes bumbling in at the last second, and wouldn't you know, just happens to be the person who needs to sit down next to us.
Are you saying they were late to their seat?
Oh, God, I was so annoyed. Giant fucking neck pillow. God damn it. It's a 3-hour flight. We'll be fine.
Yeah, we're pretty, you and I'm actually impressed by us. When we travel, we're very basic.
Watch a movie and an episode of a TV show, and you'll be fine.
It's over, yeah.
That's it. It's done after that. She's calling for larger airplane bathrooms and sensitivity training for airline staff. All plus-size passengers should be provided with an extra free seat or even 2 or 3 seats, depending on their size. Her thing that you sign, the petition reads, to accommodate their needs and ensure their comfort during the flight.
But
what about other people's comfort?
Right. I mean, this is the thing that, what do they say? Was it from War Dogs? Learn the difference between you have a problem and we have a problem?
War Dogs, yeah. The petition so far has nearly 5,000 signatures.
Okay.
maybe, possibly we consider, and I'm not telling you what you have to do, but maybe perhaps we consider losing a little bit of weight.
It could be some motivation. Like if you have to pay for the second seat so that you're comfortable, that could be motivation to lose some weight.
Or
They're
how about we
not allowing you on the plane?
Let's fly in the cargo hold. There you go. We'll put all the obese people in the cargo hold and we'll have them in there and we can fly that way. Perfect.
I don't like how happy you
Think
look
about it.
that.
I don't have to see big fat pigs on the airplane anymore. And then they don't have to complain about not having enough seats because if you put them in the cargo hold, you got all the room in the world.
They can keep you warm, though.
You can
Planes get chilly.
ratchet strap them in, give them a little personal battery-operated
Okay.
heater, and put them in the cargo
Are
hold.
you suggesting they stay with the livestock?
Well, Closed is saying put her in a crate. I like the idea. Put some holes in the top like Garfield did for Nirmal when he sent her to Abu Dhabi.
I'm absolutely sure your airline will be affluent in no time.
I think people would love it. I think people would really dig my
What
airline.
are you calling your airline?
Slim Fast. Oh, I think that's already taken.
Yeah.
Night Creep's #1 fan says that's too much weight in cargo. Fair enough. Mr. Approachable says Erin was wondering why the armrest was so warm and then realized it was her fat fold laying over it. It's just you.
I do remember, look, we're saying, fat people or overweight people can still fly. You just need to buy that second seat. But, that woman's leg was, spilling over and touching you. I remember that.
MS Willie 199. Yeah, we got it, bud. It doesn't matter. They're a tiny channel. It's not a big deal.
Yeah, don't.
It doesn't. MS Willie, it doesn't have anything to do with us.
You guys don't need to report that here. This is a different show.
We don't give a shit. It's lame and hacky and gay.
Thank you for your donation, though.
We appreciate that, bud. Gary Crouch says, notice no one is bitching about Greyhound buses not having enough room for fat fucks. That's because none of us ride on Greyhound buses, so we don't give a shit.
That's very true.
I think they should have to prove they can fit in one seat at the ticket desk. Yeah, I think it would be great to have a seat sitting there, and then you sit your fat ass down, and if each leg flows, piles over the seat, you got to buy a second seat.
Are you saying that it's like a amusement park where it's you've got to be this tall to ride?
I love this idea. Yeah. I think that's a really good one.
We're really just dehumanizing people now. That's really.
Oh, I'm sorry. Were we supposed to be doing something different?
Like I said, we could just promote weight loss.
Mr. Approachable says the funniest thing ever is to wait until the last minute to get on your plane and then watch the defeat in the eyes of the person you're sitting next to, realizing they don't have an empty seat. That's the
shitty.
worst fucking thing you can
I
do
know.
on a plane. How dare you?
I do remember you were thrilled till a minute to go.
Till a minute to go. Guys, 225 away from today's goal. I hate to be this guy, but that is what keeps us in business, and we have less than 50 minutes, 5-0, until we rattle the cans and try to e-beg our way into making it. Oh, yeah, Rumble definitely something happened because Restream sent us our results.
Did our OTC
for our
break
stream
Rumble?
already. Whoops. We're
We're sorry, Rumble.
So when OBS dropped, we definitely lost something, I guess. That's too bad. I wish it would stop doing that. I'll update OBS today. But guys, if you feel like chipping in $5-10, please do, because we're way behind. 225 away from today's goal. There's the Streamlabs, the PayPal, and the Venmo if you'd like to contribute. Night Creep's #1 fan says, you guys are going to make it. OnlyFans? No. We'll have to do something else, not the OnlyFans.
No.
John Jamingo says, does the cargo hold have a buffet? If so, I'm in.
Well, that's kind of fun.
Yeah, but we're going to strap all the fat people down.
Lay off me, I'm starving.
Yeah, if we strap the fat people in the cargo hold like I'm suggesting, then if you have a buffet in there, it's just going to be taunting them because they'll be strapped down, arms and legs, so they can't.
Well, maybe there's a servant down there feeding them.
Well, we don't want them to roll around and get hurt, so we're going to strap them down so we don't get sued. That's
the visuals
exactly
are just awful.
That's exactly how it's going to work. Ricky Garcia with 199 says, sorry, Holmes, times are tough. Here's some pesos. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate that. That is
Thank you.
Very kind of you. Let's go to our final story of the second hour. Body odor. If you don't like body odor, you might be a little racist.
Wow, that's racist now, huh?
Yeah, I thought it was kind of a bit of a dick move to say that people are racist if they don't like body odor. But apparently, I'm not a scientist. I haven't done the research. Body odor. Everybody hates it. Nobody likes it. It's super gross. However, little did you know that your hatred of body odor and your disgust of other nasty things like poop and pee might in fact be a sign that you're a racist.
I don't see how, but tell me more.
Bizarre new research. First of all, I think the racists are the people who conduct this study.
Yes, you're the only one calling it racist, so you're thinking this way.
If things stink, like one of the uniting forces that we could have between human beings is that we all hate things that smell like shit. And you would think,
most of us.
You would think that would bring us together. Bizarre new research claims that people with a sensitive nose for disgusting smells are more likely to be xenophobic. In a study across 9 countries, scientists have linked a repulsion to sweat, bad breath, and smelly feet with heightened disliking for refugees. All right, now wait a minute. This is a setup.
That's mean.
This is a setup because they're setting me up to say something that may actually be true, but it's going to sound
I can see it.
Awful.
It's going to sound insensitive. Nope, I know where this is going.
People hate nasty smells. They do.
Just a scientific fact.
They hate nasty smells.
You can do this.
We live in a city where there are a lot of third world refugees.
Accurate.
We all hate nasty, disgusting smells. They make us uncomfortable. They gross us out. They gross us out. This is what you get. If we don't hit the goal today,
Right.
I just don't pronounce words properly.
We're broken. Do it for Johnny.
Hit the goal for Johnny. There you go. I was trying to find a grift for today since we were fucking desperate. Speaking of which,
Exactly.
Johnny with $5 says, let's go on a run and knock the goal before he gets back. I need overtime. There you go, guys. 220. Oh,
Man.
215. The fired ginger with $5 says
Thank
the smell
you.
of shit isn't going to bring the gays into our side. Remember, they eat the poo-poo. Good job on the Compound Show. It was great. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Yeah, be sure to check out the Steel Toe Compound episode.
It was very funny.
We've heard a lot of good things about it. So, nasty smells are disgusting and we all hate them. Refugees from third world countries tend not to have the same sanitation standards that we do here in this part of the world, which sometimes mean there's a different kind of smell.
Sure.
In that particular field or area.
They do not have the same hygiene routines typically, and they need time to become accustomed to what we're doing here.
Right. See, now we just made the, what do you call it? The study.
Yeah, but I don't think what we're saying means we don't dislike refugees.
Right. They're taking a thing and they're going, oh, people think that sweat, bad breath, and smelly feet are bothersome. Well, they are. That's not an opinion.
Right.
That bothers people. Well, we've attached that with a heightened disliking for refugees. Did you ever think that maybe refugees tend to have a higher concentration of those offenses compared to the people who already live in that first world country to begin with?
How about the fact that the people doing this study are the ones insinuating that refugees don't smell good? They're the ones that have now done that.
Actually, the academic explanation of their findings is basic and pedestrian enough to be almost laughable. As in previous work prior to the pandemic, this relationship was partially explained by the perceived dissimilarity of the outgroup in norms relating to basic practices such as food preparation and hygiene. Well, there. You just answered your own question.
Right.
The relationship between the people not liking nasty smells and having a certain opinion of refugees is because the people from those countries tend to have different lower hygiene standards.
Right, they're coming to a new place. They don't know everything yet.
Well, I just have to say this. I'm really glad they spent a shitload of money nailing down that whole hypothesis for that story.
Yeah, just almost like we have nothing better to do.
Yes. Great show today. Thanks. This is from Mike G. $5 coming in from Mike over on PayPal. Thank you, buddy. 210 away from today's goal, and we are about 40 minutes away from rattling the cans and doing our e-beggar best to hit our goal today and do a half hour of overtime and make sure that our show stays on the air. We got no Johnny. Johnny's not feeling well today, and he's having some the flu that he's been diagnosed with is kind of dicking with his MS. So It looks like April and I are going to soldier ahead this week with potentially 8 shows.
We're all missing our Johnny time.
Together. So we will see with a possible guest host on Wednesday. We'll see how that transpires. All right. We've got to open up our 8 o'clock hour stories here in the 9 o'clock hour, a sign that maybe things are going pretty well today. Boy, I tell you, I hate hiding people. I
do too.
Banning people from the chat, but boy, it went smoother after RGZ Mac was gone.
I just hate that people got to be that way.
Yeah.
Like I said, just behave and enjoy the show.
Because we want to, look, our audience pays us to do this show, so we want to communicate with them and we want to talk to them. April's gut says, take me to the factory. Oh, your poor gut. But at any rate,
what?
It's one of those things where, if you're going to enjoy going to the chat and talking to your fans, you got to get rid of the shitbag spurgs.
Right, because the fans of the show aren't having a good time either when you're screwing everything up. So.
Right, exactly. Before we get to these stories, Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, our pals at Stoney's, are playing host to our 9th anniversary party Saturday, August 12th at Stoney's in Rockville. Be sure to head there this weekend. Of course, Stoney's, the best dive bar in central Minnesota, the best place to go party with live bands every single weekend. That's Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Visit Stoney's today. All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. That's All Care Towing when you go in the ditch, when your car won't go. Nobody better than All Care Towing, 320-253-6203. And Midland Armory in downtown Foley, midlandarmory.com. Go ahead and use the promo code SteelToe on Midland Armory when you make your order and get a nice discount, whether it's on handguns, rifles, shotguns. If you are an FFL license holder, they can deliver it right to your door. If you're not, they'll deliver it to an FFL licensed dealer, and you can go pick it up there. That's Midland Armory in downtown Foley, also dealing in magazines, optics, knives, parts and gear, suppressors, and much more. That's midlandarmory.com. Use the promo code SteelToe when you order. That's Midland Armory in downtown Foley, midlandarmory.com. Citizen M says, leave the Spurgs. They'll come around. I did. Nah, you know what? You can come in and you can be a fan to start with. Or if you don't like it, you can kind of hang back and be like, I don't know. Maybe, I don't know if I'm going to like this or not. I'm not really sure, but I'll hang back and see. Thank you very much to David with $40. Says, here, pussies, because I like your mod, The Gravy Show. Oh, well, thank you, buddy. Very nice of you. Gravy made us some money today. That means we are, I can do this, 175 away from knocking it out today. Thank you very much, Dave, over on Venmo. Appreciate that. Again, now we're only 175 away, so we're getting closer. We're getting there. We can make this thing work, you guys. 175 is getting dangerously close to what we like to call striking distance, about 40 minutes away from rattling the cans and doing that e-beggar best to knock out the goal. Johnny K says, probably not doing my show today, still in the hospital. No idea if I'm getting released anytime soon. Well,
just rest up, buddy.
Yeah, you're in the best place to get help,
Absolutely.
If anything goes wrong, so that's a good thing. There is a mayor in Colombia who got caught at a club. He's a controversial mayor. They're not the biggest fan of him there. He's very, flamboyant, whatever. He was caught at a club dancing.
Ooh.
Well, maybe not.
Oh.
He was caught at a club dancing, and now he's claiming that he was drugged and that he would never do something like that. When you see the video, you'll understand why he's claiming he was drugged. This is the country of Colombia. This is a Colombian mayor at a dance club.
Oh, buddy, no.
Oh, shoot. Was that his? No, that wasn't the thing. He had underwear on or something.
Yeah.
Because they were blurring it out and then they didn't. So that was underwear. That wasn't his actual.
I hope so. I'm going to choose to believe it was
The New York Post would not just post that with, this is on YouTube. Oh, there we go. Yeah, they were blurring out his butt. Okay. There he's got the plumber ass and the whole deal.
You know, just living his best life out
Just
there
got
on
a little
on the floor.
Yeah, he got a little fucked up at the club, and somebody had their phones out, and I bet you the people filming him didn't even know he was a mayor.
No.
They just saw a guy.
Is that what you look at and think, oh, that's a mayor?
Yeah.
No.
A Colombian politician redefined naked leadership after he was spotted dancing while nearly nude. Okay, at a nightclub, so he did have his underwear on. As seen in a wild video blowing up online. The R-rated political party went down while Martin Alfonso Meja of Colima was at an unspecified nightclub. The nightclub's like, thank Christ.
Don't say my name.
Things took a not safe for work turn after the frisky leader whipped off his shirt and began gyrating around in front of stunned revelers. The topless Meja can be seen standing on a bench while gyrating his hips vigorously in full view of a group of young women. Yeah, you're saying that this guy isn't the sexiest dude?
No.
To take off his pants and start dancing around?
We could do a few sit-ups.
At one point during his striptease, the politician's trousers slipped down, exposing his bare butt like a wayward toddler. The clip concludes with a man approaching Meja and placing an arm around his shoulder, presumably trying to put the kibosh on the embarrassing skeptical. Fellow politicians were not too pleased with the mayor exposing his body, especially given that this display occurred during Holy Week in the Catholic country. Oh, no.
And they take that shit seriously, too.
They do. In Central America,
no.
that is really, really serious.
Well, he's just trying to be real with everyone.
Yeah,
This
he's
is
just
what I
trying,
am.
just trying to show everybody, look, I'm a normal guy.
I'm just a dude.
I'm a regular dude. I go out and party just like the rest of you. Huh?
Partying for Holy Week.
Yeah, it's just, dicks out for Jesus.
That's what we
it was.
say in this house.
Yeah, dicks out for the Lord during Holy Week. Now it's a really good Friday. The responsibility that politicians have, blah, 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 blah. If it's unclear whether the mayor will face the music over his alleged dirty dancing. Meja has since claimed he was drugged at the club, an allegation that the venue's boss has denied.
Obviously.
The ridiculous display comes just 6 months after Meja took to the stage at a festival while allegedly intoxicated and told the crowd he was corrupt.
I've defiled myself.
So you're saying that this is not his first foray into humiliating himself?
I just think he sounds like a good time.
I mean, that's an honest politician, at least.
I would love it if my politicians would just tell me.
Look, guys, heart to heart, between you, me, and the Lord, I am dirty as fuck.
Look, I don't even wash my crack.
I take bribes. I vote based on who's going to pay me the most. I make decisions on contracts based on who's going to kick back the most money. Yeah, look, I'm a piece of shit. I don't know what to tell you guys. There's something honest about that.
Yeah. Can you imagine if, like, what's his name? George Santos just came out and was like really drunk and just decided to be honest one night? That'd be really cool.
Indeed, the politician definitely seems like someone you could have a beer or 10 with.
Oh, no, I don't want to have 10.
Okay, that is his underwear.
I don't want to have 10 beers with that guy.
The young leader also hit back at his detractors, touting his job performance. Wait a minute, who's her?
I don't know.
In August, Finnish Prime Minister... Finnish Prime Minister Sanna Marin. Remember she had that party with her friends?
Mm-hmm.
And she was dancing and
drunk
and all that shit? Yeah.
Having a good time.
That's kind of what you get when you hire a 36-year-old mayor. She might get...
That's what they get with you, right?
Yeah, you'd see me taking my pants off and whipping my dick out in a club. Are you kidding me? That's the kind of mayor I want to believe in.
Go to a Chuck E. Cheese, maybe take my pants
off. 175 away from today's goal and a half hour away from rattling the cans and seeing if we can knock this thing out. Everybody chip in just a little bit and we'll get this thing taken care of. 175 away. Let's knock it out, boys and girls. Support Steel Toe and get us down to 0. Streamlabs, PayPal, Steel Toe Media Inc. on Venmo, Superchats, memberships. It all counts towards getting that number to 0. So some guy was shoplifting a Family Dollar in Akron, Ohio.
As you do.
And decided that a shoplifting charge, that's not enough for me.
Oh, we had to go harder.
I need a little bit more than just a shoplifting charge.
Well, once you've shoplifted a few times, your tolerance is kind of being met.
I gotta make sure I really pump this thing up a bit in the dumbest fucking way possible. This one, again, out of Ohio, where they don't have more pressing business.
Right. Imagine having to
Now to a story out of Akron.
from
A
here.
veteran police officer calls it one of the strangest crimes he can recall. It started off as simple shoplifting, but then a customer offered $100 to anybody who would beat up a witness to the crime. Only on News 5.
But
So you shoplift, and then before you run out and decide that, I'm going to see if I can get away with this, I'll give someone $100 to beat the fucking shit out of this guy.
Oh, man.
Which, I don't know if you guys stayed in school very long, that too also against the law.
Frowned upon.
Frowned upon,
You know.
to say it lightly.
Our Bob Jones has a surveillance video and speaks with workers about this bizarre case.
An Akron police officer's body camera is rolling as he talks to a man who was attacked inside the Family Dollar on Arlington Street Monday morning.
I'd say it's a little more than assault. I think it's a little more aggressive than assault.
But what led up to that assault was truly bizarre. It all started when a shoplifter loaded up a garbage can with soap and beauty products and bolted from the store.
Boy, we've only seen that a million times before.
Only a million.
And brother, you're supposed to do that at a Walgreens. You're not supposed to do that at a Family Dollar.
Well, you have to go to California too, right?
Yeah.
Not Ohio.
You don't go to the Family Dollar and rip off the beauty products. This guy didn't watch the whole YouTube video before he started doing this.
No, he's like, I can do that.
Yeah, Family Dollar is right down the road. No, dude, that's Dove soap. You're going to sell it for 70 cents a bar? This is not going to work out well.
A concerned customer who witnessed the crime followed the thief briefly.
The customer seen him run out, and the customer started running out too, following the guy and seeing 2 addresses that he went to.
Then the customer returned to the store to give workers a possible location of the crook so police would know where to look. Police say things turned really strange when another man inside the Family Dollar held up a $100 bill. You can see him waving it around here in this surveillance video. He then offered to pay anyone the $100 to beat up the Good Samaritan couple.
So the one guy leaves, the actual shoplifter leaves. And then they find his address and they're going to give it to the cops. So then another guy, I don't even know if this guy might not even be associated with the shoplifter.
I don't know.
He might just really hate snitches.
Right.
He holds out $100 and go, yo, who's going to beat the fuck out of this snitch?
He just needed a nice little rumble. And then
I guess.
What was it, Family Dollar?
Yeah, he didn't want to get his hands dirty, so he offered somebody $100 to beat the shit out of a guy for just trying to help.
Maybe he just didn't like the Good Samaritan. Maybe he personally didn't like that guy.
Guy just wanted to restock the soap shelves, and this guy's trying to get his ass kicked.
Customer. Video provided to News 5 by the store shows that 2 people took the callous offer.
Yo, we split it 2 ways. We going to Red Lobster, motherfucker.
Oh my God, he'll do anything for $100.
Oh God! And then they're
Would
gonna.
you take the 100?
Now watch. No. Now watch. They're gonna beat the shit out of him. They're gonna have to split the 100. They're gonna beat the shit out of each other for the 100.
You know what? It's the shit in the water. Everyone's fucked up.
It is.
now.
It's a spill.
And started struggling, pushing and punching the customer in the face. The man who held up the $100 bill also joined the fray.
Fighting back.
I saw this commotion.
Holy shit!
And
I think we're burying the lead here. I think the guy fought off the attackers.
I would have put money on him.
Nice work, buddy.
it was crazy. It was wild.
Lieutenant Michael Miller compared the crime to offering a bounty in real time and said he's never seen something like this in nearly 25 years on the force.
To insert yourself deliberately or intentionally into this over really a misdemeanor incident.
Right.
And really taking it to the level of offering money to harm somebody. I mean,
hey, that guy stole a bunch of, that guy who stole a bunch of shampoos and bars of soap and everything from here. I found his address. We got him. Yo, you gonna rat out my boy Shampooey? $100 if you beat this motherfucker's ass.
Shampoo dog.
there's no place for that.
Police say the customer was not seriously hurt. The store showed us pictures of the persons of interest, and police confirmed these are the people they're looking for in the assault. Manager Paige Perryman said there have been several problems with shoplifters, but nothing quite this scary.
This probably was the worst incident we had, and we did, after this incident, we kicked everybody out and locked the doors for a few hours.
Store workers still
Probably for
shaken
the
up by the
best.
senseless attack hope everyone involved is identified and arrested.
Hopefully we learn by this and I just hope it don't happen again.
No offense, buddy, but the people who need to learn this lesson have already learned it,
Yep.
and the people who haven't learned it yet are not going to learn it from this news story.
Nope, not at all.
That's, again, I hate to be the spoiler alert
That's
guy,
hard.
but it's just not going to work out. History has shown us that there are people who learn at the age you're supposed to learn that you don't do certain things, and then there are people who are just on the complete other side of
Well,
that.
then you don't want to become that guy, though, that has like no hope that things can get better, because what reason is there for living then?
Thank you very much to Gray Duckling. I'm sorry. Gray Duckling with $10 over on PayPal. Thank you very much, buddy. That's going to put us 165 away from today's goal.
Thank you.
Putting us in a decent position, guys. Just everybody keep chipping in. We got about 25 minutes before we have to knock that whole thing out and play the music and rattle the cans and whatnot. Again, just 165 away, so we can get there if everybody just chips in a little bit. Thank you, boys and girls. Let's go to Arkansas for this next one. We have a sex teacher, boys and girls. Go back to my sex teacher story. Where'd it go? I hate this shit. McAfee, why are you doing that? I wanted my Blaze does that from time to time, by the way. I go on the Blaze for news stories, and they'll get like some kind of antivirus pop-up thing. Here we go. There's my sex teacher. Wait, what? No, not mine.
Wait.
I didn't.
I had the cutest little sex teacher.
Yeah, I didn't have any sex teachers when I was a boy. I promise.
Really?
No sex teachers for me. All right, guys, we got to play the game. You're in school, do you?
That's your teacher?
Yeah.
She's not the worst I've seen.
I was just going to say that's maybe the bottom.
That's bottom of the best, right?
That's floor level. Like that's okay. That's the teacher I'm willing to risk it all to stick my dick in at school. Anything below that, no. Anything above that, yes.
When you're putting it like that, though, when you're going to risk it all and stuff, and are you really risking it all if you're the student?
No, I guess they call you the victim, don't they?
Right, you're victimized.
You're on top of them, plowing the shit out of them. You're a victim.
You could be fucking her right in the ass, and you're still the victim.
The teacher gets arrested, and she's like, you think he's the victim? I have the most throbbing, swollen vagina right now. He goes too hard.
I got anal fissures.
Yes. I've got tearing. I'm bleeding right now, officers.
It's not the right kind.
And you think he's the victim?
Have you seen my ass?
The latest teacher sex scandal involves a 32-year-old teacher from Arkansas.
Yeah, that's about right.
Really? I wasn't thinking 32.
You're 36.
And I'm prettier than this man.
Yes.
From Arkansas, who allegedly had an inappropriate relationship with a student. The teacher has been hit with felony charges for the reported sexual misconduct with a student. Heather Hare. She's got a sex teacher name.
Heather Hare.
Heather Hare.
That does sound a little sexual.
A teacher at Bryant High School in a suburb of Little Rock turned herself into the Saline County Detention Center on the morning of April 14th. It was kind of salty.
Yeah, weird names here.
The Saline County Sheriff's Office had a warrant for Hare's arrest because detectives suspected her of engaging in sexual misconduct with a student. Hare was charged with felony charges of first-degree sexual assault. She was booked on Friday morning after her bond was set at $15,000. What do we know about the relationship?
Yeah, I want the juice. Give me the details.
I want to know, because you have to know if the teacher is, really creepy and,
she slept with a student. We can
check
that off the
okay,
list.
but, if she's having sex with a student who's, 13 and you're like, oh, God. Or if it's, an 18-year-old senior and you're just like, not the best, but, not technically.
You're saying there's levels to this shit.
There's levels to this game. If a teacher fucks a 13-year-old student, that's disgusting. If a teacher fucks an 18-year-old senior, that's slightly less disgusting, and I feel less bad for the kid.
Because he's 18?
And he wants to fuck. And he's like, holy shit, I can't believe my luck. The way these guys always get busted is they get busted for bragging to their friends about fucking their teacher.
I was going to say they enjoy the story. It's good for them.
I mean, when you have when the victim gets caught because he's high-fiving his buddies too loudly in the hall, I don't know how traumatized he is.
I know, but even if the student came out in defense of this and said, "Nah, it was good sex, man. I wanted to be there. I was giving it." She's still in trouble.
Yeah,
you can't take it away.
Exactly.
So.
KJ Fury says, "I would hit the crack of dawn, but I can't get up early enough. Oh, well, that's okay, buddy. Thank you for the $5. Appreciate it. Only $160 away, guys.
Thanks.
You can help out, too. There's the Venmo, the PayPal, the Streamlabs, Superchats, memberships. It all counts. We're getting close. Let's knock it down and do a half hour of overtime. Thank you guys very much for your generosity in advance. Hair was featured in a Good Morning America segment in May of 2020. Hair's students sent her a goodbye video because her family consumer science class was being discontinued because of the pandemic. So she was like on TV bawling her eyes out and,
Well, not enough dick.
Yeah, they were canceling her program, and she's like, "Oh, I'm not going to be able to fuck anymore. Where am I going to go to score dick? The bars are all closed.
Where do you find men nowadays?
They're shutting the schools down. I guess Target and Walmart are your only options, and the liquor store.
The Best Buy, maybe."
In recent months, there has been a rash of teachers and school staff arrested for indecent sexual relationships with students. Hannah Martin, a 26-year-old high school javelin coach, I bet she was.
Yeah.
Was arrested this week for having an inappropriate relationship with a 17-year-old student for 17 months. Excuse me?
Wow, that is a long one.
That's what she said. Well, she's cute.
She's hot. She's my age, so I mean, she's pretty
okay.
I'm actually older than her.
Pennsylvania javelin coach Hannah Marth, a 26-year-old track and field coach. During an interview with Pennsylvania State Police, Marth allegedly confessed to having a sexual relationship with a 17-year-old male student that began in May of 2021. Yeah, it's not allowed. Even if they're of legal age, they still have that law where if one's an authority figure, can't do it.
And if you have to have that conversation before you have sex with somebody, doesn't that kind of take something away from it? Like, oh, it's legal technically.
Yeah, when you have to go, it's technically legal. It's like, okay, then it's creepy. If it's technically, if we have to break out a law book off a lawyer's bookshelf and we have to look in there to see if it's okay for this dick to go in you, it's too creepy for you to do it.
It takes something out of it for me.
Right. There's a difference between legal and okay.
Yes. Thank you very much for clearing that up.
2 Virginia teachers were arrested last month for having sexual contact with male students. Wait a minute. That's the same lady.
She gets around.
Wait a minute. I don't buy it. A former teacher in Oklahoma allegedly stalked and groomed underage students. What? Ooh.
Imagine wanting.
See, now that's
to do
below
that.
the floor.
See, that's not okay.
Yeah. I feel bad for those kids. Those are the kids I feel terrible for.
How would you ever have the gall, like as a teacher or a higher up at a school, to be like, oh God, I just want to, don't approach kids that way. That is so off-putting.
Well, it's kind of like
how does that start? How do you do that?
You know, they say about the Catholic Church, like a lot of gay guys go there to get ass because there's plenty of opportunity.
I've heard this too. I don't like thinking about it.
And maybe it's the same way with teachers.
Yeah, why do you want to spend so much time with kids? Most people don't.
Somebody says, but think back to when you were in high school. Most guys would do anything for some puss. You know, I've thought about this because there were stories like this when we were in high school. And there were a couple of teachers where we were like, if the opportunity arose, fuck yeah.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Miss Rensenbrink was one of them.
Don't say their names.
Yes. They're probably not their names anymore. Miss Litfin was another one.
Was it lit?
Ugh. But it was also like I would always be very honest about that. They're like, oh yeah, if our teacher came up to you, she wanted to fuck you. Be like, part of me would be scared and I might puss out.
No pun intended.
No pun intended. I might just be like, I can't. I'm late for practice. Well, then you're not. Then you don't fuck your teacher.
You told us earlier in today's show, by the way, that you were that big talker sexually. By the way,
that's when I was like 15. That's different. By the time I was 17 or 18. I had fucked.
I wonder if it's a little different for girls in school and fucking teachers and coaches and stuff. Like,
I hope so.
Man, we had crushes on a couple of them. But like, if actually approached with like a sexual proposition, I don't know that I would have.
Snooker Man says, my math teacher used to bend over our desks so we could see down her blouse. God bless that lady.
Lucky guy.
God bless. A lot of teachers are repressed kid touchers. That's from Amanda Hug and Kiss. And if you can't trust Amanda Hug and Kiss, who can you trust?
I think there's only one teacher that I might have.
Oh yeah,
if proposition.
Which what's?
I come from a small town. I don't want to put it up there.
Oh, you don't? Not even the subject.
Math.
Because you're not saying that, like, you're not saying this teacher did anything to you. You're talking about yourself.
Never
you're
proposition,
saying,
never.
No, you're
thought,
saying
never,
you would have done it if they would have offered.
Right. Had there been such
So
a
your
thing.
math teacher.
There was one, yeah.
Okay.
That is the most detail I could ever give you.
Filthy whores in school, man.
It's all those. It's all that number crunching.
All that,
yeah.
he
So
starts
sexy.
spitting out numbers. Thomas with $5 says, this is for everyone in the chat. Oh, well, thank you, buddy. That's very nice. All right, boys and girls, 155 away from knocking it down. We are getting very close. We've got 15 minutes before we rattle the cans and play the music and try to get this thing to push it over the edge. MSO says, I'm not here. You're here, buddy. You're here.
Okay.
Optic Nerve says 2 + 2 equals April getting some dick.
Oh.
No? That's not how your math teacher taught it? You mean in high school?
I mean, that's
First of
how I
all,
wished in my dreams he would have taught it.
if they were at the age where they were teaching 2 + 2, that would have been the creepiest fucking thing in the world.
No, this was... God, I believe that was absolutely high school. Yeah, it was high school.
Better have been.
You know how, like, after 6th grade, you start getting different teachers for, like, every subject?
Yeah.
I had to think about it for a second. It
All
was
right.
high school.
Speaking of which, a railway firm in the UK, so the the underground, their transportation, a railway firm has asked passengers to stop watching porn on board their trains, telling them to, quote, wait until you get home instead. Northern Railway has asked customers to refrain from watching not suitable for work content whilst commuting, which includes explicit material and inappropriate jokes. Question.
Oh, I have one too.
Why are we watching porn on the bus? Like, you can't whack off or anything. I mean, I guess people have.
Says you.
Yeah, I mean, I see it as problematic.
I see it as saving time. Now you have time to eat and sleep and shit when you go home.
I mean, you're beating off on the bus. You're going to have to talk to a lot of people about it, potentially.
My question.
Yeah.
You have to be watching train porn while you're on the train. Right?
You watch train porn while you're on the train.
That's okay.
With the train song playing in the background. Sure. The firm has also advised customers to avoid bad language and offensive topics. How about we take care of the porn first, and then we'll, let's get the water level down a little bit. Then we'll worry about, like, saying shit.
At least there's not fighting and stuff like that.
Yeah, at least they're watching people
just
fuck.
Porn.
Yeah. Northern said while they understand the train journey home is often the first opportunity to view content, they should wait until they are home to do so. Yeah, I'm sure they're not talking about Twitter.
What if you've had a bad day? There's porn on Twitter.
Yeah, but I mean, you got to go look for it specifically. Like, you can check Twitter, you can check Facebook, you can check all that stuff. It's just, try not to watch hardcore pornography while you're, until you get home. You can wait till you get home.
If you're not hurting anybody.
Yeah, what are you doing peeking over?
I'm not on your side.
What are you doing? I guess, what are you doing peeking over at someone's phone
Yeah,
seeing
don't
if they're
watch.
playing porn?
Watch your own
okay,
porn.
Wait a minute. No sound, though.
Headphones.
Yeah, you
Your
got to wear your
earbuds.
headphones and watch your... No, don't be a fucking weirdo and watch people fucking on the bus or on the train. It's not... Just, wait.
How about the airplane?
Wait 5 goddamn minutes, please.
I don't know.
It is important, however, that people remember that some content is not suitable for everyone to see or hear, particularly children. Yeah.
Stop looking at other people's shit.
If you've got children on the train, you don't want them hearing porn sounds.
Like I said.
The screaming, the slapping, the mushing.
The...
All of the terrible sounds that you hear in pornography. You don't...
You could at least let me swallow first.
Exactly. Yeah, you don't want to hear that. That's not a noise you want to hear when you're on the train.
You want to see my cracker?
Yeah.
Or all the daddies.
Yeah.
Daddy. Oh fuck.
The women
Fuck.
The women sucking air in through their teeth. That's hot. It is important, however, that people remember that some content is not suitable for everyone to see or hear. So please wait until you get home. That plays. They play that as a message when you're in the railway in the UK.
You might as well have porn out then. That's as bad. You're bringing it up. Now people have ideas.
Northern's Wi-Fi in their stations and on the trains is delivered in partnership with Friendly Wi-Fi, a government-initiated safe certification standard for public Wi-Fi. Friendly Wi-Fi aims to reassure that the service meets minimum filtering standards, particularly in areas where children are present. However, the director said, "We are excited to be working with Northern as a Friendly Wi-Fi certified train operator. They were passionate throughout the process to achieve the standard to ensure a great experience online for all their customers whilst traveling with them." Well, now if they can only stop whacking off for 5 minutes, long enough to get home first.
That is true. Like, if you're on a train that doesn't have, like, specific, like, compartments for you to sit in with, like, doors and shit.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
You can't really get anything done, like, unless you're that super weird, skilled person that can just think about it and nut. I've never done that.
You can't play pornography on the train, period. It's not going to work. Whatever you were going for is not going to go the way you thought it was going to go when you thought it up in your head.
Maybe they're preheating the oven, so to speak, before they get home.
Mr. Approachable says, "I wasn't even thinking about it until you told me. I can now. I mean, I'm going to, meaning it's called a railroad." I think that was put together odd. Why don't they put a porn block on, for fuck's sake, says Snookerman. Yeah,
Can you do that?
Well, they're talking about how, we want to have minimal filtering standards. It's like, well, you got to pick one. Do you want people to watch porn or not? Like, do you want to have minimum filtering standards, or do you want people to stop watching porn on your bus?
But I feel like if you do like a little PSA over the intercom first about how you shouldn't be watching porn on the bus, now, whereas I might not have been thinking about doing that, now I'm thinking about it.
Now you're like, boy, I haven't watched porn in a long time.
God, I haven't visited, that.
155 away from today's goal. You got this, guys. Let's do it together. Everybody chipping in a little bit. Let's knock out that first goal of the week and start off on a good note here on Steel Toe. We only survive based on your generosity. All right. You know what, Show Diff? I gave you a chance. You're just being obnoxious. 155 away from today's goal. Streamlabs, PayPal, Steel Toe Media Inc. on Venmo if you'd like to contribute. And then 30 minutes of overtime if we knock it out. Well, here we go again. We had a couple of shootings, so now we got to deal with the protests and whatnot. Happy Plague Doctor says, "Did you miss my $5?" No, we read it a long time ago.
Yeah, I think so.
A while ago. Oh, yeah. You know what? I logged it. I said, thank you for the $5, but I didn't read. I'm hoping for WOW Wrestling Otaku Wednesday. That would be fun.
Pretty cool.
If we had the otaku on there. Oh, well. Anyway, I eat dogs. Stop it. Don't give out people's address. You know
what the fuck, guys?
Yeah, if you're giving out people's
that.
addresses, I got to get rid of you.
We're not okay with that.
Sorry, buddy. No giving out addresses. There we go. 155 away from knocking it out today. If you'd like to contribute to the show, Streamlabs, PayPal. There's Siddharth with $50. Thank you very much, buddy. Siddharth with a nice 50.
Thank you.
And we are now 105 away from taking care of today's goal and doing 30 minutes of overtime for you. So there we go. There we go, guys. Real close now. Thank you, Siddharth. Very cool of you. We got 8 minutes until we go ahead and rattle the cans and play the music and see if we can knock out the rest of that. Okay. Couple of shootings. Everybody wants to take away guns now. Everyone thinks that guns are the problem, especially school-age kids. And boy, I tell you, you give school-age kids an opportunity to walk out of their classroom. You give kids a reason to protest a cause and not go to class.
It's a day off.
They will take it. So a lot of your politically active girls, they'll head out, yeah, we want to solve the gun thing. And then all the guys who want to fuck them, they'll go follow them out too.
Oh, sure.
And they'll make a shitty little cardboard sign. You can tell who was planning this protest because they wanted to be there and who's just trying to see if they can concern troll for pussy.
Of course.
Let's check out Michigan State University advocating gun reform by walking out of class. And, you know, if anything's going to get people's attention to demolish the Second Amendment, it's going to be a bunch of 19-year-olds walking around a campus.
For gun reform.
I mean, you know, all these politicians who have been arguing and fighting this for years and years, they're going to see a bunch of 19, 20-year-old underfed young women, and they're going to go, oh, that was the solution the whole time.
Why didn't I think of that?
Fuck. Well, let's check it out. I hope they talk to a few of
Stand
them so we can
against
get their
gun
great
violence on the
points.
campus of Michigan State University today. The student walkout comes on the eve of the 2-month mark of the MSU shooting that claimed the lives of 3 people and injured 5 others.
TV5's James Felton tells us what students
To which Chicago claims rookie numbers.
hope to accomplish with today's demonstration.
I think this is just one last way for people to show that they...
Oh, I forgot to say, some people do this just to cruise for dick.
Wouldn't you?
That's all.
I think
the
this
place
is
to
just
go.
one last way for people to show that they do want gun violence prevention.
Michigan State University student Joseph Kesto doesn't want state lawmakers to forget the tragedy that took place on MSU's campus nearly 2 months ago. A gunman opened fire, killing 3 students and wounding 5 others. Today, March for Our Lives held a silent walkout to advocate for gun reform.
It means just coming together with other students, knowing that I do have a community that supports me, and I do have a community that wants change.
Fellows.
It's just, it's sad that these kids think that like anything involving guns is going to fix any of this stuff.
Nope. I will say it time and time again. My guns cannot just up and go cause a school shooting by themselves.
And not only that, it's like, how do you not see the people that we've just kind of let run amok, unmedicated, unhospitalized, and all this stuff? Like, how can you look at all these school shooters and how can you look at all these mass shooters and the common thread you put there is gun?
Yeah, be upset that these people were always known to law enforcement, but those people didn't do anything to keep them away from guns or off the street and get them help.
And again, none of them passed the eye test. They all look bananas. They all look crazy.
They're always known to law enforcement, too.
Yeah.
Student Belle Hoke tells us the last couple of months have been far from easy.
No one on this campus has just been able to walk back into their classes in any kind of normal capacity. And I think acts like this, even if they kind of feel small, are still really important to show the university and to show other students and to show our politicians that this is still very real and affecting us.
Yeah, okay, but your school has already made you a gun-free zone. You were a gun-free zone before that shooting happened, so that didn't help. It's almost like if a guy wants to come onto your campus with a gun and kill a bunch of people, a sign that says no gun zone isn't going to stop him from doing it because he doesn't give a shit about the law or the rules or anything like that. Look, man, I get these kids. Like, my heart goes out to them. They don't want to.
Scared. Yeah.
They're scared. They don't want to see that happen again, and all that happy horse shit.
I totally get it too.
But at the same time, focus on something that's going to work.
Yeah.
Focus on something that's going to work. $2.99 from Mad Joe. He says, I've got a teacher hot one time on a V-line train. I've got a teacher hot one time on a V-line train. Oh, you got your teacher horny. Oh, well. Jesus.
Bravo.
I mean, God bless getting your teacher horny on the train. Lord.
What a weird thing. Was there any teacher you wanted to do that to, or
Yes.
you would have? Oh,
There were a couple.
like for
There are two I can think of right off the top of my head.
wow.
Yeah. There are 2 teachers that now thinking back, like back then, I don't know. I think I would.
Oh, but you're saying today you would?
Yeah.
Thanks.
No, like it. Going back.
Sure.
I certainly would have considered it. That's for sure. Bathtub says Iowa just passed a law that you can now carry guns on public properties and school parking lots. All right, De La, you're a loser. Sorry, bud. It's just, you got to get a better life, buddy. 105 away from today's goal. There is the Streamlabs, the PayPal, and the Venmo. Go ahead and check it out. Let's knock out that $105 goal we've got left. 3 minutes until we rattle the cans and play the music. All hands on deck, everybody on board, a little bit at a time, and we're going to do this thing. Andrew says, I'm turning in all my guns today. They are dangerous, and they kill people.
I mean,
so brave.
I know, so brave.
So brave.
Whoever just said about the Iowa passing laws where you can carry and stuff like that, I'm going to guess that that's because there's, like we already said, no gun zones, people are already showing up to those and causing problems, okay? No gun zones or not. Like, if there's people allowed to carry guns that are good people that can maybe neutralize that type of situation, it might help.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just, bad people do fucked up shit. We got to
Yes.
do a better job of spotting the bad people and then making sure they can't do fucked up shit. But there's also an element of you can make all the rules you want. We can get all our wishes. And then if people want to do something truly evil, they can always slip through the cracks. It's that helplessness feeling that I think bothers a lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
Gary Crouch says, where's the donation plate? God damn it. Fucking this weekend we said we were going to do that.
I don't know how many times we'll write it down.
We're going to write it down
And
again.
forget.
$100 away from today's goal. Streamlabs, PayPal, Steel Toe Media Inc. on Venmo. Oh, also 284 likes. Everyone hit the thumbs up. Everyone get the likes up over 300. Let's get in there. Let's knock out that last $100 and let's get that like number up over 300. Coltrane with $2, and since my prize show check will be here this week.
Yes,
there you
it
go,
will.
buddy. Everybody asks for Venmo now, so we Venmo
I know.
everybody the prize thing. Then a guy goes, "Oh, can I have a check?" And we're like, "Fuck, we forgot the check guy." Gotta send it out to him. Dan Snyder has agreed to sell the Washington Commanders. The NFL is finally going to be rid of their big bad boogeyman, Daniel Snyder, and all it cost to get rid of him was about $6 billion.
Ouch.
Yeah, $6 billion.
Oh my God.
Josh Harris is going to buy the Commanders for. Wall Street Titan Josh Harris, billionaire Mitchell Rales, and NBA legend Magic Johnson are part of the group to buy the Washington Commanders. Dan Snyder bought the team, I think, in 1999 for $900 million.
Is $6 billion worth it for the Commanders? They don't do anything.
I mean, no, NFL teams in general are a license to print money. I mean, look at what happened with Snyder. He bought it for $900 million,
and now he's making $6 billion.
and he's selling it for $6 billion.
Man, that just seems
Jesus fuck.
a little more conservative with my money than that.
Yeah, right. I don't think Daniel Snyder is complaining about getting out of the NFL, and I don't think
Good
the
for
NFL is
him.
complaining about Dan Snyder
Yep, good for
being
him.
gone. Jared with $5 says, I'm busy welding and I keep hearing people getting banned left and right. Guess the assholes came out today, loving the show today. Yeah, no problem. You just got to keep your chat free of Spurgs, and then you can do a good show.
Thank you,
That's
buddy.
all right. You got a lot of people who are desperate for our attention because they ain't making it. What are you going to do? You just got to cull them. They're cattle. And sometimes you got to break the necks of the one that lead them astray. All right, $95 away. Let's do it, guys. Let's knock out that goal. We've got 5 minutes left. Streamlabs, PayPal, Superchats, memberships. Let's do it. $95 away from today's goal. Everybody jump in. If you go over, you go over. We'll just put it towards tonight. No big deal. Only 95 away from rattling it. Where's my... Oh, there it is.
You got it.
There we go.
Do it for Johnny. Help him feel better.
Johnny's all up in the hospital and whatnot.
I'm keeping his seat warm for him.
Yeah, 301 likes, by the way. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you.
And again, 95 away, Streamlabs, PayPal. There's the links in the chat. Steel Toe Media Inc. on Venmo. Keep Steel Toe going. Absolutely. And break the haters' hearts.
Yeah,
they
they
despise it when we hit our goals every day. They try to pretend they don't. It don't bother me. Oh, it bothers you big time. I've seen. So let's knock it out and let's show them. Kraken slapping with $10. Thank you very much, buddy.
Thank you.
85 away from getting her down there. Everybody do what Kraken slapping just did, and we'll knock this thing out in no time. $4.99 from Delco Lou says, love you, Johnny.
Yes, we do.
$80.
Thank you.
Away from knocking this thing out today. Here we go. We got this. $80 away from knocking out today's goal and tacking another 30 minutes on to the end of today's show. Break their hearts and make it hurt. Take my like, says T. Jefferson. Thank you, buddy.
Thank you.
All right, guys, couple of minutes left. $19.99 from Zero Dark Tony says, do it for Johnny.
There you go.
65 away.
Thank you.
From hitting it. Thank you very much, buddy. Streamlabs, PayPal, all of it counts towards knocking it out. About 3 minutes left. $65 away.
We don't want to be done
From
yet.
doing a half hour of overtime. No, too much good stuff. We got Kevin Brennan during overtime today, talking about Chad potentially quitting MLC, which I guarantee has already been figured out, and he's not quitting.
We'll see.
It's just such a girly thing to do. Kevin kind of shits on everyone.
Yeah.
In this next clip. I also find the clip very funny because we got made fun of for saying, we just want to do a fun show. And now all these other guys are going, I just don't want to do my shows because I'm just not having fun.
Ooh, aren't we having fun, guys?
Fucking losers. Oh, we get them every time in the end. Unquenchable Fire with $5 says hello. Thank you, buddy.
Thank you.
60 away, guys. We're only 60 away from knocking out today's goal. Let's hit it. Streamlabs, PayPal, the two fastest ways to do it. Venmo also. Super chats and memberships count as well. $60 away, and we've got 2 minutes left. 2 minutes, and we're $60 away. Come on now. Ned Scheckler said, no, Ned, I was told by Stevie Lou that for this breaking news, it can be put on pause. Also, don't take that so seriously. You're being gay. All right, guys, $60 away. Sometimes you got to set them straight real fast and then get back to your can rattling, huh?
You could have been a good auctioneer.
Thank you. I've been told that.
Yeah.
All right, guys, a minute plus left to go. Let's get that 60 taken care of. Let's break their hearts.
For Johnny.
And keep Steel Toe going. Or just because you like the show.
Yep. That's true.
60 away.
Going.
Let's get inside of 50. What do you say? Knock her down, guys. We've got about a minute left. 1 minute and 5 seconds to go on the clock. $60 away from today's goal. Everybody chip in a little bit. That's all right. Even $5 knocks it down a little. We get inside of 50. We do the 30 minutes on credit and then knock it down later.
Team
we
effort.
got it, boys and girls. Let's do this thing. Come on. We're running out of time. $60 away from knocking her out. Let's get the week off to a good start.
Hell yeah.
We don't want to start the week off with bad juju. That's for sure.
There's good stuff on the way.
35 seconds left. Let's do it. What is it? $60.
60.
Away from knocking it out. Come on, guys. 30 seconds to go. I'm going to hit refresh in just a little bit here to see if we got it. $60 away from today's goal. Start the week off on a good note. 20 seconds to go. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, memberships. 10 seconds left to get this thing inside of $50.
Almost there.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, let's see what happened. There's $49.99 from Zero Dark Tony.
Oh, wow.
$9.99 from Omega Dreads Gaming Channel. That's going to get us down to $20. Now I just got to hit refresh. Oh, nope. $5. Now away with Gary Crouch with $19.99. Hold on, we got to hit refresh over on PayPal to see if we got.
Thank you, everybody.
All the way down to $0. Let's take a look.
Yep,
we did. Cole with 15 and Jay with 10. That's going to put us $20 ahead.
Thank you.
For tonight. $20 ahead for tonight, which puts us at $230.
We appreciate it.
For this evening. Thank you guys very much. Oh, do you know how many people were holding their dicks?
I know.
And going, I bet you they're not going to hit it today. And what happened? Hit it. Cry harder. Gay F words. Wrestling Fat Faku says, hit the rest of the goal chat and I will celebrate on behalf of the Stank Ho Morning Show by eating $30 of McDonald's in 30 minutes. Catch my stream where I eat into the mic just for Aaron. Oh, that's cute. To try and get daddy's attention. Delco Lou says they're furious. Another goal hit. Yeah. Optic Nerve says RGZ crying. A lot of people cry when this show doesn't die. It's one of the things that makes me feel best when we hit the goal.
And the thing is, they sit
out
there,
of spite.
They sit there and cry, and I never think about them.
Oh, sorry, guys.
And they can cry after that, too.
They do try hard to force their way in. They're like, mention me, mention me. Sorry, pal.
Whoa.
Sorry. Sorry.
A lot of wieners.
That is a hot dog in this video. I don't have video for this.
Okay.
But we did have some interesting news over the weekend regarding everybody's favorite Super Chat readers, Misery Loves Company. Now, Cute Diff says, good job, Steel Toe. Internet begging at its finest. Attaboy.
Thanks.
Yes, sir. Nobody better, Cute Diff. So, Chad said he was done. He quit MLC.
And did
He's
he
finished.
say why?
because he's not having fun anymore.
Oh.
That you have no
Goodness.
idea. You have no idea how lovely this is. The whole idea that all these people went, Steel Toe doesn't want to just do cringe drama stuff. They say they want to have fun. Oh, fun. That's gay.
Isn't fun
is
gross?
Gay. Fun is gross. And now,
what are we, gay?
2 months later, all of these people who made their living on drama are barely keeping their shit together, barely holding it together, and then saying, I'm not having fun anymore. I'm going to quit Kevin's show because I'm not having fun.
It's not fun for me.
And then Kevin did not a show, but he did a live stream on Saturday.
Didn't you say emergency?
He said it was an emergency. Guys, if we're in streaming
God.
and we're 60 years old, we don't use terms like emergency stream. Stop.
That sounds like he really got to piss right now.
Be a grown man.
An emergency stream.
So Kevin goes on and does this video, and the only way I can classify this is like damn near a suicide note. Like he was so like just down and bummed, and then I kind of felt bad for Kevin. Like the more I listen to this, the more I'm like, oh, you know what? I think I understand Kevin Brennan better now. Steel Toe is clearly in his head a lot, but I think he has a weird respect for Steel Toe. It's not a hatred because he can't bring himself to really shit on it. And when he talks about it in like, we're the measuring stick. He's like, well, why can't I do this? Steel Toe does this.
Okay.
So it's kind of like almost something he looks up to. So Kevin did a stream where he addressed the Chad thing. And I felt bad for him because
he lost his prize cow.
Not only that, well, no, he's going to be back today. Again, in fact, people are saying, oh yeah, they already came to an agreement yesterday that they do 2 days. Of course, guys. It's pro wrestling. Their whole show is based on drama. That's all they have. That's all they can do. This was never going to be a permanent thing. But listen to how like salty and bitchy they all get. And then Kevin, I feel bad for because his Chad is shitting on him the entire time, telling him how terrible he is, how bad this stream sucks and everything else. And I'm like, oh no, that's when I kind of came to the realization. I'm like, it's not just Chad. That whole audience just like the whole thing is let us pay to throw tomatoes at you. We don't really respect you or think you're good or funny.
Obviously.
It's fucking brutal, man.
I think you gather that type of people, though. I don't think we need to feel bad for Kevin for gathering that.
I guess, yeah. He kind of invited that.
You've said that on different people's shows before. Like, that's what you get when you breed that type of audience. I'm sorry.
I guess so.
You asked for that.
It's why the other guy can only get views when he plays our show. Like that counts as our views, not theirs.
Right.
That's our audience.
It is certainly a reflection of how shitty you are as a show host.
For sure. And I don't think they even can see it, but everybody else can. So this guy named Franklin Scheckler on YouTube, who I'm pretty sure hates us too.
I don't know his name.
But this Franklin Scheckler on YouTube recorded Kevin's show on Saturday, or his stream on Saturday, and called it Solo, Shriveled, and Sad. And I've got some timestamps for this. This is Kevin talking about the Chad stuff. Now remember, 24 hours after this, they magically came to an agreement that Chad would be on just 2 days a week because Chad thinks he's got shit rocking and rolling.
Yeah.
He doesn't. He's the laughingstock of MLC, and that's what makes him all his money. He should absolutely keep to that. Him leaving is dumb. Them letting him leave is dumb.
Just make your money.
So, but also, they're running into a problem where their prize lol cow, their Frankenstein monster that they made to make fun of and beat up and punch and make him their whack packer, Chad the whack packer is starting to become self-aware, and it's starting to not be fun for him anymore.
Yeah, it's not always the fun to be the butt of the joke.
Right, so he's getting tired of being the butt of the joke. So how much longer can this thing last? You have two guys in their 60s. You have another guy who's getting tired of being a punching bag and not having fun anymore. Sorry. Kevin addresses it here on this show.
I'll watch it live. The Boulevard of Broken Dreams, that's Chad's song.
By the way, there's no video to this, you guys. It's audio. Somebody took the audio and put it up on YouTube.
Anyway, Chad said we should do an hour a day. We should do an hour a day. And when Steel Toe is doing 7 hours a day.
Okay, so that's why
That does sound complimentary.
I pull back on the trigger with Kevin, and you're going to hear this a couple times during these clips. There's a weird envy or a weird
admiration
of us that Kevin feels deep down because it comes out in moments like that, but he can't admit when he's doing the show or anything else.
Grading on a curve, that sounded complimentary from him.
He looks to us as an example. The reason, he said this before, the reason he's doing multiple days a week is because of our show. And then Chad says, well, I only want to do an hour. It gets stupid when the show goes 2 or 3 hours long. Look, man, you do a show that only reads Super Chats. And if you get 3 hours worth of Super Chats, you got to read all the Super Chats or they'll stop paying you. You guys have made a great business model. You turn on microphones. You have nothing to do. People start throwing tomatoes at you for money, and you keep reading them.
Also, if your show...
That's an easy gig. You shouldn't care if you do 6 hours of that.
Sure. And also, if your show goes 2 or 3 hours instead of 1, it keeps you off the streets where oil cans can beat you up.
Right. You can't steal catalytic converters, credit cards, things like that. But to do an hour, I mean, Kevin, let's just lay the cards on the table. You guys wouldn't make enough money in an hour. Why do we do 7 hours of programming a day? We don't have a big enough audience to support what we need to do to keep this show alive. So we got to create more content for our audience. You either have to work smarter or work harder. We have an audience of about 40,000 people a month, individuals. We have to do more content. We do as much content as we need to keep the show on the air.
Yep.
It's the same thing you guys do on MLC. You guys couldn't go on for an hour a day. You wouldn't log enough Super Chats to keep the damn thing going. You'd have to go book comedy gigs and do stuff like that. If you do it for 2-3 hours, you can get the money you need to support the damn thing. I think I'm on Kevin's side on that.
He says, doing 2 hours and 3 hours a day is taxing, and it's hard to do. Yeah.
At that age,
yeah, it's fucking hard to do. So that's why you try to have like a show. I want to say a fun show.
See, they're so terrified of us. They are so scared of that word fun.
They did it though.
He wants to say fun show. Kevin, liberate yourself for Christ's sake. Just say the word fun.
Just say Steel Toe's right. It's not worth it unless it's a fun show.
You guys sit there and say 2 or 3 hours of reading Super Chats is taxing. I prep this show for an hour every day, and then I perform it for 6-7 hours a day. I love it.
This is great.
It's a great way to make a living.
Great
we have
programming.
An awesome time on this show.
Yeah.
You're sitting there going 2 or 3 hours is taxing when you don't even have to get anything ready. You just read Super Chats. And by the way, I'm not like you guys. I can admit I envy that.
I would actually be stressed out though, because isn't your whole thing is to like be over prepped so that way if you get into something, it doesn't matter?
No, I'm saying that you can just turn on a mic and Super Chats come in, even though people shit on you. But you're starting to see that take a toll on them because they're starting to say it's not fun, it's taxing, this and that. Well, then do a different kind of show, but you can't. It's golden handcuffs. This works for you guys financially. MLC has never been on a better financial footing.
Well, hold on. Isn't that interesting that, wow, people don't like getting shit on for hours?
Weird.
What a weird thing.
You try to have a show that people like enjoy. And that's why like Chad thinks, I guess Chad's like programmed to do like an hour a week, like Lenny. Like, let's do an hour a week, and then we'll have a bunch of fights, and it'll be chaos, and then we take a week off, and that didn't even work. So when I saw that, I was like, yeah. I mean, you know what I thought about today anyway. Before I even heard Chad, I'm like, I was gonna tell Levy like Chad can do 1 day a week, 2 tops. Because he can't handle it. Like Levy can. Yeah. Obviously, Levy does.
That's true. I mean, we've seen the guy's mental health just completely break down over the last
real time.
Yeah, over the last 4 months. I mean, he's completely fallen apart. He's not even a human being anymore. He's a caricature of just mental illness.
A shell.
Yeah, I mean, it's terrible. So they're right. I mean, he can't handle it. You know, I don't know why you would try and crack whip with a show like this when you can't even handle being a third mic on a 2-hour Super Chat reading show. You don't want any part of this world. None of you guys do. And I think that's where a lot of the hate comes from. I'm brash, I'm arrogant, but deep down, you hate me because I'm brash and I'm arrogant. But you guys also know, and look me in the eye, sweetheart, you can't do this. You're not capable. There is a remarkable amount of jealousy in this. Not Kevin. I'm talking about the people who obsess over this show. I think there is a part of this show that Kevin does admire.
They do. It is interesting, and this might be part of why they hate you so much too. Like, you can accurately shit on them without going to the deep, dark, weird levels that they do, and they can't do the same.
I don't need to contact family members and exes. I don't need to expose children or anything like
Family
that.
businesses.
I can just tell you guys immediately what's wrong with you and why you're so obsessed with this program, and then you lose your shit. I got to go post about that. I got to go do it. Sorry. I've got to... You guys try to throw thumbtacks and nothing sticks. I just have one good blade, and I stick it right in the perfect spot.
Slowly.
So I don't have to spend a lot of time on you. Kevin, on the other hand, I'm very interested to hear what he has to say about this.
Hours a day for the Shuley Network. And then I tweeted out that Shuley should sign Chad and have him on.
That's okay. So that's the end of that clip. Now we go to 34 minutes. And again, Kevin, there's something about Steel Toe that this guy just, again, I'm humbled. Like, he just, there's something he appreciates.
He's right, but he's not really allowed to audibly appreciate.
No, he can't. He's got to watch it. You notice every time he either tries to shit on us or compliment us, he ends up pulling back the reins and not leaning in.
His underlings will eat him alive.
Exactly.
And I let him get all the money for the football show. He kept all the money, which was about the same level as Patreon is at now. So it's no different. But again, I'm getting sick of talking, so I might just fucking end this show.
By the way, I want to point out this went on an hour and 2 minutes longer.
Oh, gee.
Okay. Like, good. Kevin's got to get his thoughts out.
He did have something to say. He
Yeah?
wasn't that tired.
Definitely I'm not going past 4 o'clock.
He went past 4 o'clock.
So that's what Chad thinks. Chad thinks we should do an hour to accommodate him because the show's exhausting. The show's stale. Compared to what? Compared to Uncle Rico?
I mean,
I was watching I love Levy and everything, but I was watching Uncle Rico at the beginning of one of their episodes, and they said, should we start where we ended the other day? Like it's high school, like it's English class. Okay, we're gonna pick up.
Kevin's got a point. I mean, you can say MLC is stale, and it is, but I think it's stale by design. Like the whole show is. Don't expect. What he's trying to say is don't expect our show to go anywhere. It's just reading super chats.
I just think it's very funny to hear people admitting that. Because when we say it, we're mean and we're awful.
There is a reason I respect Kevin in this clip, and I'm not shitting on him. I think there's a lot of honesty here. I think he's fucking had it with this psychopathic drama guy. He wants to turn on the mics, read super chats, and hope there's a few good burns in there. And then he wants to complain about some comics.
I can agree with you on a couple of those points, but like I said, he embraced this way of doing a show for however long now. He's embraced this and loved it and encouraged it.
Where we ended the other day, and I was like, are you guys serious? Like you're literally going every clip you have minute by minute.
I mean,
but that's not stale. That's not a stale show, right? That's not a stale show. But this is stale because
Kevin, one piece of advice for you though, buddy. You're listening to what Chad thinks about the stale show. Kevin, Chad is projecting on you. He's unhappy, but he doesn't want to admit he's unhappy because the show pays really well. So he's going to insult your show rather than tell you what the real problem is, which is he's not having fun anymore. Remember how gay the word fun was when we used it. Yet here we are laughing at what's going on over there while you guys are very angry and upset about what's going on with your show.
Your lack of fun.
I'm telling you guys, fun is good. Have some fun. Goof around. Don't take it too seriously.
What are you doing it for if it's not fun for you?
Right.
Come on.
Everyone makes the same joke about Chad or Levy or whatever. But, right, okay. So Chad's like, the show is stale and we go too long. Right. We were never going to go this long. Sometimes when we start at 4 and we go to 6:30 or past 6:30, I can literally hear my kids like getting restless. Like I can't hear them here, but like I guess I sense them. They're getting restless because if my wife's not home yet and they want to eat or they just want me to they just want to interact with me.
Yeah, get off the
Chad is annoying, but it's good radio. You should have him back. Okay.
Look, here's the real reason. Then we'll skip to our next clip. We got 3 clips left. here's the real reason you have to go that long. The money's good.
The money's always
there.
good.
There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing artistic in it. There's nothing, well, we have so much to express. We have to go 3 hours. Your fans send you a fuckload of super chats, and you have to read them because that's the reason they send the super chats, because you won't read the regular chat. You'll read the super chats, so they pay to play. That's a good model you got going on there. It's making you a bunch of money. If Chad has a problem with that, then cut his fucking pay.
Yeah.
Have him on once or twice a week.
Have him on briefly per show.
An hour per time and cut his pay. Perfect. Kevin doesn't seem to have a problem with the methodology of the program. So if somebody does...
And Bob's not complaining about anything.
No, Bob's not complaining about the check he's getting.
Well, you don't appreciate me. It's like, dude, you come on the show and you're like, you complain that the super chats suck and that you're hungry and the show's too long. And again, we don't once the super chat stop, we stop the show.
Right.
I mean,
this is why people are like, oh, are you going to shit on Kevin? No, he's being honest. It's all about the money.
I wish he'd say that.
He just did. He goes, we stop the show when the super chats stop. There you go.
Oh, okay. I misheard him.
Oh, he's saying we stop the show when the super chats stop. So good. Yeah, good for him.
Like now the super chats have stopped. So if we were doing a show, I'd be like, okay, we can stop after an hour. But they don't stop after an hour. And again, I told Levy at this point, people like the fact that it's on at 4 o'clock every day.
And now they get to this part. We'll jump to 40 minutes in where we got another couple timestamps here.
I'm trying to say it's fucking Saturday. My point is like Gas Digital was like, okay, it's free if it's live, but then you got to wait a day. If you get it for free if you wait a week, but if you don't want to wait a week, you get it right away. But then after a while, who would sign up? Who would sign up?
Here's a problem Kevin has. He's got to stop watching other people's bobbers.
Yes, he does.
Gas Digital, Kumia, Steel Toe, all of these things. Don't worry about it. Kevin, I'm not you. You're not me. We're not even in the same universe when it comes to kind of shows we do.
No.
You guys read super chats for 3 hours. We talk about the news and make fun of stuff for 4.5 hours. We both make our money. We're both hanging in there.
There's room for everyone.
There's room for everybody. Don't worry about what Gas Digital's doing. Don't worry about what Kumi is doing. Don't worry about what I'm doing. You guys do what you're doing. It's fine. You're doing great. It's the format that works. Don't let Chad shake your confidence. Please.
Because they give you so much content that you're going to be a week behind anyway. So if you got to wait a week for the show, why would you sign up? Because it's already, they have so much content on Gas Digital. You can't even keep up. Who can keep up? So it's like, of course you're going to wait a week. So all these stupid fucking games of like this and that. So my live shows are free every fucking time.
Like again, I'm just hearing this level of anger, and I'm like, are you sure this is for you? Like this is making you so mad. Your kids want to eat dinner. You're saying your kids want to hang out with you, and you're sitting here, and none of this is bringing you happiness. This is all, you're complaining about all of it. And Gas Digital gets to do this. And Steel Toe gets to do that. And this guy gets to do that. I'm going to say this is going to be taken the wrong way. Kevin, don't worry about what we're doing. You can't do what I do. Don't worry about what I'm doing. It's not for you anyway. If you decided to change it up today and go, you know what? I'm going to try and do a Steel Toe style show. It would be a massive mistake. You couldn't pull it off. You don't know how. I could train you like John Taffer trains bartenders.
But they're not you.
You could maybe do half of it.
Right.
Stick to what you're doing. It's great. Don't be so upset. These are like funeral dirges that you're doing in the middle of the day. Don't worry about it, Kev. It's going fine.
We all do what works for us and what we're good at. So
let's do one more clip. I'm not playing these as long as I wanted to because they're starting to bore me a little bit, so I can only imagine they're boring the audience. Let's do a couple more clips of Kevin complaining about his show.
Keep it as simple as possible. Try to keep it. There's no tiers. People be like, you have Patreon tiers. Not really. The shows are all, when they're live, they're all free. And then on Patreon, if you're $3, you get one show a week. If you're anything else, $8 or above, you get every show.
Yeah,
you get
their Patreon numbers have been dropping. But that's to be expected because you're giving the show away for free every afternoon on YouTube. That's the trade-off. Yeah, you've lost 150 patrons or whatever, but you've gained more than that in the Super Chats.
I also think it's for more reasons than that, because plenty of people do a free show and then take it down and put it on Patreon. Sure. Like, people just get bored of the same seething.
At every show. So they basically have 2 tiers. And I try to keep it as simple as possible. And again, the shows go long because the super chats are coming in. That's the only reason. So, but I'm supposed to tell Chad, like, you're right, Chad. You're so valuable to the show that we're going to cut it down to an hour.
Now, wait a minute. Now, 2 things can be true at the same time. He is that valuable to the show.
Yeah.
But yeah, you guys could not make that work as a 1-hour show.
Why? If he only wants to do 1 hour, why not do your 2-3 hour show with whatever you want it to
let
be
him
and
do
just
an
let
hour.
him do an hour of it?
Seems easy enough to me.
That seems fine. Everyone's happy now.
And that's what we'll do. And we don't have to throw big temper tantrums and I'm going to leave and I'm not happy and I've lost my smile and it's not fun.
And then I would expect Chad to say it's fun now for him, wouldn't you?
We don't cry, we don't bitch, we don't kvetch, we don't whine. And now he's done this thing again where he's quit, but then he backed off like a pussy and now he's going back. So now nobody has any credibility here because Kevin couldn't just go, get the fuck out of here, I'm tired of your shit. And Chad realized, well, shit, I'm retarded. I can't quit. I wouldn't be able to pay my fucking rent if I quit.
What if this tactic is working for Chad? What if every time he quits, he does get Kevin to amend to whatever he's wanting for him, and it's working?
Then in that case, it would work.
Right.
But just do an hour and then turn your computer off. There you go.
We won't make very much money. We'll make a lot less money.
There you go.
But that's the least I can do to accommodate you because I don't appreciate his value to the show. So, but I got to deal with him, right? I got to deal with him.
You saint.
I got to deal with him when he's being a dick. Nobody else doesn't have to deal with him. And again, I love Levy, but Levy can leave at any time.
He chose that too.
Yeah.
It's not Levy's show. Levy's got the Uncle Rico show and the Shuli Network. So he's got literally a foot in each camp. And then if things go bad in one camp, he'll just go to the other camp.
That's true.
So I basically got to protect my show and protect basically the whole fucking thing when I got all this shit swirling around me.
Doesn't sound very fun, does it?
No, you brought an unstable person onto your cast. That's what you did.
No offense, Kev, but you brought a retard into the tent and you're now upset that he's doing retard things. We all told you this would happen. We've all been telling you about this for months. You kind of deserve it. You've put yourself in a position where you deserve this. Anytime, thank God none of us have to depend on Chad Zumach for our living. Unfortunately, Kev, you do have to depend on Chad Zumach for your living. So now, if Chad Zumach ever says, I'm done with this show, you know what most shows would do? They'd say, we never had you on in the first place, you fucking weirdo. But Kevin hears that Chad's done, and that's a full-on panic. It's a 1 hour and 36-minute live stream. It's how are we going to figure this out? It's how do we bring Chad back? I mean, on one hand, Chad is fucking lucky he's found such a dysfunctional group to, throw tomatoes at him and make money. But at the same time, Kevin's also in a dog shit position where he almost has to kind of be cucked by this guy.
But he did it. He asked for it. He propped Chad up to this. He encouraged Chad to be this thing that he needed for his show. And now Chad's thinking who the fuck he is because he can. Yes. And this is what happens. I don't feel bad.
Right.
Like, if you don't want these things to happen to your show, which is awful, don't choose these people.
Yeah, it's called being a grown-up fuckboy, says Hats Off. And yeah, Starry Night Reed Frog is right. They're purposely a shit show. You got to take what comes with that.
Absolutely. You chose this to be your show.
Cherokee Girl says, Kevin doesn't need Chad. That's ridiculous. Yes, he does. If they want to make they can't keep that same amount of money if he leaves. Remember, it's a shit show about throwing tomatoes at the hosts. He's the guy who gets the biggest tomatoes thrown at him.
He saw what was going on with Chad and everybody else at one point, and he's like, oh, I'm going to have Chad on my show.
Right.
Look at that. And then pretty soon, Chad became a fixture on said show, and now he's one of the pillars of it.
Cherokee Girl,
and he can't stand.
Even Kevin knows he needs Chad. Because when Chad said, I'll quit, Kevin didn't go, fuck you, leave, like he does with everybody else.
Right.
He worked out a deal where Chad could stay. He needs him.
Uh-oh.
Oh, Kevin.
So
where'd you go? Oh, it's a long pause.
That's what it is. And everyone's, I'm not going to be a fucking egomaniac about it, but
why not?
But the reality is it's
annoying.
It's exhausting and annoying. And again, I wasn't going to do a show today but then Levy sent me a text. He wanted to talk, and then but I'm like, I can't. I can't. And then I was watching Chad on Chad's live stream, and of course Chad's like, I'm going to put it on Patreon now. And it's like,
I got to tell you, I am so glad that we don't do that kind of a show. I agree. Could you imagine that being your weekend?
God.
And then Levy called me, and then Chad did his show, and then I had to go on the show to do a Chad, to respond to the Chad show, and then I had to talk to them the next day. Thank fucking Christ I don't have to do this. I've said this before, but all these 60-year-old men doing shows that are based on beef and reading super chats and that's it, it has given me a glimpse into the future and made me go, okay, I'm striving to never have to do that in my life.
And the thing is they called us all bitches. They like, oh, you guys are gay, you guys are bitches. You don't like it when there's receipts for shit. And we're like, no, we're just reading the room and noticing like, we don't want to be here for this. Right. We're going to go a different direction.
Guys, you guys are workers at Chernobyl, and we said we're going to go work at a different plant because this one seems like it's bound for a meltdown. And now it's melting down, and you guys are yelling about who could have seen this coming? And I'm like, me. Even the retard Gino Bisconti, love you, Gino, saw this coming.
Nobody cares. If they want to watch it live, if Chad was smart, he would do live streams and then leave them up on YouTube for free so people can see. So this whole thing, I'm gonna put on Patreon.
But you just said if Chad was smart. All right, I got one more timestamp, but I think we get the idea. I didn't play nearly as much of that as I thought I would, just because it was really just too. It's just depressing.
Well, it is, but you shouldn't create worlds for yourself like this. Yeah. I would not do well at all if I lived in that world. That world is not meant for me. This one is. We like fun over here. And then once we're done having fun together, helping people through their days and shit, let's go do our day now.
And I mean, it's also fun. I mean, the personalities and the people we trigger just going off and doing a show. It's amazing.
I know that you like that stuff. I don't even care about triggering you people. Like I want to enjoy my show. That's why our show that, I joined for that reason.
J-Dead says Anthony Cumia has to be loving this. You know what? I bet you Anthony doesn't really care that much.
I don't think he cares about most things except how he's doing.
Kraken Slappin says, when I get done listening to Steel Toe, I go on with my life and find something else to do. So glad I don't get myself involved with this drama. Us
agree.
Too.
Like we only report on this stuff when it's very clear, like, oh, look they've shit on us for this and totally put us through the ringer, and now look what's happening.
Cherokee Girl says, rarely do radio people transition well to podcasting. They can't get out of the radio formula that everyone hates. First of all, the radio talk show formula is far more popular a formula than reading super chats and podcasting. There's a professionalism lacking in podcasting that really could use a little more radio people and broadcasters in it. But Optic Nerve says Cherokee Girl just called this show an anomaly. I agree. I think we are an anomaly. I think we're a 1 in a million that's making it. So thank you guys for that.
Yeah.
Optic Nerve says this is the difference between an ex-radio host and a stand-up comedian doing a podcast. Exactly.
Yep.
All right. We're going to take off, guys. That's going to do it for this morning. We will be back at 7 o'clock.
That went quick.
Central Time. That was a very fast show today. We hope you enjoyed it. And not only did you knock out the goal today, but we're $20 into tomorrow. Tonight. We're $20 into tonight's show.
We'll see you later.
All right. We'll talk to you a little bit later. April, thank you very much.
Thank you. Get better, Johnny.